Subscribe please guys, cause it motivates me to post more for you guys. A small request, please consider subscribing the channel. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. Bye. KIWI for me. A smile is easy to produce when around others, and harder when alone. The heart is easily given away, and easier to break. Trust is easily given, and easier to be mistreated. A lie is easy to create, but hard to stop. Love is easy to give away, but harder to be replaced, the blue-eyed female said as she read the small book aloud. She stopped and looked to her side to see spiky blonde hair before blue eyes that holds the ocean. Would you stop? He asked, confused, staring at her. His mouth, a small pout, and his cheeks graced with scars. She touched his face with her soft hand and smiled at him. He smiled in return and leaned in for a kiss. She gave in. Do you think this is true? She asked softly as she leaned onto his shoulder. She could hear the soft rumble of his chuckle before he spoke. Yeah, I do, he said with a smile as she did the same as well. He bent his head down and placed a soft kiss on her forehead before brushing off strands of her blonde golden hair. No one can replace my love for you, he said softly, leaning in for a passionate kiss. No one. Okay, chapter 1 is up. Remember, this little part is from this story, but not the beginning of chapter 1, okay? Just making it clear. Now read on. Searching. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. Everyone is waiting, but I am just hoping. By KIWI4ME. He walked into a crowded room. Another day, feeling empty and alone, he drove down the street looking for his destination. He was invited to a party, yet again by the infamous party host, Kibra. He couldn't turn it down with such an offer as his. Naruto. You have to come, he said with an arm wrapped around him. His blue eyes locked with brown ones and a grin spread across the brown head's face. Lots of hot chicks are gonna be there, he finished with a wink at his friend, before walking away to invite others. He didn't know why he would just go along with everything his buddy says. He felt lost every time he is around others. Was it because he felt like he didn't belong? Was it because there was something wrong with him? He didn't know, and he heaved off a deep sigh before noticing the house with cars parked everywhere. He turned the corner looking for any other parking place, and after 15 minutes of searching, he succeeded. He put his car on park and turned off the engine. He unbuckled his seatbelt and looked into the rearview mirror. Blue eyes that held the ocean, spiky dirty blonde hair, and a tan-colored skin. He ran his fingers through his hair softly before leaning back into his driver's seat. He closed his eyes for a few minutes, knowing what was to be expected. Every night, Kiba would throw a party and everyone shows up. He, of all the others, must be there since he was supposedly the wingman. He took a deep breath and letting it go as he opened the car door. He stepped out and locked it before facing away from it. His blue eyes looked up to see dark skies contrasting sparkly bright dots. It looked truly magnificent, and a small smile formed across his face. He then looked forward and started to walk off in the direction to the large party house. He was wearing a black t-shirt with dark blue jeans, as well as a chain with the leaf symbol, and a couple of rings on his fingers. It was a casual look for him that he picked up after junior high. His usual orange jumpsuit wasn't all too attractive when around the opposite gender after all. He smirked to himself, recalling why the need to change so badly once high school started. Pass. Hey, Sakura. Naruto called out, running over to his good friend. She turned around and gave him a small smile. What are you doing? He asked, sitting beside her on a bench. She looked at him as if he was crazy enough to ask. Studying, she stated. About you? Naruto just shrugged as he continued to watch his friend read the large book. He heard laughter off to the side and turned to see who it was. The girl with dark midnight blue hair that was kept long was walking alongside another girl with brown waving hair. Hey Hinata. He called out, waving at the dark-haired girl. The two girls stopped and a faint blush appeared on said girl. Hi Naruto, she managed to say as Sakura faced the two as well. You know him? The brown-haired girl asked, looking at her as if she was crazy. Hi, I've known him since the 4th grade, Hinata confessed as she looked at her friend who had a weird look on her face. But Hinata, her friend said, pointing at the orange-clad boy, he's not in the same social ladder as us, she pointed out, so you shouldn't talk to him. Hinata looked at Naruto for a few minutes, noticing the confused and angry emotions building up in him. She then turned to her friend and nodded before they walked off without any goodbyes. Naruto clenched his fist tight and felt a soft hand touch his. He turned to see green eyes staring at his. Naruto, you okay? She asked, a bit concerned, yet knew this would happen. The blonde nodded, but the anger still surrounded in his heart. And pass. He gave off an aggravated sigh as he stopped a few moments in the middle of the street. He saw her, Hinata, walking to the door hand in hand with a man. They looked happy as they smiled at one another before walking through the door. He couldn't help but feel a sting ran across his heart. He liked her and thought they were friends, but how could she just push their friendship away to be with, as they say? Cool kids. He shook his head once more before looking up into the sky. This sucks so bad, he thought to himself as he forced himself to finish across the street. He looked around to see many cars he recognized. Shikamaru's, Shino's, Nichi's, Lee's, Gar's, and everyone else's. He knew this was going to be one long night as he took a couple of steps closer. He could hear the blasting of the music and people screaming and laughing. He felt a bit queasy at the moment when memories wheeled into his mind. He pushed them back as he stood in front of the door. He felt like he wasn't living and everything was just a lie. How he wished he could just wake up and everything would just disappear. He knew it won't. So, as he reached for the door, he couldn't help but think he wants a change in his life, to find something different, yet his wishes never came true before. He turned the knob softly and pushed gently against the door to see people laughing, smiling, drinking, and yelling. The loud burst of sensation swept through him. So many people so happy, why wasn't he one of them? Naruto and Ino won. Wow, what a surprise. Lol. But here is the first part of the long story I think would be long anyways lol. Please rate and review. Love. KIWI4ME. Pretending. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. A smile is only as fake as the tears by KIWI4ME. Smiles at everyone he sees. So many people so happy, why wasn't he one of them? He looked around to see if he could find his friends. He walked into the crowd deeper to see people he recognized. Naruto, his pink-haired friend, had called out. Even though she had gone up into the social ladder, she doesn't ignore him like the rest of them. Sakura, he said as they embraced into a hug. They pulled apart as her green eyes looked into his dull blue ones. So how are you doing these couple of days? She asked interested. They hadn't been hanging out for a while. Good, he lied with a forced smile that was all too easy for him to do now. His friend, once so close, is now just another person he lied to. That's good to hear, she said laughing a little before turning around to see his friend approaching. I'll see you around, okay? She said as she turned to walk away before his friends caught up to him. Naruto. Kiba called out holding a bottle of beer as one arm hung around Lee's shoulder. Naruto just stared at them for a moment. Before a confused, shocked, and scared face appeared on his features. Calm down Naruto, Nichi said coolly as a smirk appeared across his face. Naruto eased up a bit before his arm reached behind his head. You sure? He asked, still unsure. He's the designated driver today, Gaara pointed out as his arm crossed over his chest, something of habit. He just nodded before a smile ran across his face. So Kiba, how's the party holding up? He asked his friend who just gave him his sloppy smile. Oh, it's going good, he said as he pushed himself off of Lee to stumble over to Naruto. You know Naruto, he said with the smell of alcohol in his breath, I love you like a brother, you know that. He said before his eyes became droopy and tired. Yeah, Naruto said with a soft chuckle. This always seemed to happen. Kiba would get drunk, then confess his oh-so love for Naruto, though brotherly of course, and he'd end up in bed while the rest of the men to party when time comes. Come on buddy, he said as he took a hold of his good friend's arm around his shoulder, time for bed. Yes mother, he joked laughing loudly as he walked, more like forced, alongside Naruto. Nichi, Lee, and Gaara just laughed at the two. Naruto and Kiba really were like brothers. Bickering insults at one another, but then have that good bond between one another. They watched as Naruto tried to force a stubborn Kiba to keep walking. Naruto, he said as he watched a girl with purple hair, that girl's cute, no. Naruto turned to see her and examined her. She had long curly purple hair with a light brownish colored skin. Her eyes were dark brown with pink lips. She was wearing a miniskirt that looked like it would show everything if she just bent a little. Her shirt wasn't much to cover herself either. She was wearing a tight white shirt that exposed her belly, and her creases were cut to expose way too little for the imagination. You talking about her? Naruto asked a bit confused as he looked at his friend. Kiba stared at him with a sly smile before pushing Naruto off of him and walking off to the girl. Naruto just watched as his friend grabbed a nice squeeze of the girl's behind, but she didn't. He was disgusted and felt like barfing, but then again he'd probably just gag on nothing but air. Another night, pretending he's alright. You okay? He heard someone said to him as he turned to see Gaara walking up to him. He forced another smile and used his thumb to point behind him where Kiba was making out with the girl. That was all the red had said before both of them walked away toward the dance floor. His blue eyes looked around to see if he could spot anyone else, but before he had his time in doing so. Yo, a raven-haired male called out as he pushed the blonde softly. Naruto turned around and narrowed his eyes into a glare. Hey, was all he mustered up to say as Gaara stood watching the two. He knew they had history, but then again this was their usual way of greeting strangely. So you want to get a drink? Sasuke offered, not really questioning but stating. Naruto just turned to look at Gaara who just nodded. Yeah, I guess, the blonde said with a shrug before he, Gaara, and Sasuke walked off to the counter. Yes, Kiba got lots of things, doesn't he? Lol. So how you been, dope? He said as he took a sip of his glass. Pretty good actually, he lied with a smile before he turned to Gaara. You okay there, Gaara? His red-haired friend just looked at him and places a small smile on as he took his third cup. Naruto could tell something was wrong and didn't want to push it, but then again this was Naruto. What's wrong? The blue-eyed boy asked, leaning his head a bit closer to hear since the booming music echoed throughout the house. It's nothing, Gaara finally said, knowing that his blonde-haired friend wouldn't let it go, but he wouldn't push it at the moment at least. "Okay," was all that Naruto said before he turned to see Sakura walking over to them. A smile ran across his face, but quickly disappeared when he realized that she was walking towards Sasuke. Hi Sasuke, she said with a blush as he smirked at her. He nodded and she looked like she was going to faint. "Hey Sakura, where's your friends?" Naruto asked as he looked behind her to see no one following. Sakura shook out of her daze and looked at Naruto with what seemed like embarrassment or anger. "They left me," she finally said softly, causing all three men to look at her with pity. Naruto was about to say that he'd take her home, but noticed the Uchiha's face tense a bit. "How could they just leave you?" he asked angrily. That made Sakura flinch a little. She was on the verge of tears but swallowed it down. "I dunno," she softly said, looking down at the ground before turning to walk away until she felt an arm. "I'll take you," the raven-haired male said as he pulled her hand through the crowd. That made everyone look at her confused. She was blushing like a tomato at that moment as she kept her eyes glued at their hand. Naruto couldn't help but laugh a little at the sight. Here, his good friend always wanted the Uchiha, and now she has him kind of. "Weird girl," Gaara commented, looking at the scene that was played before him before it was all over. Naruto looked at him, and a cheesy smile took the place on his lips before he nodded with agreement. "Yeah. So Ino will be showing up pretty soon. Please read and review. Love. KIWI4ME. Hoping. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I want to look through the crowd just to find you by KIWI4ME." As he sat at the bar looking at his glass, he wondered what exactly does he want in life. He remembered that he wanted to grow up happy, with a happy family that loves him no matter what he is. All dreams die hard, and wishes are always taken for granted, or was it the other way around? He couldn't think as he rubbed his temples gently. Gaara left a while ago as a woman with brown hair pulled him to dance with her. Her friend also tried to get him, himself, to dance as well, but he didn't. He wouldn't budge even after she tried to push her with her body. Fine. He recalled hearing her scream in his ears, "Be that way, I didn't even want to dance with someone like you," she screamed at him with an accusing finger. He heard her clearly and his heart almost fell deeper into the depths of his soul. Even though Gaara didn't notice, nor did anyone else, what she had said, but it upsets him to no ends. It's not like he was hideously ugly, or he was useless, but ever since a couple years ago, he felt like everyone just detests him to no end. First, Hinata threw away their friendship like it was trash, and didn't even look at him ever the same. Then, Sakura, his once beloved best friend, left his side, and took the side of those who despise him for reasons unknown. Now, here he is hearing everyone laugh and smile when he sulks in his despair. What was it that he is depressed about? He himself doesn't really know either. He wants to belong, possibly. Yes, he has friends who are somewhat similar to him like Kiba and Gaara, and of course he had dates. One date was extremely terrible to him as he recalled the pass downing his fourth shot. Pass. He was seated across from his date in the newly built restaurant. He looked at her and noticed a tint of pink on her cheeks that she tried to hide by turning to the side. Her blue eyes were sparkling with delight and excitement. Her short black hair was pinned up into a bun with butterfly clips to hold it in place. She finally turned to him and a smile never left her face as she stared deep into his eyes. The waiter came and took their order before he left. "So Kara," Naruto said, a bit nervous under her stare, "how are you feeling today?" "I'm feeling great, Naruto-kun," she added with a brighter blush, "and you?" "I'm doing good," he decided to say as he gave her a smile before their food arrived. They ate in silence because all the girl kept doing was stare at the blonde boy who wasn't sure what she wanted. After almost finishing his meal, he looked up to see anger flicker upon her blue eyes. He begun to say, but she gave an annoyance look before huffing. "Naruto," she yelled, though softly to not catch anyone's attention, "aren't you forgetting something?" Naruto looked at her for a moment trying to decipher what exactly she was getting at, but found no clue as to it. Was all he said before she stormed out of the restaurant, stomping as she went out. Naruto quickly placed some money. Before running after her, she stopped at the corner of the street knowing he'd run after her. "Kira, wait up, what's wrong?" he asked, no understanding why Shikamaru kept calling girls troublesome. They were a mess. Her blue eyes intensified with fire as she stared at him for a few minutes, seeing nothing but confusion in his eyes. "Kiss me," she ordered, but he didn't comply. He wasn't one to be told what to do, and sure as damn would he listen to a girl now. "I said kiss me." She yelled at him, and he just gave her an irritated look. "Why should I?" he asked, peeved at her. She just stared at him in a slight bit of shock before she slapped him and ran off crying. Naruto stood there unsure what to do and what in the world was going on. He watched her retreating back as he thought to himself if he should have ran after her. And pass. Damn it. He screamed with his teeth grinding together as his fist squeezed harder onto the glass. He should have run after her, but he didn't. The damn stupid day after was even more horrible. The damn girl told everyone that he denied her, which was kind of true, and did a whole lot more than hold her hand. He couldn't believe something like that would happen with someone who seemed innocent. He shook his head as his free hand ran through his head once more. Damn parties. He needs someone, he wants someone, yet he couldn't look up to search the crowd. His eyes were becoming tired as his lids drooped lower. He took another shot and slammed the glass down hard. The bartender stared at him for a moment before filling up his glass once more. Naruto swished the glass around, slowly watching the liquid splash small drops onto his hand. He gave off a deep sigh and closed his eyes, not realizing someone was watching him with a pair of sky blue eyes. Hey, sorry about this one, kind of short, but please read and review. Is in the next one, and sorry if this is O-ish and you don't like. Please review, okay? Thanks one up hero for always reviewing. I love you. Love. KIWI4ME. Can't find what he really needs. Not alone. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part tries something new, just to get to you by KIWI4ME. She sees him there, tries not to stare. Yamanaka Ino. One of the most popular girls, the top of the social ladder, the one everyone envies, the one everyone wants. She was invited to a party by Kibba, who always threw a party no matter what day it was. Her brown-haired friend Tenten had told her about it. Pass. Ino. She screamed as she waved the invitation card above her head. Ino turned to see her friend smiling brightly toward her way, and all she could do was smile back. Her friend stopped in front of her and showed the card to her. Kibba's throwing a party tonight, she said with a smile. You going, aren't you? She asked, eyeing the blonde-haired blue-eyed beauty. Ino nodded, causing her friend to smile even wider. Alright. I'll see you there, okay? She said as she ran off past her to tell others about it. And pass. What was she supposed to do? Say no when she is known to show up everywhere that parties were held. She sat on one of the couch, taking in the scene in front of her. She didn't know how she could just sit there and not dance even when asked. Yes, there are those who are attractive in there, but she never saw more than looks, just like no one saw more than her popularity. Hey beautiful, a dark-haired male figure said as he sat beside her. Ino just gave him a small smile. Hi Sai, she greeted him as she took another drink from her cup. Sai looked at her for a moment and decided to ask a question. Why are you not dancing? He asked, startling her a bit before she just shook her head softly, leaving her blonde hair to sway with the movement. I'm actually not feeling too well, she admitted, placing another smile on her pretty face. Sai just nodded before someone called out to him. Sorry beautiful, I must go, he said as he stood up, offering another smile before he left. Ino watched him go and felt lonelier than she was to begin with. She took another glance around and noticed something, or someone. Blonde hair, she thought to herself before something caught her attention. He was slouching against the bar table, and for a moment, she thought he was going to hit it with his face first. Deciding to see who the man was, she got up slowly as she sat her drink down. She inched closer and closer as she sat beside the man. He felt someone beside him, and for some reason it felt familiar. He wasn't sure if he was just hallucinating on who it was because of the amount of alcohol he consumes, or was it real. He turned with his head still down to see long legs with flawless skin. His eyes looked up her legs to rest on the half-exposed eyes. His face was reddening and getting hotter every second. He knew it was his damn hormones, but decided it would be better to blame the alcohol. His eyes moved up slowly to see something round. For a split second, he thought it was, for some strange reason, round balls, and was about to reach for it slowly, but reality hit him. Oh shit. He screamed at himself as he mentally slapped himself, or was it physically? Naruto, her soft voice sounded like a tune out of place. Her slender fingers touched his hand to stop him from beating the crap out of himself. He looked at the fingers, now hand, to see creamy skin. His eyes moved from her hand and finally reached her face. But something stirs her deep inside. Blue meets blue. For a small second, everything stopped and all they saw was each other. Naruto, are you okay? She asked as she held onto his hand, which was against his cheek still. Ino? He asked, still not being able to understand what was happening. Ino pulled his hand away from his face and held onto it. Those who saw the two sitting there together would have laughed so hard they'd pee in their pants, but they were all too busy dancing and drinking. Ino, the popular girl, hanging with the Naruto, the not-so-popular guy, was almost a taboo. She knew the boy and knew what was going on inside him, possibly. When their eyes met, she could see loneliness. She may be the most popular girl in all of Konoha, but it doesn't mean that she was never lonely. Pass. Dad, Ino called out as she entered the house after school. Her father was drunk on the couch once again, and she felt like yelling at him, but she couldn't find the strength to. Her father, after her mother left, was in one huge state of depression that not even she herself could help him. She grabbed the bottle out of his clutch and placed it on the table. She went to the closet to grab a small blanket to put over her father. She loves her father and he was the only family she has, but he hasn't really been there for her. He, of course, lives in the house and sleep there, but it felt like just a lifeless zombie that doesn't talk. Maybe he was emotionally and mentally gone. She didn't know. Of course she was terribly sad that her mother had left the world and left the two of them alone, but she knew her mother was in a better place now, but her father never stopped blaming her. Ino walked up into her bedroom and cried until her heart couldn't take anymore. Life at school, you can say, was one huge and fat lie. Pretending to be in a happy relationship with her father, pretending to be perfectly fine, and pretending to enjoy everyone's company when in fact, she felt like dying. No one knows her well enough, she assumes. And pass. Naruto took another drink and felt hazy and buzzing. He looked toward the blonde once again before a sly smile ran across his face. Hey Ino, he said with droopy eyes. Ino looked at him and knew that he was only getting himself drunk in order to stop the pain. She stared with concern at him as he grabbed onto her arm. Ino, he started to laugh like a child with a plan. Why don't you and me go somewhere, he finished as he leaned in closer to her. Still with a large grin across his face. She just stared at him and knew she should slap him or maybe punch him in the face, but she felt like it'd hurt him more. Okay, she said, causing a larger grin, if possible, on the male's face. She got up slowly as he tried but fell forward onto her. He knew he was blushing but couldn't stop himself and felt so weak at the moment. His legs felt frozen in place as his head stayed in the awkward place in between her breasts. He thought that he'd get yelled at, or punched so hard that he'd be in a coma for years, but nothing came. He felt her hand on his head as she ran her fingers through his hair almost in a caring manner. His eyes went wide and it slowly closed as he inhaled her scent. Flowers, lots of flowers, he told himself, not being able to decipher what kind. He heard her whisper something, but he didn't know what it was. He felt like just falling asleep right then and there in her arms because he felt so safe. On don't worry, this story will be a happy one I think. Rate and review please. Love. KIWI4ME. PS. Thank you for those who reviews. Lots of love. Feels right. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I was eventually looking for you all along by KIWI4ME. She's looking for something new to heal her broken heart. Naruto, she softly whispered in his ears, let's go. She took his arm and led the way out of the party and into the night's air. Funny isn't it how life can flip things around like it was cooking pancakes. Here they are. Two blondes sitting out on a bench looking at the flower beds around them. Hey Ino, Naruto breathed into Ino's neck, want to do something? He asked with a smirk as he closed his eyes to savor her scent once again. He felt so sick, yet fine at the exact same time. Naruto, she said to the male beside her with his head nuzzled against her bare neck, you're drunk. I'm not drunk. He exclaimed angrily as he looked at her blue eyes. Ino just looked at him with sadness, or was it pity? Naruto, she said softly, pushing his head back onto her shoulder, do you feel like you're alone? She asked as she ran her fingers softly through his hair. He was shocked and surprised, yet at the same time relieved and free, in a way. He gave off a sigh and knew that his mask had slipped and he was exposed to no other than Yamanaka Ino, the all-wanted female. He snuggled closer to her and grabbed her hand with both of his. He moved his thumbs in circular motion for a while. His head was facing what he was doing, but his mind wasn't there at all. He was thinking to himself how he'd been figured out. Why was it Ino who could see through it? Maybe it was because he drank a little too much. You okay? Her gentle voice called out, breaking his trail of thoughts. He slowly moved his head back to look at her once more. She was facing the scenery in front of them as he faced the sight of her angelic face. She's so beautiful, he thought before he tightened his grip on her hand. He wanted to say that he likes her, but it was taboo, and she knew it too. He moved himself to sit closer to her and wanted this to never end, but what if people saw? He sure didn't care what anyone says, but maybe she does. He felt like he should let go of her hand and walk away altogether, yet another part of him told him to stay and confess. Geez, which one would he take? He let go of her hand and slowly sat up straight before looking in front of him with nothing in his eyes. She turned to look at him for a moment, noticing his features was of the stoic attitude most guys were wearing recently, like it was a new trend. She watched him a little longer before her small fragile fingers brushed over his hand, before grabbing it gently. He turned with a shocked expression on his face. They thought that they were lost, but they were on their way. Two unlikely blondes from two totally different worlds coming together looking for someone in all the wrong places. She smiled at him and gently caressed his face softly as he smiled back. His hazy eyes cleared to see beautiful blue pools and flawless beauty. Naruto had to blink a couple of times to make sure the one who was holding his hand was no other than Ino. He parted his lips and was about to say something when she silenced him with a finger to his lips. Naruto, she began softly, those who are alone need someone who will understand. She lifts her finger away from his lips. Do you feel alone? She asks once more, giving him a small smile. He hesitated at first to say anything, but then took a deep breath before nodding slightly. A soft breeze flew by, caressing their hairs. You know, she said as she looked out into the scenery once again, do you remember the first time we met? Naruto nodded with a frown gracing his face. Pass. Ouch. The girl screamed as her body slammed to the ground. Oh, sorry. A blonde boy screamed as he offered a hand to the girl. Said girl glared at him and stood up herself before noticing her books were all over on the floor. Aka. Look what you did. She screeched angrily as she stared deathly at Naruto. A sweat drop fell down the side of his cheek. Sorry, he softly said as he bent down to pick her books, but was swatted by her dark brown hand. Don't you dare touch my books, she said through clenched teeth. Naruto stared at her and wanted to retort back angrily until someone interrupted them. Hey Winry, you okay? The girl with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail with bright blue eyes. No? She exclaimed angrily as she pointed at Naruto's still bent. This scum knocked me down. The blonde-haired blue-eyed girl looked at Naruto then at her friend before a slight worried look crossed her features. Winry, the bell will ring soon, she reminded her flustered friend as she hastily grabbed her books and stood up. This boy from the lowest of the low dare touch my stuff. She yelled once more, gaining those around them attention. Naruto stood up abruptly angrily as he narrowed his eyes at the Winry girl. I didn't mean to bump into you. He retorted back angrily. Winry was about to yell back when Ino touched her shoulder. Kai is at the lockers waiting for you, she softly said, gaining a huge smile from her friend before she ran off with a squeal. Naruto stared at her back with narrowed eyes before Ino bent down, causing his eyes to look down at her. She grabbed her friend's cell phone and stood up to look at the boy. What is your name? She asked, interested in the blonde boy. He looked at her for a moment as if startled at thought that this pretty girl was talking to him. Me? He asked, pointing to himself confused. Yes, you silly, she said with a smile at someone so funny. He chuckled to himself as he rubbed the back of his neck goofily. Uzumaki Naruto. He said happily and asked hers in return. Yamanaka Ino, she said with a smile, then nodded to say she was leaving. He watched her go and couldn't help but have a smile on his face until realization hit him. Wait, I was talking to Ino. Yamanaka Ino. He screamed in his mind as redness crossed his face with embarrassment. And pass. That was something that was totally embarrassing for him, and she could see the unhidden blush rising to his cheeks. She giggled a little as she watched him look at her, then away with embarrassment. Such a funny person, someone she could get used to. She scooted closer to him, and he immediately looked toward her direction as if he was worried. Naruto, she said once again, looking at him straight in the eyes. You cute when you blush, and with that said a deeper shade of red graced his face as he looked away, stumbling over words to say. Yep, this felt right. The two of them sitting there laughing happily as they joked around in the middle of the night. You're different than I thought you were, she admitted to him as she looked at him, taking in his features. Blonde spiky hair with bright blue eyes and tan skin, he was really something to look at. Oh yeah? To tell you the truth, I thought you were different too, he confessed, looking at her with a cheeky grin. She smiled and asked why that was. Well, Sakura, he begun but was interrupted by Ino. Sakura, the pink-haired girl? She asked, and he nodded his head. Ah, she said softly, and smiled for him to continue. Damn her smile, he thought, because he, himself, couldn't help smiling along with her. So she told me you are the prettiest and most popular girl, he said as he looked at her to see a blank face, but you can be mean and rude too. She laughed a little, causing him to become surprised. She looked at him and nodded her head with a grin upon her face. Yeah, I can be like that sometimes, she said with a sigh and a small smirk. He just stared at her and squeezed her hand to have her smile genuinely at him. But you though, he said with a smile, and she blushed a slight pink before saying thank you. They sat looking out into the distance with one another at each other's side. She laid her head gently onto his shoulder to feel it tense, but relax within a couple of seconds. This is right, she thought. It feels nice, he thought. Being with you, they both thought as a short breeze flew by, once again playing with their blonde locks, which gently grazed their skin. So this was what they were looking for, it seems. They found each other who understood one another's pain of loneliness, and found more than understanding, maybe they found love also. They thought as the sun begun to let its rays peek out into the sky, and people's voices were heard in the distance. Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to say that chapter 26 was inspired by the song. Something New by Fearflight. Songs are so inspirational. More coming, so put on alert and review. Love. KIWI4ME. PS. It'll take me a little longer than usual to update, sorry. Just I write everything on my laptop, and now it's broken, so please be patient. PSS. Thank you for reviewing Tendelover, Kajiro-kun, and One Up Hero. I appreciate the reviews so much. Cute when you blush. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. You look cute when you blush by KIWI4ME. The next couple of days were okay to say the least. It was Monday, 2 days after the event. Ever since the party, they became friends, and that made him warm inside. He couldn't help but let a smile grace his face as he continued his route to school. He didn't know why, but he wants to see those big sky blue eyes, those long golden locks, to touch her soft delicate skin, to wait. He shook his head slightly to clear his mind. He shouldn't be thinking of something like that. They just became friends, and here he is thinking of her in such ways that he felt disgusted with himself. The smile slowly faded away from his lips, cursing himself all the while. Yo Naruto. A voice called out to him. The blonde-haired man turned to see Kiba running toward him with a confused and puzzled look. Yokai, but before Naruto was able to finish his greeting, the brown-haired male interrupted him. Did you forget to tell me something 2 nights ago? Kiba asked, eyeing his friend. What do you mean? Naruto asked, confused himself. You sure you don't know? Kiba asked unbelievingly as his eyes narrowed. Yeah, why? And stop looking at me like that. Naruto pointed at his friend angrily for being accused of something he didn't do. Yamanaka Ino. Or did. Naruto just chuckled nervously while rubbing the side of his head. Kiba stared at him and gave off an aggravated sigh. You were going to hide it from me? He asked sadly, almost pouting. Nah man, I was going to tell you, but it slipped my mind, Naruto said quickly, not wanting his best bud to be angry at him for something like that, but then a thought occurred. Wait, how'd you know? Kiba stared at his friend for a moment, wondering what the hell happened that night. Unfortunately, he isn't able to recall much, but making out with a girl he hopes that is. His face scrunched up a little at thinking he was kissing a man. A small vial almost came out, but he gulped it back down. Naruto said, breaking him from his thoughts as his friend's hand touched his shoulder. I'm good, he said, giving his friend an awkward smile before it fell into a frown upon hearing a voice. Naruto. The voice called out, making the two men turn to the owner. Sakura. Naruto screamed back, smiling as she stopped before him. Her face was that of disbelief, sadness, and anger. Naruto, I just have one question for you, she stated, watching the blonde nod slowly as his smile faded. Last night, she said, recalling what had occurred. What did you do after I left? She watched as Naruto's face became confused and then thoughtful. Why? He decided to ask, wondering what had gotten his two friends so weird. It's because the pink head was about to say until a voice boomed over, causing all three to stare. Yo? Spiky head. A rough voice called out with an accusing finger pointed at Naruto. As he got closer with a girl and another man behind him, Naruto almost couldn't believe what the hell was going on. Listen, he said lower, but with venom laced into his voice, you're a loser, lowest of the low, so don't you dare go near Ino again, or things won't be pretty for you. He finished with his face mere millimeters away. Naruto just stared at him before anger beckoned out of his mouth. I don't have to do anything you say, Naruto said through clenched teeth with fisted hands, only she can tell me to stay away from her. You think she wants you to talk to her again? The man backed away a couple feet, laughing out loud, causing the other two behind him to laugh along. Don't be stupid. She isn't in your league, and why would someone like her would talk to you? The guy smirked, seeing Naruto's baffled expression. Don't talk about my butt like that. Kiba screamed with his fist clenched so tight that it was turning white. And what are you going to do about it? Not invite me to your party? The guy said, laughing as the girl from behind him walked forward. You should keep your hands to yourself, Kiba-kun. Kiba just stared at her, then remembered that this was that girl. Purple hair, dark skin. He was relieved it wasn't a man, but holy crap. Shit. Do you remember me, Kiba-kun? The purple-haired woman asked sweetly with her lips twisted into a smirk. Kiba growled, wanting to slap himself, but curse himself instead. Kai's voice called out as it neared the small crowd, breaking the eerie silence. The man who practically told Naruto off turned around as the rest of the eyes turned to see who it was. Ino, Naruto thought to himself as a small smile was placed on his lips. Ino, the man called Kai said with a soft velvety voice that was so different from the rough one. Ino smiled at him with someone walking beside her. See, Sai, I told you he was probably getting into troubles again, she said with a soft giggle, as the raven-haired man smiled back at her pleasantly. Yes, Ino, you are correct, he said before they stopped in front of them. Now Kai, I would like the drawing back. Sai extended his hand, waiting for Kai to give him what he wanted. Kai began to say, scratching the side of his cheek before backing away slowly, then heading off into a run before saying, I gotta go do something. Wait, Kai. The girl called out, running after the man. He's those two, the man said softly before turning to greet the two. Good morning, Ino, Sai. Morning, the two said in return, and then her eyes landed on Kiba, Sakura, and Naruto. All three looked baffled, confused, and relieved all at once. Hello, Ino, Sai, Sakura said, bowing slightly, feeling flushed all of a sudden. Sakura, Ino said, a little surprised seeing her bow to them. The pink-haired girl stood up straight, as if waiting for a chore. Ino just stood there for a moment watching the green-eyed girl, and she could see the uneasiness coming for the girl. Your hair, she begun to say, getting a small glare from said girl. Is it real? Everyone just stood confused and surprised. It wasn't because the blonde asked a stupid question, or if it was that she was asking about Sakura's hair, but it was the fact that the higher of high is talking to her. Even though Sakura has been accepted into the clique, she still wasn't the top like the blonde was. With Ino actually talking to her and let alone knows her name made Sakura extremely happy, almost giddy. Why, yes, Sakura managed to say, nodding a little, causing the blonde to giggle and receiving a small smile from Sai. Wow was all that the blonde said as Sai continued for her. That's pretty neat, Sai decided to say as the other man looked on with a frown on his face. I'm sorry, but I believe we should head to class, the man stated, looking straight at Ino, almost telling her something telepathically. Time already. Ino pouted cutely, receiving a blush from the man as well as Naruto, who just stared at her the entire time. Okay, Ino sighed defeated as she turned to begin walking away, but stopped shortly. Aren't you three coming? She asked, looking over her shoulder to look at them. They gave each other a look before walking slowly behind the three. Sakura. A voice rang out and she stopped to head over there, all the while looking back, hoping it wasn't offensive to anyone. Ino slowed her step to match the two men behind her. Kiba, the party was fun, she said softly, giving him a smile, receiving a large grin and thanks from him. She turned to the other side to meet blue eyes staring at her, and she almost blushed, but was placed with a smile. Naruto, she said, gaining his full attention, not like he wasn't giving it all already. I had fun. She was smiling at him, and he wanted to just grab her and hold on to her, but another part of him scolded him for thinking that way. He smiled back at her, staring into her pale blue eyes. Yeah, me too, he said softly, smiling all the while. He couldn't pull his eyes away from her, from the mesmerizing skies in her eyes, from his reflection within those pools, but before he was able to further his thinking, he bumped into the man in front of him hard. What the hell? He screamed as he turned around, anger within his voice. Naruto stared at him, then Ino, then back at him to receive a scowl. Sorry man, Naruto said a bit nervously and embarrassed for doing something so stupid in front of the girl he has feelings for. Sorry. The man screamed once again, causing Naruto to look more lost and confused. Ino was watching how his face became pink from embarrassment, and now a bit red as he felt eyes staring at him from the commotion. She couldn't suppress the laughter any longer, but suppressed it enough to giggle. Unfortunately, it caused Naruto to look down, more embarrassed than before. Whatever. The guy screamed out, walking toward his classroom. Sai, on the other hand, stared confused as to why Ino laughed, but decided not to push it. Someone called out his name and he bid farewell, but not before looking back at Ino once more, noticing something different. What could it be? He asked himself as he walked to the person who called out his name. Yo, you okay, Naruto? Kiba asked, a little worried as to how red his friend's face was becoming. You sick or something? The flu? He asked, trying to figure something out, staring at his friend. Naruto, Ino whispered as she bent close to his ears. You cute when you blush. And with that said, she giggled once more before saying goodbye to Kiba and walked away. The brown-haired male stared after the blonde beauty before he looked at his friend to see him staring at the girl as well with white eyes. Kiba stole another glance at the blonde female before a sly smile appeared on his face. You like her, he said as he turned to see a much redder face on the blonde than before, if it was possible. He couldn't help chuckling, but a sting from the corner of his mind made him pause shortly. His smile became a frown and everything just turned upside down. This is bad, he told himself to see Naruto's red face gone and a smile on his lips with dreamy eyes. Oh god, was this bad? Kiba slapped his forehead, realizing that this was going to be one heck of a year if they got through it, that is. Everything is going to change, he only hoped it was for the better. Okay. Thank yous for reviewing, and wow, I think this was pretty long. Geez, this is hard trying to update when I can't really write on the desktop too well. Geez, weird. I know lol. Please read and review. Do you think Ino is a little OCC? I dunno, but lem know. Thank yous. Love. KIWI for me. PS. Thank you reviewers. Tendalover, Kajiro-kun, Tsukagana, and Civics. Stop and stare. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. It's like I can sense whenever you are near. By KIWI for ME. Thank you Kajiro-kun, Civics, SHYGUY 1818, and Tsukagana. For reviewing. Now on to the story. Kiba sat in his desk, not quite paying attention to the teacher at all. His mind was occupied with important things such as his best friend's problem. If Naruto really has fallen for Ino, then things are just going to end up in a heap of mess. I gotta help Naruto. He told himself, trying to psych himself as his head rested against his palm. This is so, but before he finished his sentence the word came from another source. Troublesome, the dark-haired man said as he gave off a sigh. Kiba turned to the side to see Nara Shikamaru, who is one of the top of the ladder. Oh god, he thought to himself as he remembered that this guy and Ino are close friends. Hey Onizuka, the ponytail man said lazily as his eyes landed on Kiba. The party wasn't bad. The way he said it seemed like it was the dullest party, but his words were different. Kiba stared at him for another second before a smirk appeared on his face. More to come, Kiba said as his smirk became a grin. Shikamaru just nodded before he placed his head onto the desk and fell asleep. Kiba looked up at the clock to see that there were still 20 minutes left. He slumped into his chair and wondered how he will be helping out Naruto. It was finally lunchtime and Naruto couldn't wait. This was probably the only time, besides morning and after school, that he'd be able to see Ino. He was the last to get out of class, and as he headed to his locker, he noticed there was a piece of paper taped to it. He walked in front of his locker so he could read the paper better. Hey loser, stay on your side or there will be consequences. Naruto turned around to see everyone staring at him with disdain, and he couldn't help but felt a cold shiver run up his spine. You okay? Niji asked as he noticed Naruto looking as if he was frozen in place. The blonde just laughed nervously as he opened his locker. Who wrote that paper? The Hyuga asked, reading it with clear anger in his eyes. Naruto shrugged and closed his locker, walking out of the crowd of stares with Niji. So I heard you like Yamanaka, Niji said as he looked at his blonde friend who blushed a pink rosy color. You know this isn't good, right? He also added, causing Naruto to look at him. You liking her, trouble will start. I don't care. Naruto said childishly as he crossed his arms. Niji looked at him for a small moment, wondering how this year was going to be. Freshman year was when their group was created. Niji, Gar, Naruto, Kiba, and Lee. Sophomore year was when the bond was much closer and they seemed more like brothers. Junior year was the year that a whole lot of crap happened. Gar and his girl broke up, Kiba became a partyholic, Niji and Lee always argued with one another, and Naruto was depressed. Geez, how they got over all that was a miracle, but now it's senior year and this trouble is happening. Why Yamanaka? Niji asked himself, holding in his sigh, knowing this year was going to be the worst. Niji, a voice called out, breaking his thought. The pale-eyed male turned to see another pair. Kanata, Niji stated, waiting for whatever she had to say. Naruto stared at her and turned his face away, not wanting to look at her. After all, she threw away their friendship. I will be staying over at Shino's house after school, she stated softly, looking to see the back of Naruto's head. She held in a sigh, knowing what she did was wrong. Okay then, I'll tell your father for you, he said as she nodded and walked off. Niji then turned to Naruto, who was looking down with a scowl on his face. Let's go meet up with everyone, he offered, and Naruto complied. Yo, over here. Kiba's voice boomed out of the cafeteria once he noticed Niji and Naruto. They headed over there to notice that the cafeteria has gone silent, and then whispers were heard as they walked by the tables. That's him, right? Yeah. He's cute, but not hot. Yeah, so why does Ino talks to him? Pity? Really? Has to be. Naruto couldn't help but let his head drop to the floor. Was what they are saying right? Was Ino only talking to him out of pity? That night, he was drunk, so maybe she thought he needed someone. Dude, finally, Kiba said, once again grinning. Oh, Naruto, I heard all about your youthful event a couple of days ago, Lee said happily as they took their seats. How is talking to someone youthful? Naruto asked, a bit confused. Ah, but you weren't just talking to anyone, you were able to have enough courage to approach her, and that is youthful. Lee exclaimed with a thumbs up, causing Naruto to sweat drop. Yeah, that's nice and all, but we seriously have a problem, Kiba said as he leaned in, so they were the only one who heard. What's the problem, Kiba? Lee asked softly as their heads leaned in, almost like a huddle. Naruto is in love with Ino, Gar stated matter-of-factly. Naruto blushed a bright red, while everyone besides Lee nodded their heads. You love her? Lee asked, leaning closer to Naruto, who just turned a bit redder. Yosh? Lee exclaimed once again. Lee, stop it, would you, Kiba said tiredly as he rubbed his temples. Naruto, you cannot love her or even like her more than friends, Kiba advised, staring straight at the blonde. Do you hear me? Naruto, on the other hand, didn't hear a thing that his friend said because he was staring at the door to the cafeteria. She was walking through and everyone went silent again. His friends looked up to notice what or more like who had caught his attention. The blonde beauty was walking into the cafeteria with Shikamaru and Tamari. Where do you want to sit? Tamari asked as her fingers tangled with Shikamaru's. Ino looked around trying to find where Sai was, since he always saved them his spot. Let's go there, Shikamaru pointed lazily as he tilted his head toward Ino. She saw him pointing to an empty table, and she grinned at him with a nod. All three headed to the table and sat beside one another. Hey Shikamaru, Tamari began, are you going straight to college? Shikamaru shrugged and ate a piece of sandwich Ino brought for him. Ino began eating her sandwich as well, but soon stopped, noticing Tamari storming out of the place. What happened? She asked, wide-eyed, staring at her figure. The nose troublesome girl, Shikamaru said as he gave off a sigh. Ino turned to him and stared at him. He took another bite, trying to ignore her, but couldn't. What? He asked, confused. You know, Shik, you are troublesome, Ino said, shaking her head before taking another bite. Whatever, Shikamaru said before taking another bite as well as Ino. They ate in silence until they heard a voice. Dude, stop staring. The voice yelled, causing everyone to look at the owner of the voice. Ino and Shikamaru turned around to see blue eyes watching them. They caught me, Naruto told himself as he cursed his loud friend. He tore his gaze away from them with a deep crimson shade upon his face. He berated himself over and over as he ate his apple, trying to clear his thoughts. Well, sorry if there was any confusion on the new characters that I just so happened to add in here. To be totally honest, I haven't watched Naruto series or read the manga in quite some time, and so I just added character from other series. I hope that it doesn't bother you, and thank you a whole bunch to my faithful reviewers. I love you all. And I know I made Naruto a little too in love with Ino Kinta, but that's okay, right? Well, please review and let me know. Love. KIWI4ME. P.S. I got my laptop working again. But I must say that an update would probably for a while since this week is crazy for me, but happy Valentine's Day. Hope you all have love in your lives. Bye. The picture says a million things. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. Past mistakes leads to regrets by KIWI4ME. Hi yo. Been a long time. Sorry for not updating earlier. Thanks to my lovely reviewers. Kudloko, One Up Hero, and SHYGUY1818. Now read on. Previously. They caught me, Naruto told himself as he cursed his loud friend. He tore his gaze away from them with a deep crimson shade upon his face. He berated himself over and over as he ate his apple trying to clear his thoughts. Hey guys, her voice greeted them, and Naruto wondered how come the voice was so close when they were 2 tables away. He looked up to see Ino standing right behind him with a smile, and his face flushed beet red. She's so close, he thought, not able to look away. Ino? Another voice called out happily to see a girl with 2 buns. Ino waved at her and she stopped momentarily to see her friend at a table she shouldn't be at. Oh Tenten, Ino said, waving her hand softly as she walked toward her, noticing she wasn't going to continue her steps. Shikamaru followed behind and waited for the girl to continue. Oh, Tenten begun to say but decided to ask the obvious, what were you doing there? She finished pointing at the guy's table. Just saying hi, why? Ino said obliviously with a smile as she turned to glance at the table, before turning back. But Ino, Tenten said, a bit worried as her hand reached up to touch her lips softly. Boy, so what did you want, Tenten? The pineapple head asked, bored. Tenten snapped her eyes toward him and nodded her head. Oh yes, Ino, look at this, she said, lifting up her hand to reveal a picture. A picture? Ino and Shikamaru asked, confused. Tenten nodded and was about to say something else when she noticed everyone silent. Let's talk about this outside, Tenten offered, walking toward the door as Shikamaru nodded while Ino stared at the picture more. They're leaving, Naruto murmured to himself, sadly watching Ino walk away, but he understood why. While they were talking, everyone fell silent, even himself, trying to stress their ears to hear anything from those lips. As their retreating figures reached the door, her scream was heard and echoed inside the building. What? Ino screamed so loud that Shikamaru hurriedly covered his ears along with Tenten, who was holding the door open. Geez, woman. What the hell, Shikamaru was about to say, but Ino stared at him with wide eyes as her face became pink. She held the picture to him and looked away embarrassed as Tenten stared at her. Ino, it's just a picture, Tenten tried to console her friend when Ino glared at her. That is not just any picture. She screamed angrily as Tenten flinched a bit. Before Tenten was able to say anything, Shikamaru held up the picture to her and pointed at something that caused her face to flush red. How the hell did you get that? Ino demanded, voice booming across the walls. Tenten held the door open hurriedly as Shikamaru forced her out of the cafeteria, so no one would spread anything terrible about the blonde. Wonder what happened? Kiba said, staring at the 3 people who just left momentarily. I wonder if Tenten did something to Ino? Naruto asked, looking at his friends. I don't think so, Niji said. She wouldn't do that to Yamanaka of all people. I agree, Gaara added, nodding his head slightly. Naruto nodded his head in agreement, but couldn't forget the scream from Ino's lips that made him flinch and shiver unexpectedly. I hope she's okay, Naruto said to himself with a look of worry. Dude, you are hurt, Kiba said, worried and disappointed. I'm not, Naruto said as he took another bite of his apple. Dude, Kiba said knowingly as his friends all stared at him with the same intention. To admit it. Whatever, he decided to say as he finished up the apple, knowing full well that he had just lied to them, even himself. Well, outside. I demand to know how you got this picture. Ino said through gritted teeth as they reached under the tree, glaring intently at her friend. Calm down, Ino, I don't think Tenten did this, Shikamaru said calmingly as he held the flaming-eyed blonde back. Yeah, Ino, I wouldn't do this, Tenten said, assuring her the truth was that I got the picture in my locker. Ino stared at her a moment longer before she calmed down a bit as Shikamaru let her go. Sorry, Ino said with a small smile, but who the hell would do that? Someone who takes you as a threat, Shikamaru said thoughtfully, staring at the 2 girls who waited for a longer explanation, or someone who hates you. But Tenten had said, who would hate Ino? She asked, confused as Ino's face blanched and her head hung. Everyone, she spoke softly as she lifts her head to look up into the sky. She took a couple deep breaths before looking at the picture again. It was hard to tell what was in the picture since it looked blurry, but the color of blonde stuck out. She could see her skin thanks to the less amount of clothing she was wearing, which she regretted. The picture brought back an event that she never wanted to relive. Pass. You're so beautiful, the man said softly in between kisses. Ino smiled and a small giggle escaped her lips. Her stomach had knots and butterflies swarming all over, and she felt like she was overheating from the boil in her blood. Do you mean it? She asked softly as he moved his lips to graze and suck her neck. He didn't answer back and continued his rampage on her neck. His hands moved down her shoulders to her hand and rested on her stomach. She was tingling with every kiss, every touch, and she felt like melting into him. She couldn't even keep her eyes open, for the sensational pleasure was overriding her conscience. His hands unbuttoned her blouse, and before she knew it her shirt was off. And pass. You think it's him? Shikamaru had asked, breaking her past memory. He had been observing her, seeing that her eyes were glazed with hurt and regret. He knew what had happened that night, and he, as her best friend, wanted to go over to that bastard's house and rip him to shreds so badly, but consoling Ino was more important. Tenten looked at the 2 and wondered what was going on, but didn't interrupt. Ino shook her head as she looked over at her longtime friend. She walked over to Tenten and embraced her into a hug. Tenten was a bit startled but hugged back comfortingly. Ino knew when she accused her friend that it was stupid, and in front of everyone of all times. I'm sorry, she said softly, pulling away from the brunette. Did I embarrass you? Tenten could hear the regret and worry in the blonde's voice, and she couldn't help but gave a soft smile. It's okay, I'm sorry I brought that picture up, Tenten said softly, looking at the picture in Ino's possession at the moment. Shikamaru stared at the two before looking up to the sky and then the sun, noticing that the bell will ring soon. If you don't think it's him, the pineapple had said softly, who do you think it is? Ino looked at him and noticed the worried lines and angry eyes, though they were well hidden. It wasn't that he was mad at her, it was that he has no idea who it could be. Everyone is a suspect and they can't count anyone out. Ring. Ring. Let's head to class, Shikamaru said as he turned around, we'll talk about this later. The two girls nodded their head in silence, while Tenten placed a comforting arm around Ino's shoulders. Everything will be okay, she whispered softly, but in her heart she felt like it was a lie. I just hope whoever did this is only doing this as a joke, Tenten hoped, looking worriedly at the blonde who was lost in her own thoughts. Hey everyone. I am so sorry deeply for not updating in such a long period of time. I really feel bad and have plenty of excuses, but I know it was my fault. Cries. But here is the chapter that you all have been waiting for. I promise that the next one might be better and more on Naruto's side. I really think it'd be good too. Oh. Wow. But please review and don't plan any assassination attempts on me, okay? Ducks and run away. Love. KIWI4ME. So close. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. You show up again, and the memories reel inside by KIWI4ME. Okay everyone. I am so sorry, but I didn't realize that I had skipped this chapter. How come no one told me that it didn't make sense, lol? But sorry. Now the chapter numbers will move up, okay? Sorry again. I just hope whoever did this is only doing this as a joke, Tenten hoped, looking worriedly at the blonde who was lost in her own thoughts. Finally. Kiba exclaimed exhaustedly as he walked out of the school building with Naruto in tow. The whole day had started weird and ended even weirder. He looked toward his friend who had been quiet for the rest of the day since the commotion during lunch. He is so in love, Kiba thought sadly as he gave off a huge sigh that startled a couple of students who were passing by. Kiba's voice was low, causing the brunette to turn sharply to face him. They stopped and he waited for the blonde to continue, wondering what is going on inside that head of his. Do you think? Naruto started off, but then stopped as he tried to put his thoughts into words. No, Kiba had said quickly, causing Naruto to look at him in disbelief. I didn't even finish, he murmured angrily while Kiba just continued walking. It's obvious what you were going to say, Kiba said, annoyed while Naruto stared. You wanted to know about Ino, right? Naruto just looked away, hiding the blush that was starting to form. The blonde cursed himself for getting like that all the time, when he's around her, sees her, and even hears her name. But then again he couldn't help himself. She's like an angel with those beautiful blue eyes that can see through his soul, and that long blonde hair that looks silky to the touch. Then again she was also human with emotions of loneliness and anger. She is so beautiful in every way to him that he wonders if his friends could see what he sees: perfection. So you're coming? What? Naruto stumbled, wondering what his friend just said. Kiba stared at him in disbelief. Had he been zoning out again, he could feel his anger revealing itself as he felt the steam from his ears. He couldn't believe he was zoned out. Naruto, Kiba seethed out angrily as he glared at the blonde. You had no idea what I said, did you? Naruto backed up slowly away from the fierce Kiba with fangs. His hands were in front of him to defend himself, and as he kept backing up, he fell, tripping over a book on the floor. Ah! He screamed before his butt hit the floor and his back afterwards, along with the back of his head. Naruto automatically reached his hand to feel the back of his head. Ow, he said softly, wincing as his fingers traced a bump forming. Hey, you okay? The girl said from behind, running over to him. When Naruto turned around to see who it was, she automatically froze. Yeah, I think so, Naruto said softly, staring at the white eyes girl. Why is she just staring at me? Naruto asked himself, confused as his hand fell back onto his knee. The two stared at one another for a long time, both with different reasons. One with recognition and the other with confusion. But before the girl could finish, Kiba interrupted her. Hey, he said a bit rash, are you just gonna keep staring at him? The girl cut her eyes off of the blonde to stare at the brunette. Not him too, the girl said to herself before turning back around and walking away. Rude, don't you think? Kiba asked sarcastically with a hint of resentment. He looked down at Naruto, who kept staring at the figure. Hey, you like her now, what? Kiba asked, interested, as Naruto still sat on the floor. Nah, it's just Naruto didn't know, but the girl looked oddly familiar to him. Just looks familiar, that's all. He finished grinning at his long time bud. Kiba looked toward the girl once again before she disappeared from view, and knew exactly what Naruto was talking about. Her hair was a dark maroon, and her eyes were the exact same shade. Her face looks, but before Kiba could finish his thoughts, he heard an all too familiar voice now. Naruto? She asked, looking wide-eyed at the man on the floor. She was standing only a few feet away from him with Tenten and Shino. Naruto looked up and blushed so bright that he could feel his face burning hotter than the sun. Are you okay? She asked, giggling in between as she walked closer, kneeling down beside him. She lifts her hand and gently touches his forehead, cooling it off in the process. He couldn't help but smile at her, noticing the worried look cross her beautiful sky blue eyes. "I'm okay," he whispered softly, and she smiled at him. "Are you sure?" she asked, playfully laughing as the blonde smile twitched. She stood up and offered a hand for Naruto, who took it gladly. When he stood, he felt a small pain in his head that caused him to go off balance and fell onto Ino. His breath hitched and he thought he couldn't breathe as his body pressed against hers. He could feel the worried eyes of Kiba's and the confused eyes of her friends, but he couldn't find the strength to pull back. He could smell her and feel the long strands of her golden hair tickle his skin. His hands twitched, wanting to hold her. She is so close that he just wanted to melt into her. "I guess you weren't okay after all," her voice whispered softly into his ears, making him shiver with excitement, though it was short. He couldn't help but chuckle nervously as his eyes closed automatically from the comfort of her smell. "Ino," Shino had said, breaking his little daydream, "should we be going?" His glasses hit where he was looking at exactly, but Naruto could feel the glare from him. Ino asked innocently as Naruto slowly pushed himself off her to stand in front. He was looking down to see her hands. Her soft hands free of anything. He wanted to entwine his hands with hers and touch the delicately softness of it. "I guess we should," but Ino begun to say, turning to look at her two friends. "Maybe we should return the book first." She finished picking up the book that Naruto unfortunately fell over with. "A dictionary," Tenten had said, confused as Ino stared at it with the same look. It was big and bulky, no wonder Naruto fell over it. "You fell over a dictionary," Kiba exclaimed loudly, trying to hold in his laughter. "Yes, so?" Naruto shouted back angrily, noticing the teary-eyed brunette whose face was turning a slight red. "No, nothing," Kiba said, shaking his head left and right, noticing Naruto's glare, and that was the last straw. He bellowed his laugh. "Ahaha, sorry." Hahaha. Kiba couldn't help himself, remembering a past when they were kids and something like this happened. Call it deja vu. "Why is he laughing?" Ino asked, looking at the blonde beside her. "Probably brought back a memory," Naruto murmured, eyebrows furrowed. "Must be funny," Tenten had said, more to herself than anyone. "Let's bring the book to the lost and found since this dictionary isn't from the library," Shino had said, causing Kiba's laughter to calm. "I guess that's a good idea, huh, Ino?" Tenten said, looking toward her blonde friend. Ino didn't look at her, nor did she look at anyone else, since her eyes had caught someone all too familiar. "Ino?" Tenten had asked again, softly, noticing the way her friend's face became rigid and her body posture tensed. Shino also noticed this as well as the rest of the guys, and traveled their eyes to meet where hers were currently occupied at. He had short spiked dark navy blue hair with a few piercing on one ear, and a pin pierced through his bottom lip. His shirt was black with bright graphite designs on it, and jeans that looked almost made just for him. "Yo, Ino," he said, smirking at the blonde who caught his hazel eyes. Ino calmed herself and forced a smile back. "Hey," she said, not wanting to say his name. She never thought she'd see him again, and at this moment, she just wanted to run away. "Are you out? I'll drive you home, that okay?" he asked, smiling at her and ignoring the stares surrounding them. "Actually, I'm heading somewhere with my friends," she said, high-fiving herself mentally. She can't be near him, not yet. Naruto noticed Ino's smile twitched into a grin, then a frown as she spoke to the navy-haired male. Naruto couldn't stop his fists from clenching so hard that his knuckles became white. He couldn't help himself when his teeth started to grind against each other. He couldn't help himself as anger overtook him, and he couldn't help himself when they walked away together. "So I'll drop you three off then," the outsider said, walking away with the others. "Well, I guess," Ino said almost nervously as Tenten and Shino walked near them, eyeing the male suspiciously. Naruto stared at her retreating figure as it left his presence. She was so close, yet now so far. He knew it was wishful thinking, but if she returned his feelings, then they'd be perfect just like how she already is. "Yo, you okay?" Kiba asked, noticing the saddened eye and depressed aura around his friend. Naruto gave off a sigh before placing a small smile, reassuring Kiba that he'd be fine. They started walking away when they heard the angelic voice of his crush again. "Hey Kiba," Naruto, Ino said as the car stopped beside them. Her window was rolled down where the passenger sat and her smile was beaming at the two. "Ino?" Kiba said, almost like a question of what the hell. In confusion. "You two need a lift?" she asked, seeing the shock in their eyes, and she couldn't help but smile wider. And again. "I am so sorry. Love. KIWI4ME. Long day. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I thought we'd be better off, was I wrong? By KIWI4ME. Thank you to my two reviewers. SHYGUY1818 and 1UPHERO, I really appreciate it. Gives cookies. Now onto the story. Previously. You two need a lift? She asked, seeing the shock in their eyes, and she couldn't help but smile wider. I don't think so, Kiba said cautiously as Ino just laughed, pointing at Naruto. Well, Naruto wants one, she pointed out, giggling as Kiba turned to see a bobbing Naruto. Are you serious? Kiba asked, almost like a whisper, only to have his friend's smile widen. Come on. Get in already, Tenten had called out, aggravated that they are going to miss their appointment. Naruto went ahead as Kiba followed, closing the door behind them. So where do you two live? The navy-haired male at the driver's seat asked. Kiba wanted to give them a false address just in case something turned out wrong between them all, but Naruto blurted out his address without thinking. Geez, it's like he's a totally different person around her, Kiba thought angrily to himself as the car started driving away. I must ask a question. Shino had started the conversation waiting for a reply from the popular blonde. Yay Shino? She asked turning around to face him. As I was walking to meet with Tenten before we get you, he started out trying to word his words. A female had said that you were. He didn't know if he should stop seeing the sad look cross her face. What did she say? Ino asked, mildly interested, but knowing that it wouldn't be anything new. When you were dating Katetsu, you were cheating on him with. Izumo Shino had ended it softly as everyone's mouth hung and everyone stared at him. What kind of question is Tenten stated angrily before Ino just laughed slightly, causing her to stop. To clear things up, Shino, she begun as she smiled at him like he made a boo-boo. Katetsu and I are over a long time ago, and I had nothing going on with Izumo. She gave off a sigh and continued, after all, a rumor is a rumor. Sorry to have brought it up then, Shino had said apologetically, while Ino brushed it off like it was okay. Here we are, the driver had said, causing Naruto and Kiba to look out the window. Yep, this is their home alright. They live in an apartment together since their families practically abandoned them. Thanks for the ride, Kiba said, opening the door and stepping out while Naruto followed. Yeah, thanks for the ride, Naruto added, again smiling at Ino. His window was rolled down again. Hey Naruto, Ino had called out, causing Naruto to walk closer to the window. Their faces were only a few centimeters away, and Naruto could taste her lips, though it wasn't on his. Are you sure you're okay? Ino asked, concerned, remembering the event prior to this. Yeah, don't worry, he had said, causing the blonde to frown as she tilts her head slightly to the left. Well, okay then, see you tomorrow, she said as she sat back down and rolled up the window. She watched as their form disappeared slowing in the window, and she turned back to face the front. Who are they? The navy-haired driver asked suspiciously. Naruto and Kiba. Tenten had spoken for Ino, who was partially glad she did. Naruto and Kiba, the driver said softly to himself as he continued driving. 10 minutes later. Here's your stop, the driver said, turning as he smiled. All three of them opened their door in order to leave. Ino, can I talk with you for a minute? He asked while his friends looked at her. Yeah sure, she decided to say, giving a small smile to Tenten and Shino, who walked out of the car and waited in front of the house for her. It's been a long time, he said softly, touching her hand. I really miss you. But you know it's over between us, and you did fine these past 4 years, Ino said, sadly wondering why show up now. I may be fine on the outside, Ino, he said, looking deeply into her eyes, but my thoughts were plagued by you. Oh, so you think I'm a plague? Ino couldn't help but say it. She couldn't help but smile when he laughed softly at the joke. I have to go, she said softly, getting out of the car. Thank you, she said sincerely before closing the door. She walked up to her friends and they looked at her worriedly. I'm fine, just lots of memories, she said, smiling softly at her friends. Well, let's get inside and start, Shino said, opening the door to his house, only to be met by their other friends. It's about time, Shikamaru said, sitting up on the couch with Hinata beside him and Kin beside her and Kabuto beside her with sigh. Oh crap, this is going to be a long day, Ino thought to herself as she gave off a sigh and dragged herself to sit on one of the available chairs. To start, Kabuto had begun. Let's see that picture, shall we? Okay, I think this was the quickest update I did for the story. Lol, and sorry if it's short. Hopefully I can keep updating soon like this. But thanks again for my reviewers and let me know how you like it so far. Love, KIWI for me. Write about you. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I write about you every day. In a book, in a journal by KIWI4ME. Thank you reviewers. Winyuphero, Tsukagane, and Sky Uzumaki. Hot cocos for all. Now read on. Previously. To start, Kabuto had begun. Let's see that picture, shall we? You pervert. Ino screamed, hitting Kabuto on the head as she snatched the picture away from his greedy hands, which he only held for a couple of minutes. Her face was flushed red, and her eyes looked like they were on fires. Boy, Ino, calm down, troublesome woman, Shikamaru said, trying to console a fuming Ino. Yes, Ino, I don't know what you are getting angry about, Kabuto stared, pushing his glasses closer to the bent of his nose with a smirk in place. Oh, you don't do, she said, fisting her hand as venom spit out of her mouth. Beautiful, please calm yourself, Sai said, standing in front of Ino. His eyes were locked onto Kabuto. Ino, all I saw was that you were naked in the picture, Kabuto stated like it was obvious, causing Ino to become beet red, and a small silence surrounds them. Okay, you can beat the guy up now, Kin said, thinking to herself how the picture incident happened. Look, we need to find out who could have done this, Shikamaru had stated while Ino sat down beside him, making him scoot himself. I can't think of anyone though, Hinata had spoken up softly, looking at Shikamaru. He nodded and closed his eyes to think while the room was dead silence. Ino hated it when it was so quiet, but she knows that if she said anything, her friends would probably punch her. It was that guy that brought us here, Ino, Tenten asked, breaking the silence, causing everyone to look at her. Oh, don't worry about him, Ino said, smiling at her friends. Is it Ino? Shikamaru asked, knowing that this was probably not good. I said don't worry about it, Ino said, staring at him as if to say drop it already. Ino, Shikamaru said again, a bit more annoyed as he stared tensely at his best friend. It was Roy, Ino said, finally shrugging her shoulders before Shikamaru grabbed him. Roy? Why the hell were you in his car? He yelled at her angrily, causing her to stare at him in shock. Well, she began to say, only to be shook again. Ino? You know what he did to you? He screamed once again worriedly. Hey, Shikamaru, you hurting Hakin, spoke up, staring at Ino, who kept looking wide-eyed at the ponytailed man. He slowly let go of her and looked away toward the ground. Everyone stared at him, and Ino, who still held her gaze on Shikamaru while he stared angrily at the floor. Who's Roy? Hinata asked, wondering what had gotten Shikamaru, the smartest guy, to be so shaken up. The pineapple head glared at Hinata and she squirmed under his gaze. Calm yourself, Shikamaru, Shino said, noticing the boy was going to erupt. Ino, are you okay? Sai had asked, standing in front of the blonde with bruises forming on her shoulders. He shook her softly and her eyes locked into his dark ones. I'm fine, she said softly, rubbing her arms automatically before turning to Kabuto. Hey pervert, I'm sorry, she said softly, looking at Kabuto, who feigned to hurt. A pervert? He asked, staring at her. She sighed and corrected herself. Kabuto, I am sorry for calling you a pervert and yelling at you, she said softly, staring at him. He nodded his head, accepting the apology. And sorry, Shika, for making you worry, she said softly, touching his shoulder. He looked up and looked into her blue orbs. He sighed, knowing this senior year really was going to be a hectic one. Hopefully he could get through it before his brain explodes. Just tell me, what the hell does he want? He said, not meaning to sound harsh, but it came out that way. He wanted to get back together, Ino said softly. Who's this guy? Kabuto asked, interested. It may give us a lead, he reassured after getting a death glare from Shikamaru. Ino closed her eyes and took a deep breath before gaining everyone's attention. Okay, Roy was a boy I had known since I was in 7th grade. Yo, Naruto. Kiba shouted in his room. Naruto walked to his door and poked his head in. What? He asked, holding a notebook in his hand. Where'd that one boxer go? Kiba asked, frantically searching his closet and drawers. What the hell should I know about your boxer? He asked, confused, looking around Kiba's room. Come on. I got a date with a pretty girl. He exclaimed, it's my lucky boxer, man. I have to find it. Okay, calm down, Naruto shouted back, but softened it when he finished. They searched the whole house looking for the darn boxer, including Naruto's room, which Kiba accused him of stealing. Are you sure you didn't lend it? The blonde asked, sitting on the couch exhausted. No, I, Kiba began, but stopped, remembering something. He laughed nervously, scratching his head. You're so stupid. Naruto shouted. You made me waste 2 whole hours searching for those damn boxer, and to find out you gave it to someone. You didn't have anything to do anyways, Kiba said, staring at an angry Naruto. Besides, what did you have to do anyways? Kiba asked while walking back into his room. Naruto sunk back into his couch, huffing all the while before he heard Kiba shout. The brunette ran back to the living room holding the notebook in front of Naruto. What the hell is this? He asked, eyeing his friend suspiciously, only to receive an embarrassed Naruto. Oh god, don't tell me it's, Kiba thought to himself, flipping the book only to have his eyes whiten. Give me that. The blonde shouted, reaching for the notebook. Kiba backed away, still flipping through the book until his eyes landed on a name. Is this a journal? Kiba exclaimed loudly as Naruto still went after him. So what of it? Naruto at this point was angry and embarrassed for even taking the thing out of his room. Kiba just stared at him with an open mouth like a fish out of water. You don't know what you did to me, how much I love you. Kiba recited a sentence of the notebook journal out loud, causing Naruto to launch at him. The beat red blonde grabbed the notebook and stalked off to his room. Stupid Kiba. Baka. Damn it. Naruto said in his mind over and over. He sat on his bed just staring at the book. Boy, Naruto, sorry, dude, Kiba said apologetically from the other side of his door. He continued, hearing no response from his friend. Look, I'm leaving, so make sure to lock the door, and if I see her, Kiba said with a smirk that Naruto knew he had on, I'll tell her that you love her. See ya. He screamed, running off before Naruto slammed the door open, but it was too late. Kiba already left and he had the house to himself. At least I get some peace and quiet, he mumbled to himself with a sigh, closing the door behind him. He went back inside his room and flipped open his book to a blank page only to begin writing. Thank you everyone for reading and reviewing. Once again, please review and let me know. Love. KIWI4ME. P.S. I will try to update as soon as I can. Lots of mad love. Oh, and more on Naruto on the next one. Dreaming. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I walk on these empty streets, praying to see you again. By KIWI4ME. Thank you reviewers. SHYGUY1818, Sky Uzumaki, and Sukagana. Thank you for reviewing. Passes out brownies, very much appreciated. Now read on. Previously. Okay, Roy was a boy I had known since I was in 7th grade. And so we didn't work, Ino finished saying with a sad smile while everyone leaned back. Wowkin said, staring at the blonde. That isn't all of it, Shikamaru mumbled, staring at Ino, who just looked back with innocence. What do you mean? Kabuto asked. Shikamaru looked at the silver-haired man before looking back into pale blue eyes. Ino Hinata spoke softly, staring at her friend. It's exactly what I said, Ino said defensively. Are you sure? Tenten asked curiously, but worriedly as well. He used you, Ino, Shikamaru blurted, but felt like he shouldn't after seeing the embarrassed look on his friend's face. Eiichi Hinata stuttered out in shock while her hands brushed her lips. Well, it wasn't really using, Ino said, glaring at Shikamaru. Then why would Shikamaru say that? Shino asked, confused. Well, it was more like an abusive relationship, Ino said, facing down. Abusive relationship, Sai called out, staring at Ino, wondering how she could have gone through with it. But it's over, so now we're just acquaintances, Ino said, assuring everyone, who wasn't convinced but gave in. He seems like a logical suspect, would you all agree? Kabuto said after a brief silence, gaining nods from everyone. Should I go stalk him to see what he's up to? Kin asked. Shikamaru nodded and looked at everyone's eyes. We should be careful, and whatever news we find, we must make a meeting time, agree? Everyone nodded, but Ino, who was just confused inside. She still likes Roy, but she was sure that he wouldn't do anything like that. Besides, why were they so worked up over her little problem? You okay? Tenten asked, breaking Ino out of her thoughts. She nodded and excused herself, gaining skeptical looks from her friends. Where you going? Sai asked, feeling protective all of a sudden. That's supposed to be my line, Shikamaru thought, looking at Sai. I'm just going for a walk, she said, shrugging her shoulders as she headed for the door. I'll come with you, Hinata and Tenten spoke up as they stood, but Ino just shook her head. Hinata, Tenten, I'll be fine, don't worry guys, she said, staring at her friends. What? You want me to call you when I'm finished walking or something? Just be careful, Shino said, and Ino gave him a smile before heading out of the door. Weird guess I'm not the only protective friend she has. Shikamaru thought as he leaned against the couch. Finished. Naruto exclaimed inside his room, smiling at his writing. It's been a whole hour that he was in the apartment alone. He looked up at the clock and saw that it was about 6 p.m., though it was still bright outside. Guess I'll go for a walk, he said to himself as he got up, put on his shoes, and left the house. He walked down the street as he looked upon the sky only to see her face. Wow, I never noticed how much her eyes resembled the sky, he thought to himself, as his eyes looked toward the clouds, and a smile graced his lips. His hands were in his pockets as he continued his walk, only to see the woman he was just thinking about. He saw her walking alone, and he wondered if he should talk to her. They are friends, aren't they? He was walking toward her while she was walking the opposite way, so he was facing her back. He took a couple of deep breaths as he walked closer to her. She didn't even notice him as she kept looking forward with her own thoughts occupied. Naruto thought to himself how close he was. He was practically breathing down the girl's neck. He felt sweaty and as if he would faint any minute. His throat had suddenly become dried, and his hands felt clammy. He was having second thoughts as his heart continued beating furiously out of his chest. Couldn't she hear it? Hear his heart beating so close to her, hearing his warm breath against her ears, hearing his footsteps right behind her. He stopped suddenly and forced himself to turn around, or he might just die from the incredible yet scary feelings that he was getting. He turned on his heels and took a couple of steps before she called his name. Naruto? She asked, waiting for the man to turn around in order to reveal himself. Hi Ino, he said, turning around, laughing nervously, which Ino didn't realize. Okay, calm down Naruto, you can talk to her like you did before. There isn't anything different, he continued repeating to himself as she walked closer with a smile upon her face. What are you doing out here? She asked innocently, her smile never faltering. He just stared at her before his mind found an answer. Oh, he started to say until the words left his mind, leaving him blank. She looked at him confused as to why he didn't say anything, but laughed it off. Walking alone? She asked as he nodded his reply. I am too, let's walk together, okay? Naruto couldn't help the wide grin appearing on his face. They walked down the street with nowhere to go, side by side. Naruto kept glancing from the corner of his eyes to see Ino. He gave himself a pinch, wondering if this was a dream. Maybe he had fallen asleep while writing in his journal. He automatically yelped when he felt the pain searing through his body. He rubbed it unconsciously, staring ahead of him until he felt soft fingers touch him. He stopped as well as she did. He looked to his side to find Ino staring at the pinch mark he just made. His skin was red in the area and her delicate fingers traced over it. Why did you pinch yourself? She asked, looking up into his deep blue eyes, while he stared into hers. He was at a loss for words as he stared into her eyes to see his reflection. He never saw himself in anyone's eyes before, and once again he felt like a dream. Am I dreaming? He asked softly, still staring into her eyes. She looked at him confused before asking. Why would you be dreaming? She waited for his answer as the two kept staring at the other. Because you're here, he said softly as his breath grazed her face. It took Ino a couple more seconds before the words sank, causing a blush to reach her cheeks. Her eyes never left Naruto's deep blue eyes. What the heck did he just say? Ino thought to herself, wondering why she can't look away. Naruto started to say as his cheeks began burning bright red from embarrassment. He cursed himself for saying that. She must think he's stupid, dumb, a mess. He turned his head away, breaking the eye contact, but he didn't move anything else. It was as if they were frozen in time, her slim fingers still on the pinch mark, her eyes still facing him facing away from her, but his body facing her. Then just like that, everything resumed itself. "Hey Naruto, you okay?" she asked as he still didn't face her. He was embarrassed and she knows it, but couldn't force the smile down her face. I have to go," Naruto said, quickly walking away, not once glancing back at the blonde beauty. "I'll see you tomorrow," then Ino said, watching him walk away. She looked around her, then up at the sky. "I better head back before they think I'm kidnapped or something," she said, sighing as she headed back to Shino's house. "Why the hell did I say that?" Naruto screamed at himself inside of his adobe. He was practically pulling at his hair in aggravation. After yelling and screaming at himself for a while, he slumped to the floor, staring at his little red patch of skin. Their fingers are so soft, he thought to himself as a smile graced his face. He sighed dreamingly, not realizing it until he heard a cough. "So," his roommate and longtime friend said, leaning against the sides of the door. "Hey, you done with your date already?" Naruto asked, confused. "Yep, it was a bummer too," Kiba said sadly, but shrugged it off, staring at the blonde. Kiba began staring intensely at his bud. "I saw walking alone this way." His smirk was obvious, and Naruto stared at the brunette wide-eyed. He didn't. Naruto thought to himself, waiting for his friend to continue his torture. "While we chatted before I came home," Kiba watched Naruto's eyes flickered with fear, "and she told me about your conversation." Kiba saw Naruto's eyes change to sadness and regret, and I must say that he paused for dramatic effect that was killing Naruto. "You're an idiot," he finished, gaining a huge sigh from his friend. "So does this mean you didn't tell her?" Naruto said, glaring at Kiba, who grinned at him. "Nope, but you kinda gave her a hint that you're into her," Kiba said, laughing after seeing the red tomato face of Naruto's. Kiba kept laughing as he went into his room, bellowing it even louder. "That's not bad, is it?" Naruto asked himself softly as he closed his eyes, remembering what a reaction was. "Nope, not bad at all," he smiled as he went to his table to finish up his homework. "I'm back, Eyes," Ino said, opening the door. Her friends greeted her once again as she took off her shoes. She walked over to the couch only to see them stand. "Well, I really have to get going," Kabuto said, "so that will be our plan, right?" "Yes, remember to keep your eyes open," Shikamaru informed everyone. They all nodded and hugged Ino goodbye. "So are you sure this would be wise?" Shino asked Shikamaru before his eyes landed on Ino, who stared in confusion. "Yeah, I think so," Shikamaru said as he turned only to see Ino glaring at him. "Aren't you going to tell me the plan?" she asked angrily. Shikamaru sighed and shook his head to the sides. "Sorry Ino, guess you don't know," he stated as Ino huffed, crossing her arms like a child would before letting out a sigh. "Fine," she finally said as she walked over to Shino and gave him a hug. "Bye Shino, your house is nice like always," she said with a smile as he nodded. Shikamaru nodded to him as he did as well before walking out of the house with Ino in tow. "What a long night," Ino said, yawning. Shikamaru yawned as well and said his famous trademark, "troublesome." "Well, here it is. This was pretty long and took me forever to write, lol. I'll try to update as fast as I can, so don't be mad at me, K. I know I'm making the progress of Naruto's and Ino's relationship slow. Should I just jump and make him confess or something? Any ideas, reviewers? Well, just let me know if you do or not like the way I'm going at it, okay? P.S. Next chapter would be a new day, so yeah. Love. KIWI4ME. Bruised. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I keep meeting them when I only want to meet you. Like KIWI4ME. Okay. I just want to say that I added chapter 10, which I happened to skip, so if you'd read that. And also, thank you for reviewers. SHYGUY1818, 1UP Hero, DADW8. Thank you so much. Now if you would please read on. Previously. What a long night, Ino said, yawning. Shikamaru yawned as well and said his famous trademark, troublesome. Next day. Dude, hurry up. Naruto screamed for the 20th time this morning. Hey, how about I meet you there, okay? Kiba said pleadingly as he placed a pillow over his head. Naruto shook his head and walked to school, but not before placing his journal in a special place, so his best friend can't find it. When he arrived, he noticed that there were more people outside, instead of inside the building, which was unusual. Yogar, Lee, what's going on? He asked, spotting his friends. They turned and Gar gave him a hi while Lee smiled his bright smile at him. Oh Naruto, it seems as though one of the teachers is trying to do some kind of experiment, Lee explained, looking back into the crowd. Naruto pushed some people aside to see what the commotion was about until poof. The gust of smoke appeared, and the teacher was nowhere to be found. Everyone stared in amazement and confusion, looking around for the teacher. And that kid's the teacher said a couple feet away, is what I call magic. Everyone clapped as they laughed, watching the teacher dust himself off from the excess of powder and walking into the building. We have weird teachers here, Gar said, staring at where the teacher was at before he left. Yeah, we do, her voice pierced through the crowds, entering Naruto's ears clearly. He turned slightly to see her beautiful eyes. Ah, Yamanaka-san, who do we owe the pleasures to? Lee said with a large smile. You can just call me Ino, Lee, she said with a sweat drop. Oh, you know my name? Lee asked surprised. Ino just giggled softly before turning her head to the source calling her name. Ino, look at this. Tenten said showing Ino the letter. Ino looked at it and read the envelope to herself. To my beautiful blonde. She almost wanted to rip it open wondering who it was, but she didn't. She just stared at Tenten before saying goodbye to the guys. I'll see you guys around, she said from behind before walking away with Tenten at her side. Ino, Naruto said softly to himself as his frown appeared on his face. Go talk to her then, Gar said staring at his blonde friend. I can't, Naruto said dejectedly looking at Gar. Ah, but you can, Naruto. Lee exclaimed happily, she's a good catch. Better hurry before she swims away. Lee ended it in a serious note that made Naruto a bit scared. Lee being happy was one thing, but a serious Lee is just plain scary. Naruto nodded absent-mindedly before heading into class. Only if it was that easy, Lee, he sighed to himself once more before opening the door to his first class. Naruto, a voice called out to him as he heading to his third class of the day. He turned around to see a girl with maroon hair and eyes. He stared for a minute until he remembered that this was the girl from yesterday. Hi, he decided to say, giving her a soft smile. She opened her mouth to say something, but stopped and continued to stare at him. Is something wrong? The blonde man asked, feeling a bit unnerving from the stare. She shook her head slightly, looking away before locking her eyes with his again. You don't remember me, do you? She asked, already knowing the answer. He scratched his head a bit, trying to remember, but couldn't. I was the one who broke your friendship with Hinata, she said softly, staring at him once more. He dropped his hand and stared intensely at the girl before him. She looked different and well, not with Hinata. So Naruto wasn't sure where she was getting at and felt like he should back away slowly, but stood firm. Well, I just wanted to apologize, she said softly, looking down at the floor. I didn't know how close you two were. It's okay, it wasn't really all your fault, Naruto said, assuring. I mean, Hinata went along with it. But she regrets it, the girl said, interrupting him. Naruto's eyes went wide for a moment before he narrowed them. I don't care if she does, he said haughtily. It's too late to patch things now. Look, the girl said, if you would just... No, Naruto interrupted her. Our friendship is already over, he ended it in a serious tone that made the girl flinch a little. She nodded and walked away only to feel the piercing stare from the blonde. Now, did you have to be that mean to her? A raspy voice called out behind him. Naruto turned only to feel himself being slammed against the wall. His eyes automatically shut tight from the rush of pain running up his back. He opened one eye to see the face of a man with a nose piercing. Didn't we tell you not to go near our goddess? He asked, smirking hatefully at him. He held his front collar, pushing him against the wall again, this time harder. Naruto clenched his mouth and bit the side of his mouth to not scream in pain. He stared at the man holding him with anger. Who the hell are you? He seethed out. The nose-pierced guy just laughed as he turned to see his friends surrounding them. It's too bad that no one will see me beat you up besides my buds. He laughed silently, but loud enough to bring chills down Naruto's back. No one will save you. The man threw a punch and it collided with Naruto's cheek. He threw another only to hit the wall as the blonde ducked just in time. Naruto punched the guy hard on the chest, getting him to stumble back. Come on, Jin. His friends were screaming out. The man with the nose piercing, called Jin, stood up staring hatefully at Naruto. Naruto was about to throw another punch at Jin when he felt two people holding him back. But before he could finish, Jin had placed a huge blow to Naruto's stomach, causing him to gag from much needed air. He then felt his head becoming numb from the intense blows to it. What the hell did I do to these bastards? He thought angrily. The blows kept coming, and the laughter erupted louder until a voice broke through them all. What the hell are you guys doing? The scream echoed through, causing everyone to run besides Naruto, who plopped to the floor. The lady ran up to Naruto, shaking him slightly. Hey, you okay? The woman asked with crimson eyes. Naruto couldn't see anything anymore as the only thing that took over was darkness. Naruto woke up at the nurse's office. He looked around for a minute before his head started to pound and his body burn. He could feel a wet towel placed on his head and bandages wrapped around his arms and stomach. Naruto, Sakura said, looking at her friend. What the hell happened to you? Naruto stared at her for a moment, not quite registering what was happening, until it all flooded in. Fight was all, he said, staring blankly at the ceiling above him. The pink-haired girl stared at her friend sympathetically before announcing her leave. Well, you get better, Naruto. I have to leave since my time is up, she said, removing her nurse's hat and coat. Naruto nodded but didn't look anywhere else besides the ceiling. He could see in clear view how weak and pathetic he was. He scowled to himself as his fists clenched tightly to the sheet over him. The door creaked open softly, and Sakura stood nervously waiting for the girl to walk in. Hello, Ino, Sakura stumbled quietly. Here is the hat and coat. She handed Ino the items and bowed slightly. Ino laughed softly seeing this and placed a hand on her shoulder, causing the pink cat to tense and blush slightly. Sakura, you don't have to bow, you know, the blonde beauty said. Besides, every time you bow, it reminds me of my mother, she said sadly, giving Sakura a soft smile. Sakura nodded and said her goodbyes before closing the door behind her. As the door closed, Ino began placing the hat on her head and the coat over her form. When she faced the bed, she saw blonde hair laying there bruised and beaten. Naruto. Okay, there you go, my faithful readers. Well, I feel that I need to put more scenes of these two. I just love them so much. So let me know what you all think so far. Much love. Love. KIWI4ME. P.S. Next chapter. Will there be another party? Fix me. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. Even though this moment was short, I'll still treasure it. By KIWI4ME. A. T. Thank you for reviewers. SHYGUY1818, One Up Hero, DADW8, and Sukagana. Thank you so much. Cookies for all. Now if you would please read on. Previously. As the door closed, Ino began placing the hat on her head and the coat over her form. When she faced the bed, she saw blonde hair laying there bruised and beaten. Naruto. Wow was all she said, and it made his face felt like it's on fire. His hands clenched tighter to the sheets, hoping this wasn't a dream. He was alone with her and she was in a nurse's outfit. How perfect can it be besides the fact that he is helpless and frozen? She sat beside him and looked at his swollen cheeks, his chest covered in bandages, the wet towel on his head, and his hands clenching tightly to the white sheets. Let me wet the towel for you, she decided to say, grabbing the towel off his head. Her fingers lightly brushed his forehead before taking hold of the somewhat wet dry cloth. He didn't want to turn to face her, not that he wasn't fighting himself in doing so. He didn't want her, the love of his entire being, to see him in this sort of state. He forced his eyes to stare helplessly at the plain ceiling when all it wants to do was look into sky blue eyes. He heard her place the cloth into the bowl of cold water. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath while trying to calm himself. His hands were now calm and his jaw was relaxed. He took another deep breath, but it stuck in his throat when he felt her hand against his cheek. His eyes widened and his head automatically whipped to face her. Blue meets blue. He felt his face heating up seeing how close she is. She was leaning toward him as she rubbed his cheek soothingly. Does it hurt? She asked calmly, staring into his deep oceanic eyes. His mouth was slightly open but no words came out. He just stared dumbly at her in disbelief, though he knew she was there. Her touch was warm, and he could feel her body heat radiating off of her. Her hand left his face and he frowned slightly. Why couldn't he say anything? Why couldn't he just react the way she wants him to? He felt stupid and was about to face the ceiling once again, but felt the cool damp cloth placed on top of his forehead. He tensed up a bit from the difference in temperature, but relaxed slightly afterwards. His eyes were droopy, and he felt like sleep will take over again, until the event flashed through his mind again. Naruto, her velvet voice broke him out of his thoughts. Your face is getting red, and I don't think it's because of me. She giggled slightly, catching Naruto into her trance. He smiled and laughed slightly as his face was written all in embarrassment. Once the two stopped, it was as if the tense atmosphere evaporated, leaving only room for happiness. Ino touched his cheek once again, smiling down at him. There is something that draws her to him. What could it be? A magnet. A string. She doesn't know, but it felt right just like that night before. Ino, he said, slightly surprised to feel her rubbing his cheek softly. She voiced, still feeling the slight bluish cheek of the blonde's. Akin to hurts, Naruto said, a bit saddened, but he was telling the truth. Ino automatically pulled her hand away, feeling embarrassed. Sorry, got carried away, she said, laughing nervously. He couldn't help but notice how cute she looked, slightly embarrassed and surprised. He smiled at her and wondered if this was fate. It's okay, he said, causing Ino to settle down. I would have let you continue if it didn't hurt. They both stopped and froze as they stared at one another before a slight pink reached their cheeks. What the hell did I just say? Now she's not going to speak to me, again, Naruto thought, sadly turning to face the ceiling. He clenched his eyes shut, hoping it was a dream, and that he'd wake up any minute, but it didn't happen. Promise? She asked to see a shocked Naruto. She smiled at him and he slowly returned it. I wanted to ask you, Ino began to say, but Naruto interrupted her. I'm sorry that I said I thought you were a dream, Naruto rambled on. It was just that you being there with me walking together was almost like an impossible thing to occur. I mean, it's you and it's me, we are two different people and… Naruto, Ino said, laughing softly as she broke his rant. Are you saying that I'm not your dream girl? Of course you are. Naruto blurted out as he sprung into a sitting position, before softly laying back down with his face flushed in embarrassment. You're so honest, Naruto, she said after a brief silence. I like that about you. She smiled at him once more, only to find the embarrassed face change to a blushing one. She couldn't help but giggle, remembering what she said to him the other day. He blushed further, knowing why she was giggly. But that wasn't what I was going to ask, Naruto, she said with her hand on his arm. How did you ended up here all like this? She finished saying. I got in a fight, he said, not wanting to look into her eyes, sitting up slowly. Some guys just attacked me. He couldn't believe he told her what happened. He just showed her how weak he was and how stupid he could be. He felt her fingers brush under his chin and her palm taking hold of it. His face turned to face hers only to see a soft smile on her beautiful face. "Well, I'm glad you're okay, Naruto," she said softly, and her lips were so close that he could almost taste them. His cheeks were graced with pink hues, and he saw her smile whiten. "I told you, Naruto," she said once again with a grin on her face, "you look cute when you blush." "You look cute all the time," he blurted out and pulled himself away, realizing what he just said. "What the hell? Did I eat some kind of say anything on your mind food or something? I have to keep my mouth shut or wouldn't look my way," he thought sadly, staring at the floor. "You think so?" He heard her voice so close to his ears, and noticed she had leaned in so close that her body seemed to mold into his. His fingers inched to wrap his arm possessively round her. He fought his mind to control his body and took a couple of breaths before he remembered something he wanted to ask. "You know?" he asked softly as she leaned back onto the chair she was occupying. She smiled at him, waiting for his continual. "Do you know a guy named Jin?" he asked, hoping that the name was what he remembered. "Yeah, unfortunately I do." "Why?" she asked, curious. "Well, that's the guy," Naruto said, only to see the angry face of his beloved. "That bastard. Why did he hurt you? Has he been stalking around again?" she screamed angrily. "Ino, calm down, okay?" He tried to console her, only to see the anger in her eyes. He flinched a little, but grabbed her hand. She stared at him and he blushed furiously, knowing what he had just done. "Sorry, Naruto," she said, sighing heavily, "he's not even supposed to be here." "What do you mean?" Naruto asked, still hold her hand. "I have a restraining order against that bastard," she said, not looking at him. "You do? Why?" He couldn't help but asked. "Yeah, long story." She smiled a sad smile and looked at him, then at their hands. She smiled and tightened her hand on his, causing him to blush brighter. He couldn't help blushing, couldn't help the butterflies, couldn't help his thought process running miles after miles, and he couldn't help staring. "This may be the only chance I'll get. Ask her out, Naruto. You can do it." He screamed at himself as he took a large gulp. You know," he started as she watched him. "Would you?" He said, feeling that his body was pouring sweat. Would you?" "You know?" a voice called out, ruining their moment. Both blondes looked to the owner of the voice to see jet black hair. "Hi Yumi, it's time already," the blonde beauty asked, feeling disappointed as she stood. She looked back at Naruto, who looked at the ground, disappointed as well. His hold on her hand was still tight, but was loosening slightly. She smiled and bent down near his ears. "Why don't we meet up after school, okay?" she asked as his head snapped up. He was smiling happily at her and hopefully as well. He loosened his grip on her hand so she could switch with the other girl. He couldn't stop the smile on his lips the rest of the day. "She's so soft," he thought to himself as he closed his eyes. "Nice of you to show up," Gar said, noticing Kiba walking toward them. Said person gave a grin before his lips came down into a smirk. "That smirk only means one thing," Niji spoke, gaining a wide grin from Kiba, while Lee nodded vigorously. "Oi Kiba. Another party, huh?" the bull-headed male companion asked. "That's right," Kiba exclaimed happily, "I'm thinking about tomorrow since my parents are still home but they'd be gone." "Haven't you gotten caught yet?" Niji asked with an eyebrow arched upwards. "It doesn't matter, they don't care, or else they would have stopped me already," Kiba said matter-of-factly. "Besides, where's my wingman?" "Haven't seen him," Gar said, looking around him to try to spot a patch of blonde head. "He wasn't there at lunch either," Niji announced, gaining a worried look from the brunette. "Maybe we should look for him," Lee offered, looking for everyone else's approval. Kiba looked around him to see people walking out and noticed his friend walking toward them with a smile. He knew what that smile was and was about to comment on it, until he saw the bruising on his face. "Hey guys," Naruto said when he stopped in front of them. They stared at him for a moment before realization settled in. "Who did this?" Gar seethed out angrily, staring at the swollen cheeks of his friend. "It's nothing, just got into a," Naruto tried to say until his friends interrupted him again. "Why didn't you tell us?" Lee asked with his face in seriousness. "Where were you this whole time?" Kiba asked in a calm tone, but his eyes showed none. "It's just a fight, I'm okay geez," he said, waving his hand in front of his face to get his friends to back off a bit. They sighed, shaking their head from left to right. "I knew this would occur," Niji said while Gar nodded in agreement. Kiba and Lee stared at Naruto, who seemed distracted as he looked around the area. "Where is she?" he asked himself anxiously and nervously. "Who you looking for?" Kiba asked sourly. Naruto noticed this and glared at him for acting so cold. "Is it Ino?" Lee asked, watching Naruto's face snap to his as his face reddens up a little. "You need to stay away from her," Gar stated sternly. "I'm not going to, I really like her," and Naruto said. "But look what liking her has gotten you into. You look like a over-ripped apple or banana," Kiba exclaimed angrily. "I don't care how I look, because she doesn't care either. I really like her. Can't you be a good friend for once and let me be happy?" He screamed back at his friends and they looked at him shocked. "What makes you think we don't care about your happiness?" Lee asked, a little dejected by his blonde companion. A silence came across the floor, while everything else continued to move. Naruto looked toward Lee, who looked hurt as well as the rest of them were. He let out a sigh and felt like what he said was wrong, but slightly true. After all those years they had spent together, he felt alone, different, left out. He didn't find anything that would make him whole or at least filled something in him. He told them a couple of times and only received a confused stare, or he'd just feel more gone from it all. Now that Ino was finally giving him a chance, actually taking the time to speak to him, he felt a bit more renewed. The way she'd look at him was as if he had just found eternal bliss. Everything about her was almost like a dream, a fantasy, that he never thought would come true. He only wished that she wasn't pulling his leg and planning to drop him once she was done having fun. He shook his head as he closed his eyes, erasing those thoughts away. He should be happy, no, ecstatic that Yamanaka Ino was gracing him with her beauty, that she would waste her time on him. That she would even be caught with him. He looked back at his friends as they watched him carefully. Sorry, it's nothing, he mumbled, looking away from them. Look, Naruto, we're just worried, that's all, Kiba said, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. I mean, you're a bud. I know, Naruto said, placing a smile upon his face as he sighed softly. It had been 10 minutes and Ino still hadn't shown up. He wondered if she was just messing with him, or if she was held up somewhere. He looked around once more before giving in to his first thought. Let's get home, Kiba said exhaustedly. I'm tired. Lazy mutt, Nichi said, smirking. Kiba glared at him before laughing it off. They started walking off a couple of inches, before noticing Naruto hasn't moved at all. Naruto, you coming? Gaara asked, noticing that Naruto was searching through the crowds with his eyes once more. Oh, yeah, Naruto said, sadly looking around once more before walking off beside his friends. Maybe I had my hopes too high, I knew she had to be joking, he thought sadly as he walked quietly with his friends. I just wanted to say thank you for those who reviews and read this. Poor Nair, will Ino stand him up. Wait for the next one. Love. KIWI4ME. Full of surprises. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I will fight for you, even if you don't want me to. By KIWI4ME. Thank you, reviewers. When you PHERO, Tsukagana, Ski. Uzumaki. You all receive chocolate pies. Now please continue your reading. P.S. Sorry about the late update, too many things going on, please forgive me. Previously. Maybe I had my hopes too high, I knew she had to be joking, he thought sadly as he walked quietly with his friends. Naruto. Her voice screamed from across the other side of the building. She was running up to him with her hair flowing beautifully in a ponytail behind her. Her long bangs flew off to the side, exposing her full face that glowed under the sunlight. You weren't going to leave me alone waiting for you, were you? She asked sadly once she reached him. Naruto stared wide-eyed at the girl he had given his heart to, and couldn't find any words to say as his mouth fell open slightly. Hello Ino, Nichi greeted Ino with a bow while Gaara did it as well. Ino? What a lovely surprise to see you here with us, Lee said, smiling happily at her. Yeah, lovely surprise, Kiba murmured with his arms crossed over his chest. It's nice to see you guys too, Ino said happily before turning to look at Naruto, who kept staring at her. She smiled at him before she grabbed his hand, which caused him to blush. I'm sorry, Naruto, that this happened to you, she said apologetically. I was thinking that maybe it's best if she paused, looking at the floor slightly before facing him once again. We should avoid one another. That was when he felt his heart break. Couldn't she hear it cracking and falling down toward the ground? Couldn't she hear the millions and billions of pieces as it shattered onto the floor? He was looking at her, but couldn't see her. But he started as his hand tightened his grip around her hand. I don't want to avoid you. This time he didn't degrade himself or screamed at himself, because this was his last and only chance. If he was going to lose her, then he'd risk everything. His pride, his feelings, himself. His friends stared at him in shock, but compassed themselves. Ino stared at Naruto and she was truly happy in the inside. She didn't want to show it, at least not yet. She wanted to test the poor guy first. It's just like what you said, Ino reminded him. You and I are two different people. She paused to see the hurt in his eyes. And when people see us, they don't like it. I admit that I like you, Naruto, but she couldn't help but feel as if she was breaking up with him, and it made her giggle inside. We shouldn't talk to each other again, okay? No, Naruto said with no hesitation as he grabbed both her hands and held them tightly inside his own. He could hear the seriousness in her tone, but her eyes were deceiving her. He could see the light dancing across her eyes, and hoped that this was just a trick. I don't care what happens to me, Ino, but I will not avoid you, nor will I stop talking to you. I love you, he admitted out in the open, and his face didn't even blush red. Ino was surprised, as well as his friends, from the openness, the confession from Naruto. He actually admitted that he had feeling for her, not just liking, but more than that. Ino's face suddenly rushed with heat as she tried to suppress it down. But Ino finally said, gaining a confused look from Naruto. She smiled at him, before looking toward the person calling out her name. Ino, come on, troublesome woman, the ponytailed male said. We need to head home. Coming, Ino said, nodding toward him before turning back to see Naruto staring at their hands. So Naruto said sheepishly as his feet shuffled together. Naruto, she said softly, leaning toward him. He looked up to see her face mere inches from his, and he almost leaned in, until she moved her head. She kissed him on the cheeks and ran off towards Shikamaru. So you two together what? Kiba asked interested as he stared at the blonde beauty walking happily beside a confused Shikamaru. I really don't know, Naruto said laughing happily before walking off sighing dreamingly. Things are going to get worse, Gaara spoke softly behind Naruto who walked ahead of the three. The guys nodded in agreement, all with different thoughts going on in their minds, but one. What is going to happen next? You know, Shikamaru said as he slouched against the couch, you know this isn't good, right? He knew what was going on his best friend's mind, after all they knew each other way too long. Yeah, but I really like him, Ino admitted smiling while eating a small cup of pudding. Shikamaru just sighed as he looked toward her. She looks happy and he was happy for that, but how long will that happiness last? Just be careful, Shikamaru reminded her. You don't want the same thing to happen like Choji. He stopped hearing a ting. He turned to see her spoon on the tiled floor of the open kitchen. He noticed the sadness in her eyes and the gloominess radiating off of her. Shikamaru scolded himself for forgetting that memory was supposed to be left untouched. Sometimes he even wondered how he was named the lazy genius. Of course I don't want the same thing to happen, I remember it every day, Ino said sadly looking off to the side staring at nothing in particular. Shikamaru could see the faraway look in her eyes, and he let out a soft sigh staring at the ceiling. He's such a nice guy, I really loved him, Shika the blonde stated softly not looking at her friend. I wonder how he's doing. She gave off a soft sigh making the dark-haired man look toward her. She gave him a sad smile as she stood. She left her half-eaten pudding on the table and sat beside her best friend. He's probably happy, Shikamaru decided to say as Ino laid her head against his shoulder. I'm glad, she mumbled softly feeling the emptiness creep up inside her once again. What happened wasn't your fault, Ino, her best friend assured her with a comforting arm around her lithe form. He just had to leave. Yeah, I guess so, the blonde beauty finally said after a small silence, though they both knew either wise. He was threatened and almost killed because of her. She didn't want that to happen to anyone else, but Naruto, he said he'd fight through thick and thin just to be with her. She was extremely moved by his seriousness and wondered if she should take the chance. Shikino spoke softly sitting up. Do you think Naruto should stay away from me? Ino, Shikamaru said as if she was crazy for asking that question. Come on, Shika. Ino said punching him on the arm. She was serious and really wanted to know what her genius friend thought about the situation. Well, he begun as he sat up as well. If he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to avoid you. He smirked seeing his friend smile, because you're a pest. I'm a what? Ino's smile became an angry frown as she smacked her longtime friend on the back of the head. Al the dear lover said, I was only joking, geez. What are you doing here, Nar? A voice called out, and both teenagers looked up to see her father. Hello Yamanaka-san, Shikamaru said. I was just helping Ino with her studying after we have a snack. Okay, Noichi said to him, then looked off to his daughter. Princess, I have a surprise for you. Really, Ino said, shocked and confused. She doesn't really like surprises, but if her dad got her something it should be good, right? Here it is, he exclaimed holding out a wrapped box. The box was wrapped in the color of glittery blue, and the ribbon was a hot pink color. She took it hesitantly and opened it slowly. Wow, she stated as she took out the beautiful dress inside. It was a typical sundress, but was almost formal as well. It was a white color with yellow fabric over it, making the dress look flowy. The design was of flowers the color of yellow, brown, and orange. The dress was really perfect for autumn. She put it against herself and it went just short above her knees. It's so pretty, Daddy, she said looking at him with a bright smile. Thank you. You're welcome, sweetie, her dad said enveloping her in a hug. Would you wear that on your date? Date? Shikamaru and Ino said in unison as they looked toward one another then at her dad. Yeah, I set up a blind date for you. Her father said excitedly as he took off his coat. With who? Ino decided to say, not really liking the dress now. Hon, it's a blind date so you won't know until then, Inoichi said walking into the kitchen and grabbing an apple. But why, Daddy, why did you set me up on a date? She asked confused. Her father wasn't the type to set up dates, or even let her date to be honest, so this was a bit confusing. Oh, just go along with it, okay dear? He pleaded her and she just gave him a smile that said okay. Good, I'm heading off to my room, okay? He said walking toward his bedroom and closing the door behind him. This is weird, Shikamaru stated before the phone rang. Hello? Ino asked only to hear a familiar voice. Ino? Is Shikamaru there? We have to meet now. I got bad news. Well, here it finally is, and to all who thinks I was going to make Ino stand Naru up IWAS now, but I love Naru, and he needs Ino. Lol. I just had to have a Shikano in here. I love the two's friendship. And I had to put something about Choji too. Just wanted to say thanks again to the reviewers. One up, hero. You're the best. I always appreciate your reviews. Ski Uzumaki. Thank you for reviewing. I'm glad you like the story. Tsukagana. Your review always make me smile. And I love cookies too. Lol. So some questions. 1. What was up with the phone call? 2. Who is it and what was so important? And finally, are you and Naruto dating? Wait until the next one. Love. KIWI4ME. Confrontation. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I would give up everything for you, would you do the same? By KIWI4ME. Special thanks for reviewers. The Dream Maker. Tsukagane, Ski SHYGUY 1818, DARKWOLF 1990, One Up Hero. I give each of you yellow rose as a sign of friendship. Now let's the reading begin. Previously. Hello? Ino asked only to hear a familiar voice. Ino? Is Shikamaru there? We have to meet now. I got bad news. She kissed me, he thought happily as he lay on his bed. He couldn't help smiling, though it was only a kiss on the cheek, which was close enough. He lifts his hand to touch the cheek that occupied the kiss and smiled whiter. He confessed to her, actually put his heart on the line, and she accepted him, actually accepted him. He sighed again happily and closed his eyes to replay the day's event once again. Though he got into a fight, he didn't care because it all led to her being there with him holding hands, and her kissing his cheek. His face heated up as he let out a slight chuckle. Maybe I am hooked, he said softly as he stared up at his ceiling. Your buddy, Kiba said leaning against the doorframe with a worried look. Are you sure you'd go through hell and back just to see her? Yeah, I would, the blonde said as he stared directly at his friend. He wasn't lying and needed to tell his friend that no matter what happens, he'd do anything for her. You'd even put her above your friends? Kiba asked angrily. This girl was just one girl, and she already has him wrapped around her tiny pinky. No, he hesitated a bit, but froze his stare at Kiba, who just glared at him. Liar, he stated angrily. Why are you calling me a liar? What the hell with all the damn questions? Naruto exclaimed defensively. This wasn't like Kiba at all. He should be comforting and pushing him to do this, but he isn't. Because you'd do anything to be with her, and if that means to leave us behind, then you would. Wouldn't you? He screamed at the blonde, who looked at him in shock, then at the floor. He has a point, Naruto thought to himself sadly. That's what I thought, Kiba murmured out, looking away from his blonde friend. He knows he should be more approving, but this was Yamanaka Ino, and she brings trouble. Sorry, Kiba finally said, ending the silence. Nah, hey Kiba, Naruto said, looking up at his friend's chocolate eyes. You think I should stay away from her, right? He asked. Kiba could see the sad look in his eyes, and the hope flickering shortly. He could see the sad small Naruto from back when they were kids. This was probably the second time he saw his friend like this. The first time was when he lost his parents, and now this. He knew what Naruto wanted to hear, and he knew Naruto knows what he really was going to say. Kiba rubbed his head before turning away from Naruto. I can't really tell you what to do, you know that, Kiba started as he took a couple of steps out the door, but you really love her, so don't let anyone get in your way, even me. Wow, coming from Inizuka, Kiba, Naruto said before laughing shortly. Thanks. Yeah, Kiba said as he turned back around to face his blonde friend. Now, let's talk about the party tomorrow. Wait, party? Naruto asked, almost angry and almost laughable. Kiba stared at him as if what he said was all too new or something. Naruto looked like he was torn between something, and Kiba wondered what it could be. Yo, you okay? He asked. It's just that I was gonna ask Ino out, Naruto murmured lowly, but Kiba heard. Why are you asking her out during the week? Wait asks her to the party then. Kiba said, grinning at Naruto, who grinned right back. I will. He exclaimed happily as they plopped themselves down on the couch and began planning. Shikamaru and Ino knocked on the door as Shino's wondering what the emergency was. Shino opened the door and nodded at the two as they walked in. He closed the door softly and locked it before sitting down. So what's up? Ino asked curiously as she eyed everyone. Ino Tenten begun, the letter, did you bring it? She asked cautiously. Ino hesitated as she thought about it. I actually didn't bring it. Why? That letter is important, Ino, Kabuto spoke up. It may link us to who took that picture. But we rushed over here after the call, so Ino left the rest of the sentence hanging in the air. Everyone seemed so tense and it felt weird to Ino to have her friends in this state. Where's Hinata? The blonde asked, noticing her friend was missing. She wasn't able to leave, Sai said before continuing. Do you remember what the letter says? Beautiful. Ino tried to remember as her eyes drifted to the ceiling, the walls, their faces. Why were they all staring at her? It uneased her and she couldn't concentrate. I can't remember, she finally said as she scratched her head. Tenten, do you remember? Shino asked as all eyes fell on her. Yes, she nodded, since I was there with Ino when she read it. She took a deep breath before she continued, informing everyone about what was written inside the letter. My dearest and my beautiful blonde. I have always loved you, but you never seem to notice me. What do I have to do for you to notice me? I know it may be my fault that I never make myself known, but not this year. I will be noticed by you. Since you're reading this letter, I am noticed here. I promise you I will do something extravagant that you won't be able to tear your eyes away from me. I will keep you with me forever, dead or alive. I love you. And that's all that was written. Tenten finished and Ino looked at her in shock. Will you remember it word for word? She asked, impressed. Tenten just grinned at her, while Shikamaru spoke up. He didn't put his name on it. He asked and Tenten shook her head. Suspicious. Why would this person, I'm assuming is a male, want to be noticed without writing his name on it? Wouldn't that be the easiest way to be known? Sai asked confused. I agree, Kabuto said while everyone else nodded as well. I wonder if he's in one of my class, and I just never saw him, Ino said out loud as she pondered. Maybe, but there is something else, Shino said as he looked over to Kin. I was watching Roy, so I can get some dirt on him, she said as the air got tenser. He asked me on a date. What? Everyone screamed confused, angry, and downright in shock. Kin continued, he said that since I was stalking him, it must mean that I like him, so I just took the bait, she said, only to assure that in order to find out what really is going on. But why do you have to go out with him? Tenten asked after recovering from the shock. Haven't you heard? She asked with a smirk, keep your friends close, and keep your enemies closer. So you and Roy are dating now, Ino said softly, and she sounded sad, though she didn't want to. No more like using him, as revenge for what he did to you, she said winking at Ino who returned it with a small smile. Or are you going to make her fall for you, aren't you? She said to herself as she continued to listen to what was happening. I heard from someone that you kissed Naruto, Kabuto had said watching her reaction. She smiled at him with a small blush over her cheeks. Well, only on the cheek, Ino informed them, but it seems to make everything worse. You shouldn't play with him, Shino said as Ino stared at him confused. What makes you think I'm playing with him? She asked a tad bit angrily. It'll only bring more trouble for you and mostly him, Kabuto stated. Ino just stared at them and knew what they said was true, but she tried to finish, but her mind wouldn't stop moving. Just because she doesn't feel that way about you guys, Kin had said, gaining glares at her. She smirked right back and noticed Ino looking even more confused than before. Are you sure you still want to be friends with Naruto when it may cause him to leave, like Shino continued, but ended it knowing the result if he continued. Ino sat silent, but then smiled a sad smile at him as she nodded her head softly. They gave off a sigh knowing this year may be the death of them and dying so young too. Before we end this meeting, Shikamaru continued, Ino is having a blind date that her father set her up with. He finished to see inevitable shock in everyone's eyes, but Ino's. Your father actually, Kabuto left his sentence hangs as Ino nodded, giving him a smile. Wait, Kin interrupted, when is your date? She asked as if she is plotting something good. I'm not sure, but I'm thinking it'll be during the weekend. Why? Ino asked, noticing the sparkle in Kin's eyes. Because my dear Ino, she said with a smirk, let's double date. Wow, I finally updated. Took me long enough, huh? Lol. I know I can to make the guys kin to wear doors it just me. Questions. 1. What is the plan for the double date? 2. Is Naruto going to have the guts to ask Ino to the party with him? Now, expanding on my gratitude to my fellow reviewers. The Dream Maker. I am glad that you are enjoying my story. That always make me smile. Just keep reading and you will find out the answer to your question in due time. Smile. Tsukagana. Yes, I must repeat that I always enjoy your reviews, it makes me smile. And I also love your reactions. I can picture it. Ski Uzumaki. OMG. Ski, you have really good guesses. You are correct in the first two. The third one may be. Correct, Snicker. SHYGUY 1818. Lol, short and sweet. Thank you. The ARKWLF 1990. You are always so sweet. Thank you for reviewing. One Up Hero. Oh, you are too kind. I always appreciate it, I hope you know that. You are also a great author. P.S. I wasn't sure if I told you that I only update when I can, so if it's fast it's a miracle now. So thank you for reading and thank you reviewers for taking the time to write. Till next chapter. Love. KIWI for me. Empty seat. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I am anxious, do you see me fidgeting or am I invisible? By KIWI for ME. Thank you reviewers. Ski Uzumaki, Tsukagana, and One Up Hero. I give you 3 a big bright yellow star. Each. You deserve it. Now let's begin. Previously. Why are you asking her out during the week? Wade asks her to the party then. Kiba said, grinning at Naruto, who grinned right back. I will. He exclaimed happily as they plopped themselves down on the couch and began planning. The next day came by as the sun shines through his window, hitting him on the face. He woke up quickly and ran to the bathroom. He was anxious to get to school, and even more anxious to see the love of his life. He stood in the shower sighing heavily as he pictured her face. Dude, hurry up. Kiba screamed, banging on the door. Wait up. He screamed, not moving from his spot where the steamy water smacked softly against his face. He let out a soft sigh and turned the knob to stop the flow of water. He wrapped the towel around his waist and opened the door, letting it hit the face of an annoyed Kiba. Finally he mumbled angrily as he shoved his blonde friend away and locked himself inside the bathroom. Naruto just stared at the door before heading to his room. He put on his school clothes and couldn't help the smile, the sweat running down the side of his forehead, the anxiety of wondering what she would say. He gulped hard and took a couple deep breaths before placing a confident smile and heading out of his room. You okay, Ino? Tenten asked, concerned as they walked to their meeting spot. She nodded her head as the cool breeze flew by. The sun was up high and the clouds were rolling in. It is morning. She didn't know what to think about Kin's plan about the double date. Flashback. Because my dear Ino, she said with a smirk, let's double date. Double date? Ino asked with widened eyes. No. I do not with that bastard here, Ino. You know what he did to her and you are going to offer up this plan. Shikamaru seethed out angrily as he glared at the woman. I know Nar, she said using his family name, but look at it this way. She sat back against her chair and took a calming breath. If Roy still has feelings for Ino, then he would clearly turn down all advances from me, correct? She asked while they nodded, and besides, the blind date that Ino would be going on, I will personally find out who it is, and what is his intentions, she said a matter of factly, and I will be there to protect our princess. Ino pouted while everyone else nodded knowingly. Tenten was a bit worried and wondered how everything would work out. She loves Ino as a sister, and doesn't want to see her hurt. I still think we should have another person there just to be sure, she proposed, causing all eyes to land on her. You don't think I can handle it? Kin asked, feigning hurt. No, it's not that, Tenten said, shaking her head. What if he asks to be alone with you, and something happens? What if the two guys know each other? She asked, causing everyone to ponder on the situation. Guys, you don't have to watch me all the time, Ino said, offering a smile. We want you to be safe, Ino, Shino said, gaining a small blush from the blonde. She was smiling at him for his protectiveness and his caring personality, though he doesn't enjoy showing it a lot. What Tenten said could happen, Shikamaru said. Sai and Tenten will go as a couple, and I will bring Temari there as well. Okay, but where is it? Sai asked while Shikamaru's sweat dropped. Oops. I'll call you guys when I find out from my father, okay? Ino asked, feeling comfortable around her friends. They were like family to her, and she could never leave any of them. Okay then, everything is covered, Kabuto sighed out and stood. Ino just knew that something was going to happen, she could feel it, but then again, it could just be the nervousness in the pit of her stomach, causing her to feel this way. Then flashback. Do you think it did work? The blonde beauty asked her close friend. Tenten turned to face her as they reached their destination. The brunette could see the worried look on her friend's eyes, and she wasn't sure what to say. This was going to be tough on Ino, and she knew that. After a brief silence and a soft breeze, Tenten decided to tell her the truth. I don't know, she said helplessly, and Ino just gave her a smile. Oh, there's Shika and Temari, Ino announced as she waved toward the couple. The two waited for them to make their way toward them. Morning, Tenten said, smiling at Temari and Shikamaru. Morning, he drawled out lazily as he yawned. Did you not sleep well? Temari asked, concern laced around her words. Shikamaru nodded with his hands in his pockets while Temari's arm is around his. Ino just smiled watching the two, and a part of her wished she had someone like that too. Then again, she'd wait if it means her soulmate would show up. You okay? Shikamaru asked worriedly as his eyebrows furrowed in concern. Ino waved him off as a sign, I'm okay. A couple minutes later, Hinata showed up greeting everyone. Good morning, she greeted. Morning, everyone said in unison, though one unenthusiastically. I'm sorry I couldn't be there last night, Hinata apologized softly. Last night? Temari asked, looking at her boyfriend. It's okay, Hinata, don't worry about it, Ino said, patting her on the shoulder. Yeah, I'll tell you about the plan, Tenten said, smiling at the pale-eyed girl. Last night, so you were with them, Temari screamed as she dropped his arm. She was beyond angry, and the three girls just looked on confused. I told you I had to teach Ino, Shikamaru tried to defend himself. No? The sandy blonde interrupted. Don't you dare use that excuse. It's always her. Always will and always has. She screamed with watery eyes and ran off. Everyone stared at her retreating figure. Ino looked over at Shikamaru, who looked shocked and angry as he stood frozen in place. What are you doing? Ino screamed at him. Go after her. Shikamaru looked at his best friend, then back at his girlfriend before giving out an aggravated sigh. She's always like this, he said as he faced away from the direction his should go. Better without her, he mumbled the last bits as he headed off to his first class with the three girls in tow. Always bottling it up, Shika, when will you learn? Ino thought to herself sadly. Stupid Kiba and his damn showers, stupid clothes and stupid hair, the blonde male mumbled angrily as he walked to lunch. He ended up being late to first class because of Kiba fixing himself up in the bathroom all this time. And I happened to be a good friend and waited for him, stupid Kiba. He seethed out angrily as he walked toward the lunch line, and I didn't see her all day. Hey Naruto, Lee called out to him, mind getting me a fruit plate? Naruto nodded his head as Lee smiled back kindly and ran inside the cafeteria to find their seats. As Naruto walked into the cafeteria 10 minutes after Lee, he noticed the tables were packed. Damn, he thought to himself. He looked around to find his friends, and did, but it took longer than he'd like. Where's my seat? He asked, seeing that the table was full and no extra chairs. Sorry Naruto, I tried, but that girl took it, Lee said sadly, pointing behind him briefly, and you know me. Yeah, Naruto waved it off and placed the fruit plate on the table for him. Hey Naruto, Kiba said with a grin across his face, why don't you go sit with your girlfriend? With that said, he immediately blushed. He turned to where Kiba was looking to find Ino sitting at the table with her friends, and there was a seat open. He turned back to look at his friends with a look of horror. Are you scared? Kiba pressed on. You know you want to go, so go. Kiba, stop forcing him. He can sit here, Gar said, standing up, but Kiba wouldn't let it go. Go on, Naruto. You can do it, remember what we said him. Kiba said, wriggling his eyebrows. Naruto's face fell and he felt like he lost his appetite and he would barf any minute. He closed his eyes, cleared his head and nodded. He took a couple of breaths and walked over to her. It felt like he was in slow motion. Every step he took was closer to her and everyone else was blurred. The feeling of sickness disappeared when the nervousness, the excitement, the joy took over. He stopped right behind her and no one noticed him. He opened his mouth and nothing came out. It was as if he had no voice. He could feel his body shaking, his heart beating furiously, and his knees knocking against one another. He took another breath and pulled all the courage he had to ask. Is this seat taken? I actually enjoyed writing this chapter. Lol, it's kind of funny to me. But anyways, I hope to update soon, but finals are coming, so be patient. P.S. Remember Kiba's party. Questions. 1. Do you think Ino would let him sit there? 2. What is going on between Temari and Shikamaru? Reviewers. Ski Uzumaki, is it really? Thank you so much for always reviewing and reading this, I appreciate it. And you always answer the questions. You get a big cookie. So the answers to your question would be on a couple more chapters, or is it? Tsukagana, I believe everyone needs someone who would always be there when times are bad, so Kiba is Naruto's. Lol, but I hope it suffice your excitement. One up here, lol, I hope so, smiles. So, a new chapter may take a while, but do review. Please. Love. KIWI4ME. Not afraid anymore. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. Do you care so much as to love me? The KIWI4ME. Thank you, reviewers. SHYGUY 1818, Ski Uzumaki. Paul Uzumaki. Cookies for ALL. Now read on. Previously. He took another breath and pulled all the courage he had to ask. Is this seat taken? It was almost as if the world froze as he stood there so close behind the beautiful blonde. Time then slowly began as she turned her head toward him. His heart beat erratically, and his hand shook slightly as he clenched his hands into a fist, only to remind him of reality. He saw her face, and it was as beautiful as the moon glowing its beauty. He saw her move her lips, but wasn't registering what she was saying. All he saw was those luscious lips that he dreams of kissing, the lips that he could capture with just a few steps forward, the lips that he would intentionally get trapped in. Don't think like that, idiot. He scolded himself as he shook his head invisibly. Did you hear me, Naruto? Her voice finally came through his mind as clear as the skies. Naruto managed to say before shaking his head to the sides embarrassed. Someone is already sitting here, Ino repeated herself sadly, as she noticed the hurt in his deep sapphire eyes. She offered a sad smile, and he nodded his head and apologized with a slight bow before heading back to his friends. He hung his head as he dragged himself back to his friends, who looked at him worriedly. Dude, sorry, man, Kiba said softly as his blonde friend walked past him to sit in Gar's chair. He only received a shook of his head once again before he sat like a stone. Stupid kid, someone with bright blue hair said in another table. What makes him think he has a chance with Ms. Yamanaka? Yeah, the person beside the blue-haired person said. He doesn't stand a chance. After hearing this, Naruto dropped his head even lower, and his forehead smacked down against the table. His friends knew they couldn't really do anything, but let Naruto take care of his mess on his own. Where's Niji? Lee decided to ask after a brief silence at the table. He has to stop by one of his classes, Gar informed the bowl-haircut male. Yosh. Gaining knowledge is being youthful. Lee exclaimed, showing off his big bright smile that shined if in the darkest of the dark. Gar just stared at him unaffected by his shining jewels, while Kiba looked at his best friend the whole time. He felt bad for making him do it, but it wasn't like it was the end to Naruto and Ino. If he really loves her, and he'd do anything for her, why is he here sulking? Ino felt bad for sending Naruto away, since the chair really was occupied for Sai. She noticed how his head was hung low, and wondered if she should call out to him. She decided that she should, so as she opened her mouth to call out the blonde's name, Sai appeared. I'm sorry, but I had to do something, Sai said, giving them his most apologetic look. Ino turned to him and gave a smile that he gladly returned. He sat down beside her, while she turned back to face her friends instead of the man walking away. Shikamaru, where's Temari? A female with short raven hair asked. The lazy male stared at her before looking away. Not here, obviously, he stated dully, and Ino just stared at him. The girl who asked kept her mouth shut as she turned to talk with another person beside her. Sai, Ino asked as she faced the male. You've been busy lately, is everything alright? She asked, concerned. No, Sai said, offering her a smile. There has been many requests. Oh? What kind? She asked, interested as she leaned in closer. They want me to draw their picture for them, he said, all the while smiling at the blonde with white blue eyes. Oh, that's great, Sai. Told you you'll be famous, she said teasingly and happily. What are you doing? Kiba brought up as he stared quizzically at his friend. Naruto lifted his head off the table and stared dully at the brunette. Kiba let out a sigh and let him sit there sulking, but he needed to bring up what they talked about again. It may just push him enough to take the chance. Do you love her? He asked questionably. Yeah, I do, Naruto said, looking down at the table. Then answer me, Kiba said. What are you doing? Naruto stared at his friend for a couple of minutes as his two friends politely ignored them. Nothing, he murmured. Exactly, Kiba pointed out. If you love her, then why are you doing nothing? Naruto's eyes whitened as the words hit him face first. He looked to where Ino was, and his heart almost leapt out of his chest, until he noticed her smile and her hand on the shoulder of the raven-haired male. He felt a ting of jealousy, anger, and confusion. He wanted to smile reassuringly to Kiba, but his lips only turned into a frown. Why, Naruto asked himself sadly as he just watched the blonde he loves from afar before someone screamed. What the hell is wrong with you? A voice from a violet-haired woman screamed out, causing everyone to face the scene. In walked through a dirty blonde female that looked extremely angry and pissed. Ino stared innocently at her, but felt the large killer intent toward her anyways. Did I do something? Ino asked herself, confused. Temari Shikamaru murmured as she stood in front of them with both hands on her hips. Her eyes locked onto his before it landed onto Ino's. She walked up to her and stood looking down at Ino, while the lovable blonde stayed seated. Hey Temari, Ino said, smiling slightly before it turned into a straight line when said person held up her hand. Ino, she said icily, I know you and Shikamaru have known each other for a long time, she started, voice cracking slightly, and I also know that I can never get between the bond that you two held for one another. Tears were forming at the corner of her eyes. Take care of him for me, and with that she walked off without a second look behind her. Ino sat there confused, puzzled, and perplexed at what had just happened. Temari looked angry. Temari said that she and Shikamaru has been friends for a long time, strong bond, take care of him. Ino looked over at Shikamaru, who seemed confused as well, since his bottom lips was pushed forward and his eyebrows furrowed together. Ino then looked back at the place her friend was currently at before she walked off. What just happened? Tenten asked, startled and confused. Temari, Shikamaru stated, finally looking away only to be caught by Blue. He blinked a couple of times before whose eyes it was registered. Shit, she's mad, he told himself, seeing the flames in her eyes. Ino stared into her best friend's eyes to see worries, but he wasn't acting on it. Why isn't he going after her? Yeah, he's lazy, but come on. Ino screamed at herself. She wished Shikamaru could read minds, because if he did, then he would have run off after Temari by now. She wasn't going to be like her friend. She wasn't going to sit around doing nothing when obviously he loves Temari just as much as she does. She isn't going to pretend that everything was going to be okay, and everything would fall back into place, because reality isn't that easy. She isn't going to think that if the person she loves doesn't come back then it is okay, because it isn't. Shikamaru is her best friend, the man she trusts with everything, the person she relies on, the person she would never give up in a heartbeat, because he wouldn't either. They grew up together, faced difficulties with one another, went through life together. Sometimes they would joke that they'll grow up all together living next door and never getting rid of one another. She relies on him with everything and he never relies on her, but she always takes the step to do so anyways. So staring into his eyes, she knew he needed comfort, he needed encouragement with no words. She knew he knows that he should have gone after the love of his life. She knew that he wanted to verbally call out to her, but his ego wouldn't let him. She could see the fear, the sadness, and the pain hidden in those dark brown eyes. After a few minutes passed, she got up and walked away. No, she wasn't going to sit and watch the opportunity for love to just pass by. She isn't going to do it again. Who cares if they say she would always get hurt in the end, that maybe she never knew what love was, that she was still young and naive. She didn't care because love is a wondrous feeling and if it is there, then she was going to grab it. Naruto, she said softly as his eyes met hers, would you like to go out? Okay, this chapter 1 really wanted to bring out Shiki-no relationship. Questions. 1. Would Naruto be too shocked to say anything or make a fool of himself? 2. Will there be riot or is everyone going to be too dumbstruck and shocked? Reviewers. SHYGUY 1818. Very poignant, thank you. Ski Uzumaki. Lol, acutely, the blind date is acutely on the weekend, but you do have a good point with Shikamaru and Temari. So kudos to you. Uzumaki. Are you still jumping? Lol, I'm glad you're excited. So I hope you like this and are not too angry with me, so please review. I love the reviewers and readers. Love. KIWI4ME. The Leap of Hope. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. Just ignore them because they are just jealous of what we have. By KIWI4ME. Thank you reviewers. SHYGY 1818, Ski Uzumaki, Tsukagane, Paul Uzumaki, and One Up Hero, I appreciate it. Muffins. Now read on. Previously. She didn't care because love is a wondrous feeling and if it is there, then she was going to grab it. Naruto stared wide-eyed at the blonde beauty that only in his wildest dream would be there. He noticed the look in her eyes as she walked over to him. It was filled with determination, perseverance, and happiness. She strode casually to him as if the event never happened. her hair flowing beautifully behind her up in a ponytail, her hips swaying seductively as she walked, though she may not notice that she was doing it, her legs moving and stepping to get closer to him, and he almost felt like he was in some kind of dream. Everything seemed so surreal, so odd that he didn't dare to blink. He was too afraid that she would disappear like all the other times he wakes up in an empty bed. "Naruto," she said softly as his eyes met hers, "would you like to go out?" That question froze his insides, but missed his heart. The beating, the pumping, the loud thud inside his ears, almost made him want to hit the floor. He knew he must look absolutely horrendous in front of her, with his eyes bulging out of his socket, his mouth hung low, and his inaudible voice. He noticed her face showing disappointment, and that was when he snapped out of it. He moved his mouth so it would close as his eyes fell back into place, his lips curved upward into a smile that broke into a grin, making his eyes smaller. He didn't know why, but it felt weird that she was asking him, shouldn't it be the other way around? "It doesn't matter," she asked, and now he was being an idiot for not saying yes. "What?" someone shouted as it echoed through the silent cafeteria. Then that was when it happened. The screams, the objection, the hysteric of cries and confusion, mixed with anger. So many words were thrown as everyone stood with eyes locked onto the two blondes, who neither took notice of the reaction. Both blue eyes locked against one another and nothing else seemed to matter, but the answer that would be given. "I know." Naruto started with a shaky voice before he took a large gulp to clear it. "I would love to go out with you." He felt relieved as he saw her smile turn into a cute grin. The whole place was quiet, and it was as if they could hear one another's heartbeat. But that was speaking too soon. As a few seconds passed, the noise erupted once again. "What?" Everyone was talking and screaming, yelling and frantically gossiping to one another like they had done something terrible. Ino ignored them as she walked up to Naruto and offered her hand to him. His deep blue eyes stared into her sky blue ones as he placed his hand onto hers. He smiled at her lovingly as she wrapped her fingers with his and walked out of the mess. Shikamaru watched as Ino glanced at him for a split second, but those short seconds meant everything that needed to be said. Go find her. He knew that was what she was getting across. He knew that what she had done broke the whole code and the stupid social ladder. He couldn't help but smile at how far she had come. He knew what he must do, but he wasn't sure if now was the right time, so he decided to wait in order to speak to his good friend first. Finally, Kiba said in a soft voice as he wore a huge smile as he watched the two walk out hand in hand. Gaara also watched with somewhat a worried and happy look. Lee on the other hand had on an obvious look of excitement. But everyone else looked on confused, disgusted, and angry. "Naruto," Ino said as she sat onto the grass under the tree of her groups, "what's wrong?" she asked, looking at him as he stood nervously. "No, it's nothing," he said nervously as he sat down close to her. She looked at how close they were and smiled at him, while he blushed and looked down, only to notice the close proximity. "Sorry." He apologized as he jumped a few inches away. He scolded himself mentally. He was finally alone with her again, and he is acting like a total fool. He needed to loosen up and not be so stupid. He looked over at Ino to see her unwrapping her sandwich. She looked over at him to see him further apart, and couldn't help but let out a light giggle. "Is there something wrong with me, Naruto?" she asked playfully to see his cheeks redden slightly. He shook his head side to side quickly as he held up his hand almost as a defense. "And no," Naruto said, stuttering as her smile faded into a small frown. "Do I smell?" Ino questioned again. "No, you smell good." "Am I ugly?" "No, you're beautiful." "Maybe it's my breath." "No, your breath smells fresh." Ino couldn't help but laugh at the two of them. With every assumption she made, he got closer and he was practically in the same place he was before. She broke her sandwich in half and offered it to him. "Would you like some?" she asked to see his eyes whiten slightly before he took the offering. "Thank you," he said in a low voice before he started munching on the food. They ate together quietly as the sun beat down on the tree shading them. She smiled at everything today. This morning too now, with Tamari acting this way. Shikamaru has to do something soon or else Tamari would fall further away from him. She sighed unconsciously before turning to face Naruto once again, who was calling her. "Ino, you did it on purpose," Naruto said accusingly, "right?" "What do you mean?" she asked innocently, though her bright smile tells another story. "Getting me closer to you," he said, blushing with a pink hue around his cheeks. She laughed softly and nodded her head. "Are you mad?" she asked quietly, taking a small bite off of her sandwich. "No," Naruto said honestly, giving her a smile before finishing off his piece of the sandwich. He wanted this to last forever. It was quiet and he felt comfortable around her. He knew it in his heart that this girl was the one for him, that whatever happened she would obtain his heart no matter what. He developed the courage to grab her hand into his and rubbed it soothingly. She was startled but relaxed into his touch with a smile. She was indeed happy, just like before. Flashback. "Ino," he said softly against her ears as she lay against his chest, "how are you feeling?" "Better now," she said softly as she closed her eyes only to open them shortly. He is always so warm, so gentle, so easy to love. She wanted this feeling to stay, to always be with this man only. "I'm glad," he said softly as he drops his head to kiss her forehead, and she smiled lovingly. Joji, she said softly, can we stay like this a little longer? Of course, he replied with no hesitation as he ran his fingers through her golden tresses. Let this last longer, she told herself as she closed her eyes once more to allow the feeling of his touch to be remembered. And flashback. Though she didn't want to feel it again, the way love feels, but the man beside her now proved that she could just do it again. She'd let him in slowly, but eventually because she knows that it's love. The feeling of a large attachment, the growing connection, the undeniable chemistry, and the comfortable, yet uneasy feelings. She knows. She will give Naruto a chance, she only wishes he doesn't break her like all the others. The bell rang signaling the return to classes, and everyone got up still not comprehending the event that just unfolded in front of them. The place finally clears, but left the aura of anger and resentment. This wasn't supposed to happen, this never happens. Why would the most beautiful girl in the school go out with an average Joe? Why would she stoop so low as to even be near him? He doesn't deserve her. He shouldn't even be near her, to touch her, to have her smile, to smell her fragrance and breathe her air. I will fix this mess if it kills me, and with that the bell rang for dismissed of school. He needed a new plan to get himself noticed, and at this rate the perfect blonde chose another blonde who isn't up to her league at all. Change of plans, and change of course, he was going to be noticed no matter what, even if it hurts his love. Yamanaka Ino. Okay. I finally updated. Took me forever, but here it is. So this chapter 1 wrote a small Choino and Shikino, but it's obvious that the couple would be yep, you know it. Smiles. Questions. 1. Do you think that trouble awaits for our couple? 2. Is it awful? Special thanks to my reviewers. SHYGUY1818, lol thanks. Ski Uzumaki, I appreciate you so much, do you know that? You always try to answer my questions. I'm glad I can be unpredictable once in a while, and your answers are always close too. So thank you again, friend. Sukagana, hey there, yes it's been long, I was worried about you. I'm glad you reviewed, and yes, she asked him. Smiles. Paul Uzumaki, oh I am so sorry. I have no idea why I put Joe. To tell you the truth, I was going to do it again. But I got it right now. And yay, you're jumping. Scowls with joy. One up here lol, as spicy as I can write smiles. Please review and rate and whatnot. Love. KIWI4ME. They're angry. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I will do whatever it takes to protect you. By KIWI4ME. Thank you Stu. SHYGUY1818, so less CARCHER16. One up hero, Ski Uzumaki, Katana User, Tsukagane, Paul Uzumaki, and After Gneshaus for reviewing. Now please read on. Previously. He wanted this to last forever, it was quiet and he felt comfortable around her. He knew it in his heart that this girl was the one for him, that whatever happened she would obtain his heart no matter what. He developed the courage to grab her hand into his and rubbed it soothingly. He is indeed in eternal bliss. Naruto stood outside of the building at the gates waiting for Ino. She had asked him to wait for her so they could walk together. Flashback. Hey Naruto, Ino said, causing the specky blonde to pull his attention to her, do you mind waiting for me after school? Naruto just stared and for a moment nothing entered his ears, but after another a few seconds, it came through ringing clear inside his ears. His eyes widened and his lips twitched into a large smile. Of course, he said shortly as he squeezed tightly for a brief moment with his hand in hers. She smiled at him and couldn't help the feeling of wanting to be needed by someone who would be so devoted to her. Okay then, she said softly, let's meet in front of the gates, okay? Okay, he responded with a smile as he stared deep into those light blue eyes. She smiled back and the alarm rang for class. He felt a bit saddened by their departure, but he was also excited because he'd be able to see her again. And flashback. He couldn't help the smile that stayed in place, the excitement beating in his chest, and the nervousness in his mind. He kept looking around anxiously for any signs of her beautiful blonde hair or mesmerizing blue eyes. For a second, he heard his name called and thought it would be the blonde, but saw his buds walking to him instead. He looked crestfallen for a second before his smile replaced it. Hey guys, he said, waving slightly at them, what's up? You, Kiba said with a smirk, so you and the goddess together. Naruto blushed a deep crimson and his friends just smiled at the reaction. Kiba couldn't help the smirk forming his lips. Naruto deserves this, he thought happily until he realized the other part, even if we may die in the process. Congratulations Naruto. Lee exclaimed happily as he ran up to Naruto to give him a side hug. Lee is a happy man, and seeing his friend find love is something to be celebrated. Thanks Lee, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Are you sure you want this? Niji asked to be sure, he was worried and has the right to be. This may just bring trouble, Gar emphasized. Yeah, Naruto breathed out, smiling genuinely at them. Hey Blondie. A voice shouted out as it neared said person. The guys turned to see the man from earlier, Kai, who picked a fight with him earlier, and Jin, who he had gotten hurt from. Naruto immediately sent glares and curled his hands into fists. Kiba recognized Kai and copied his blonde friend. Niji, Lee, and Gaara looked at their friends, only to understand their pose. What did I tell you? Kai had said once they reached them. His lips held a wicked smirk while Jin stared at the others. So, is this your posse? He asked dubiously with an eyebrow arched. What the hell do you guys want? Naruto asked out angrily, ready to attack. Isn't it obvious? Jin asked, laughing while Kai continued, I owe you a spar, didn't I? Naruto could see the anger in their eyes as their fists begin to take its form. Naruto is ready now, and since that bastard Jin doesn't have his stupid friends to hold him back, then he would punch him out. Kai also didn't come with anyone, and that made the blonde suspicious. Why isn't there more? He wondered but kept his face straight. If a fight is what you want, then let's do it. Kiba seethed out with a smirk across his face. The brunette wants to rip them to shred, and would do much more unbearable things that a weak appetite wouldn't be able to handle. He wanted to jump and plant a fist in either one of their faces, but something about the way Naruto's stance slacked a little caught him off guard. Come on, what are you waiting for, Blondie? Kai ushered on willingly, are you that weak? He finished with a look of disgust. Maybe he thinks he's too good for us because he's going out with our goddess, Jin assumed, cracking his knuckles. Oh, maybe, Kai said amusedly. Well, if that's true, then you can have her, he said with a look of hatred toward Naruto, because she is just a slut. Slut. Naruto heard that word and his fist immediately found itself in the face of Kai's. Kiba also threw his punch at the other, and both tumbled backwards, holding their lips and cheeks. Don't you dare say that. Naruto screamed out, taking deep breaths. The two men just smirked knowingly at one another as they laughed at their opponents. It was as if there was an inside joke that they didn't know. You have no idea how much of a Kai started, but before he could finish his face collided with Naruto's fist once again, and then stretched to hit Jin as well. What did I? Naruto started, but before he could finish, he saw her hair in the corner of his eyes. He turned sharply with his eyes wide, praying that she didn't see what he had just done or hope she heard what they said, so it wasn't his fault. But as his eyes met her blue ones, all he saw was confusion and a hint of regret. What have I done? He thought to himself as he turned back to the guys, then back at his lover. She was running late, meeting him only because Winry wanted to speak to her about something, and it took much longer than she would have liked. So she hurried over to the gates, saying her farewells to her classmates, friends, and acquaintances. As she headed over to the spot, she noticed a large crowd of people hovering at a certain side. At first she thought it might have been someone fooling or something else, but she never wanted to think it would be a fight. She didn't want it to be someone she knows, and she never expected to see golden blonde spiked up as patches on a head. Naruto, she thought. She walked a bit into the circle, but not toward the front quite yet. She needed to make sure if it was him, and when she saw the anger in those dark blue eyes and his fists flying, she realized that it was indeed a fight. Ino was confused at what had just happened, and wondered if it was Naruto who had started the whole thing. She didn't know who he hit, but she sure saw blood spilled, and that was enough to make her feel differently for the blonde. Then his eyes met hers and she couldn't help but stare confused. She didn't realize the sadness and the embarrassed features running across his eyes until he looked at her once again. She remembered a time when the person she loves had a fight. She regretted it, though it had no connection to him. Flashback. Roy. A man with a bundle of hair tied behind his head called out angrily. The said person turned to face him with a solemn look that read, what the hell do you want? What the hell did you do to her? He screamed, grabbing his collar. To who? He asked, bemused, and made the offender more on the edge. You bastard, you freaking used her, you dumb, he seethed out until Roy interrupted. Shikamaru, you should calm down, he said with a smirk as he spotted a beautiful blonde far away. It won't be good. I don't care if it's good or not. You bastard, you think you can use her like a piece of trash? Shikamaru asked angrily, pulling his face in closer. I'll show you to not do that to her. Oh yeah? What are you planning to do? Hit me? He asked, amused, and it snapped Shikamaru into punching him square in the face, and continued by punching him a couple more times, as he laid there taking in the beating. Shika's small voice caught his attention, and he turned to see white blue eyes. He then looked at the beaten face of Roy, only to see a smirk appearing on his face. Bastard, he mumbled before grabbing Ino lightly on the wrist and pulling her away. Then flashback. It's happening all over again, and she felt the immense deja vu occurring. So as she looked into his eyes, she felt regret. It wasn't because of Naruto, nor was it because of Shika or Roy. She just hates fight, and she just hates blood in general. Her eyes focused again to see Naruto's head drop, so she walked closer, curious of who he fought with. The crowd backed away slowly as they noticed the popular blonde walking through. Some stared at her with surprise, and others stared in annoyance. She ignored them all as she continued through the crowd, only to see two men she fairly knows. What is going on? She asked, a bit more confused than she hoped to. Inukai said as he rubbed his swollen cheek. I don't know what is going on, he said innocently. My beautiful goddess, Jin said, bowing honorably to her. What are you doing here? Ino said, causing him to stand back up. He just stared at her sadly with an obvious frown upon his lips. What? He started. You still haven't forgiven me. He said sadly, and Naruto wondered what he did. What you did, she begins, is something I can't forget, she said lowly as her memories rushed back. Flashback. You're so beautiful, the Pierce man said. Ino just looked at him with a soft smile upon her lips. Thank you, she returned. You don't look too bad yourself, she finished with a wink and a playful smile. His hands touched hers, and she could feel the electric shock running through her veins. She couldn't help looking into his eyes that shines and his rugged edginess that draws her to him. I love you, the words came out softly from his lips. Ino blinked a couple of times before the words actually hit her. The heat ran up to her cheeks and her lips corked upwards. Really? She asked questioningly. Of course, Jin said as he leaned in to kiss her. She accepted it and kissed back. She wonders if maybe she could fall for this man like he had done with her already. She smiled into the kiss and hoped that it'll last. Then flashback. Ino couldn't help the frown appearing upon her face as she looked away. She thought that maybe Jin could be the man she would spend her lifetime with, but was she wrong? She never knew how obsessive, how threatening, how crazy the guy was. He was forcing her to let all her friends go, for just him. She would never leave her friends, never. Ino's voice called through her thoughts, and she turned to look at who it was. Wow. This was a long one, huh? Lol, will I guess to make up for the long wait. I do feel sad for Jin, because hey, he's so in love with her that he wants her all to himself, kinda crazy, but hey. Questions. 1. Did Naruto misinterpret Ino? 2. Who called out her name? Hint. It isn't Naruto, sadly. 3. Now, why would Kai call Ino a slut? Is it to anger Naruto or is there something else? 4. Is there a happy ending to this story? LOL, and I'm the author PSSH. Gratitude for my reviewers. SHYGUY 1818 lol, you are correct. There will definitely be trouble, but how much is the real question lol, thanks for reviewing. Celestia RCHER 16, oh yay. A new reviewer. Thank you for reading, and yeah, I gotta put Ino in the asking, because knowing Naruto. He might get all choked up lol. One Up Hero owes so much faith in me, I will try my best in getting spicy. I believe this chapter is similar to your answers, so congrats. 2 thumbs up. Ski Uzumaki OMG. How many times must I say that you are way too good at answering my questions? Maybe I should write it more complex lol. And yes, I can't blame Naruto either, I blame the nerves. Katani Suyesh, what can we say, Naru and trouble goes together lol. Thank you for reviewing, and your answers to the question is very good, very plausible. Sukagano will, I'm glad that you weren't kidnapped. Relieved lol, I am also worried, and I'm the authoress. Paul Uzumaki, oh, you have good points. Kudos to you. I will take a mental note to it. Bafikneshas lol, thanks for reviewing, and I hope I didn't make you wait too long. Well, please read and review, fave, rate and whatnot. Love. KIWI4ME. Regret. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I'm lost and wouldn't be found because of you. By KIWI4ME. Thank yous for reviewing. Ski Uzumaki, SHYGUY 1818, One Up Hero, Soul Searcher 16, and Paul Uzumaki. Now let's read on. Previously. Ino's voice called through her thoughts, and she turned to look at who it was. You okay? Kiba asked, a bit concerned by the faraway look she had on. She nodded her head and offered a weak smile before turning to face the 2 offenders again. Kiba, on the other hand, looked toward his blonde friend to see his head hung low, and it looked like he would fall face forward into the cemented ground. Ino? Another voice screamed through the crowd to reveal the owner. Shikamaru. Shikino whispered out as she saw him. He walked up to her and grabbed her wrist lightly. He turned to glare at the 2 offenders before walking away with Ino behind him, still dazed. Damn, Kai said as he crossed his arms watching Ino's departing figure. Ino-jin whispered a bit softly as he could feel the immense regret and twitching fingers that wished to tangle in her hair. Naruto, Gar called out as he stepped closer to his blonde friend, you okay? Naruto made no movements but kept his face down. It's your entire fault. Someone called out into the crowd. Naruto's head snapped out and turned sharply toward the voice. Yeah? It's your fault. Another called and the crowd began screaming and yelling as it surrounded the small group of friends. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Kiba screamed out, confused and angry. Stupid blonde. You should have left everything the same. Someone screamed over the other noises. You ruined everything. Another voiced out. Go back to the streets, you bastard. Someone screeched. Yeah. The others agreed, and the crowd grew closer as they pushed an unsuspecting Kiba, Lee, Nichi, and Gaara away from the safety net near Naruto. What the Kiba called out as he stumbled backwards from the crowd. Damn, alright. Nichi yelled out as the crowd pushed them farther away. Shit. Kiba called out as he tried to push back into it, but that felt like fighting against a raging current. Naruto. He screamed out worriedly and aggravatingly. He felt useless because he wasn't able to help his friend anymore since he is so far away. Naruto, on the other hand, wasn't able to focus, so many faces were up in his face and pushing him back and forth. He would hit them, or maybe even push them back, but he couldn't. He felt numbed, like his body was just some sort of doll being thrown around. Their faces forever intact into his mind. He felt a deep pain in his abdomen, and his mind became foggy and lost. Naruto stumbled to the floor with his arms across his stomach, as if to suppress the undying force of numbness. His legs gave out as his knees hit the floor hard. Kiba, Lee, Gar, and Niji couldn't see the blonde locks anymore and was frantic. What the hell happened? Is Naruto okay? What the hell is going on? Get out of my way. Kiba screamed as he pushed those in front of him forcefully. He was making a path to get to his best friend who he can't seem to find. I'm coming, buddy. Hang in there. Kiba screamed inside, running as fast as he could through the crowd of mobs. Naruto felt his body slump to the floor and lay lifelessly. He felt immobile, or maybe he was, but he didn't care. He felt his whole life ended as he saw into those sky blue eyes. He only wanted to cry, but he wouldn't. He felt kicks to his ribs, back, head, legs, and anywhere else they could kick him as his back faced the sky. The darkness was creeping closer to him, and he openly accepts it. So he closed his dull blue eyes as he heard someone calling out his name, but he couldn't fight the darkness any longer, so it swallowed him whole. Okay, I know this one is short, but forgive me. I have been busy lately, and it seems to be taking me longer to write a chapter than usual. I hope it is okay still. P.S. Are you all surprised at who called out her name? No one guessed it was Kiba. Questions. 1. Poor Naru, do you think he'd recover from the pain? 2. Why did Shika pull Ino away? Thank you, reviewers. Ski Uzumaki alright. I agree with the misinterpreting this or assuming this are not what it is. I do that a lot. But you answers are good. Number 3 was really good. SHYGUY1818, thank you. 1 up here, you are very close once again. Wow, you're getting good at this. Choji. He is in another place at the moment about the Hinata and Naruto thing. I will be getting more involved into it, but not at the moment. But I must tell you that it is getting close, and things may turn for the worse or good, dunno. Soul Searcher 16 lol, the past will come, but at the moment I am just trying to put things together first. Thanks for the review. Paul Uzumaki hahe, we'll just see if it is a happy ending. And thanks for answering the questions. Wow. I am glad that you guys are answering the questions. It makes me happy. Review and all that. Love. KIWI4ME. Tears and sadness. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I thought of what we could be, should be, but isn't. By KIWI4ME. Thank you, reviewers. Ski Uzumaki, SHYGUY1818, Soul Searcher 16, Paul Uzumaki, 1 Up Hero, and Ursula. Thank you all so much. Finally, the next chapter. Previously. The darkness was creeping closer to him, and he openly accepts it. So he closed his dull blue eyes as he heard someone calling out his name, but he couldn't fight the darkness any longer, so it swallowed him whole. Shikamaru was still holding onto Ino's small wrist firmly, yet not to the point that it hurts. He was walking, or dragging, her home after what he saw and knew that they need to talk. Ino, on the other hand, was still thinking about Naruto and the fight. What was Jin doing there? Why was Naruto so ashamed? What really is going on? She blinked a couple of times, feeling a small squeeze on her wrist, to notice Shikamaru glancing at her with a worried look. She smiled reassuringly and decided that her blonde friend would be fine. Tamari was walking out a store that she had gone to for an item she ordered, only to see something from the corner of her eyes. She almost screamed, but the sound of her heart breaking took her voice away. She saw the pineapple hat holding hands with the platinum blonde. She notices him looking at her and her smiling at him adoringly as they walked on. The sandy blonde dropped her item, and it hit the floor with a small thud. She stared at them a bit longer before they turned the corner. She slowly lifts her item off the ground and held it close to her as she turned to walk away. I knew, as she said softly as her eyes began to water. Shikamaru and Ino reached her house and headed inside, only to see her father on the couch asleep. My father's home, Ino said, a bit more surprised than confused. Shika headed to her room and she followed after locking the front door. She entered her room to see him in his famous thinking pose. She almost huffed at him, but decided otherwise. She sat beside him on her bed and looked out of her small window. She felt the bed shift slightly, so she turned to look at her friend who was now staring at her. What's wrong, Shika? Ino asked worriedly. The fight, what happened? Shikamaru asked, but commanded. I got there after it was over, Ino explained as he stared intently at her. Why was Jin there? The pineapple hat asked as he sat straight. I dunno, Ino said honestly as she looked back toward the window with a soft sigh. I noticed, Shikamaru began as he looked toward the window as well. They were hurt while Naruto wasn't. He then looked toward his friend again. I think they want to get him expelled. But why? Ino said, shocked written obviously across her face. Shikamaru looked away from her to the window once again. He closed his eyes and thought about what he would say next. Ino was impatient at the moment since she really needed to know why. She grabbed Shikamaru by his shoulders and shook him softly. Why, Shika? Is it because of me? Ino assumed as her eyes looked hopefully at her good friend. Shikamaru stared at her deep blue eyes for a minute before he gave off a deep sigh. Maybe, he stated, noting that her hands left his shoulders and her head hanging low. What should I do? She asked softly as her hands clasped one another on her lap. Shikamaru honestly had no idea what to say to her. He placed his hand on her shoulder and she fell into his shoulder. He rubbed her arm soothingly as he fell back with her in tow. She was confused, no, sad. He could tell, and though he was a genius, he isn't the genius in everything. He stared at the ceiling, hoping that the texture of it would spell out the answer they both are looking for. They lay there for a while before Ino sat up slowly. Ask him, the small determined voice entered his ears, causing him to sit up beside his blonde friend. Ask him what? He asked, interested. She turned to offer him a smile, but said no more. He on the other hand knows her more than he knows himself. The talk that she would have is going to be a break it or make it conversation, and he only hopes it ends well, for her sake. Shikino said again softly, why aren't you going after Tamari? Shikamaru was quiet for a while before he spoke. Because what? Ino shouted angry at her best friend, you have to go after her. You don't have to shout, Shikamaru mumbled angrily as his hands covered his ears. But Shikino began as her voice lowered, I know you love her. I do, then why? Because you love her. I just don't know, Shikamaru admitted sadly as he placed his head onto his hand and his elbow balanced on his thigh. Shikino said softly as she hugged him comfortingly, go to her and explain everything. She then stopped and looked at him with a gleam in her eyes. Or I will, she ended with a grin which only means trouble. Shikamaru's smirk appeared across his lips, and he pushed her off him gently. No, I'll do it myself, he replied. If you do it, I might end up being a slave or something, he mumbled out the rest. You got it. Ino sat up laughing out loud. Ino? The door opened forcefully only to reveal her just awakened father. Sorry daddy, Ino apologized with Shikamaru bowing apologetically. It's okay, Inoichi mumbled as he rubbed his eyes gently before it went wide. Are you excited for the date? Her father asked happily as he went to go hug his loving daughter. Yeah I am, Ino white-lied. Good, it'll be this weekend okay? Her father asked, pecking her cheek. Ino nodded and he left saying that he needed to head out. As they heard the front door close, Ino and Shikamaru looked at one another and sighed mutually. Naruto's eyes opened to see darkness before colors entered his vision. Everything was still blurry, and he had to blink a few times before things began to come into focus. Naruto. He heard someone say. He turned his head slightly to the left to see a worried look on the person's face. He then turned back to his original position and stared aimlessly at the ceiling. His body hurts. He could feel the muscle tension tightening. He could feel the pain shooting up to his head with just that small movement he just did, and he felt his whole body unmoving like a solid rock. Dude, you look like a mess. The owner of the voice sat beside him, and he figured whose voice it was. Kiba, Naruto managed to say, though his voice came out husky, as if it never was used. Do you remember what happened? He asked cautiously. The brunette really has no idea what to do. The bruised up eyes, swollen cheeks, bumps on his head, scratches on his arms and back, the deep scars on his cheek. Kiba felt the blame on himself for not getting to him sooner. I'm okay, the blonde's soft voice floated into the air, breaking Kiba out of his thoughts. But Kiba replied softly as well, the party is off, he decided to add, informing his wingman. How the hell was he going to throw a party without him? And besides, his best friend is wounded and depressed, so there is no way he was going through with it. He gave off a sigh and looked to the side of the walls where Naruto kept a picture of the two of them, arms over one another grinning at the camera. I'm sorry, Kiba begun to say, not taking off his eyes from the picture, I should have gotten there sooner. Naruto didn't reply because his throat felt like it was closing up, and breathing was harder to do. He shut his eyes closed and counted to 5 to open his eyes once more. How'd I end up here? He managed to whisper. After you blacked out, Kiba started. They were still pounding you, me, Niji, Gaara, and Lee had to jump on them to stop them. He smirked unknowingly. Then the securities came and busted us up. He finished with a scratch to his head. And Ino, Naruto whispered hoarsely with his eyes filled with tears already. Kiba grabbed the cup of water and offered it to Naruto, who shook his head. Kiba placed it back on the table and gave off a soft sigh. She left already. She didn't come back, Kiba informed him softly. Just get some sleep, K. Naruto nodded as best he could in his state, and Kiba walked out of his room. He let his tears fall from his eyes, hitting the pillow behind him. If Ino didn't return, then that means she really did regret meeting, talking, getting involved with him. He felt the pain well up in his heart and his chest heaving breathlessly. He wanted to scream, but his mouth wouldn't open. He wanted to fist his hands, but his muscles were in the way. So the only thing he could do is lay there, almost lifelessly waiting for the pain to stop hurting. OMG. I'm making this too sad, but it'll be happy, I think. I am truly sorry for not updating soon, been working and going to school, but I just hope I find time to even write. So I just want to say a big thanks to those who has been reading. I love you guys. Please accept my apologies. I truly am sorry, and yes, I know it's short. Questions? 1. Do I write too dark? Okay, this has nothing to do with the story. 2. What will happen to Naruto's love for Ino when he knows she never returned to see him? Thank you, reviewers. Skizumaki, wow, you did good. Thank you for always answering, I appreciate it. SHYGUY1818, oh. You're answering very good, maybe I should ask a harder question, lol. Thanks for reviewing. SoulSearcher16, I'm really sorry that I didn't update quicker, but Ino would find out sooner or later, I think. Paul Uzumaki lol, aren't you tired yet? They're starting to piece the person who took the picture and stuff, but who knows? One up here, wow. I might need to make the questions harder because you all are getting them extremely close, even right, and no prop about the Hinata thing. Erzo, wow, thanks for the compliment, I hope you continue reading. So thank again, and I am truly sorry once again. The next one I hope would be quicker. Love. KIWI4ME. Missing you. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I was searching for you, but now I'm running from you. By KIWI4ME. Thank you reviewers. Ski Uzumaki, One Up Hero, Paul Uzumaki, and Sukagana, I appreciate it. Now read on. Previously. So the only thing he could do is lay there, almost lifelessly waiting for the pain to stop hurting. It's been 3 days since the fight and she hasn't seen him since. She wonders if he was indeed expelled, or if he was avoiding her. She felt saddened by not seeing his cute blush, the genuine smile, the sparkle in his blue eyes. Ino, Tenten called out, your date is tonight, right? Ino nodded with a slight smile as her friend sat across from her at a small cafe. Tenten gave a worried smile as she placed a comforting hand on her arm. It'll be okay, Ino, we'll be there for you, she said with a smile, reminding her that they will always be there when she needs them. Ino smiled warmly at her and gave off a small laugh. Excuse me, miss, the waiter interrupted them. Ino and Tenten looked up to see white hair and piercing purple eyes. Ino noticed that his eyes were focused onto her blue ones, so she spoke. Yes, she said softly, and the waiter smiled at her a bit relieved. This is for you, he said, handing her a card and a red rose. Ino took it and stared at the card before facing the waiter again. Thank you, she replied and smiled warmly at the waiter, who grinned at her and left. Ino looked at Tenten, who was staring at the item that was just given to her. A rose and a card. What does the card say, Ino? The bun-haired woman asked. The blue-eyed female opened the card hesitantly and read the front. To the one who has my heart, Ino said softly as Tenten brought her chair around to sit closer to her friend. I give you a rose to show you my undying devotion, love, and attention, Ino read as she opened up the card. My love is yours to keep, and my heart is yours to have, Ino continued. The rose I gave you is as red as my blood, as red as my fire. I will give up my life and soul just for you, my love. I would do anything just to keep you here with me, though you never see me. Let me prove to you that I am the best and that my heart beats only for you. But if I can't have you, I can't bear to have anyone else hold you. So when I bleed, so will they. Love. Your faithful love. Ino finished and stared at Tenten, who stared at her as well. They broke eye contact and neither one said anything for a moment. What was the meaning of the letter? Was this person in the premises? Excuse me, miss, the waiter returns. Is there something wrong? Oh no, Ino said, giving off a nervous laugh. He only smiled at her, watching her calmly. If you don't mind, may I ask your name? The white-haired male asked. Ino hesitated for a moment, looking over at Tenten, who was staring suspiciously at the male. Yamanaka Ino, she finally said shortly. I believe it is only fair that I know yours as well, Ino finished with a soft smile. Mizuki Ochi, it's a pleasure to meet you, he replied with a light bow while she nodded as an agreement. I must head back to work, but if you don't mind, I'd like to continue with our conversation, he smiled at her, and she felt her stomach flip. Oh no, she thought to herself. The feeling is developing and she shouldn't push forward with this. I'm sorry, but we are leaving, Tenten said as she stood up sharply, pulling Ino along without a fuse. When they were a few blocks away, Tenten finally let Ino's wrist go and looked over at her. You okay? She asked, mildly concerned. Ino nodded and felt bad for just leaving the guy without an answer, but maybe this was best. Oh, shoot. Tenten cried out, stopping in her tracks. What's wrong? Ino asked, concerned. We forgot the letter, Tenten mumbled sadly. Naruto is finally feeling better. The bruise is fading, the cuts and scratches are closing up, and the scars are healing faster. His body looked better, but he felt miserable. He wanted to leave the house, but the fear of running into Ino scares him to death. He doesn't want to see the regret, the hurt, the get away from me look in her eyes of skies. His head snapped up when he heard the door opening. Kiba was walking in with a girl clinging to his back. Kiba glanced to see Naruto sitting on the couch staring at him, amused. I see you're better, Kiba said, a bit annoyed knowing what the blonde wants to say. I'm heading out later with the guys. Come with us, he stated, more of a command. Kiba-kun, what about me? The girl asked, confused. Sorry babe, only guys, Kiba said with a small smirk as he headed into the kitchen. But what am I going to do, she asked, pouting childishly. Naruto couldn't help thinking of a 5-year-old child in her. Babe, do what you do whenever I'm not there, Kiba informed her as if she was an idiot. Okay, she said softly, but don't you cheating on me, she said softly, but her eyes held determination. Kiba just smiled and kissed her before heading back out with her in tow. Naruto just stared, knowing that Kiba, the party animal he is, may possibly be cheating on her with others. He shook his head and thought about tonight. So the guys are going to hang, maybe it's best that he goes. After all, staying inside doesn't help, and if he has to face Ino, then he needs to do it like a man. Naruto stood up determined and headed for the showers. Even if he wants to, he could never get her out of his head. I miss her, he told himself sadly as the water runs down his face and body, splashing the floor softly with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Okay, I finally update. High fives for me. Well, so now instead of simple questions, I would like to ask more from you all. And you never know, I might just use it. Questions. 1. What do you think would happen at the date? Problem. 2. Do you think Naruto would get over Ino in the next chapter? 3. Why do you suppose Kiba is messing around with girls? 4. Have any ideas where the guys would be hanging out? This may be a hard one. Thank you, reviewers. I hope the questions are harder. I tried. I am in a bit of a rush, so I hope no grammar errors, and thank you for reviewing and reading. Love. KIWI4ME. And it begins. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I am afraid for you, are you scared too? By KIWI4ME. Thank you, reviewers. SHYGUI 1818, Servanjisabisks, Paul Uzumaki, and One Up Hero. I appreciate it. Now please continue. PS. Sorry for the late update. Previously. I miss her, he told himself sadly as the water runs down his face and body, splashing the floor softly with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Ino stared into the bathroom mirror, staring at herself. She had on the beautiful dress her father gave her for the date he had planned. She had finished putting light makeup on herself, curling her hair and clipping it up so her bare shoulders were exposed, and making sure she looks nice enough for her father's approval. She had on one gold bracelet to complement her dress, and her shoes were colored cream with small heels. She wondered why her father is so eager, so happy these few weeks. He doesn't come home drunk like he usually does. He actually planned the whole event, and he didn't ask her for her opinion on things anymore. She took a deep breath and stepped out of the bathroom where her father waited. You look beautiful, sweetie, her father complimented her. He took a couple of pictures and smiled so wide that she thought all she could see was his teeth on his face. He was excited and happy. Though he hates to admit that this wasn't only for his daughter's future happiness, it was for his as well. He hasn't been doing too well at his latest job, and sooner or later he knows he'd be getting the boot. If things go well with Ino and the mystery man, then maybe their future would be a bit brighter. He loves her and she is everything he has, so if he wasn't so desperate, then he'd never do anything as stupid, reckless, and selfish as this. He couldn't help smiling at seeing his beautiful daughter. He couldn't help seeing his wife in her, and he almost cried, but being a man, he wouldn't allow it. He grabbed his baby girl into his arms and kissed her on her cheek and stared at her for a few more moments. Are you ready? He asked, a bit hesitant. She nodded, and he almost wanted to punch himself for putting her through this. He knows she is only doing this for him, but he wanted things to work out with them for the future. Okay, let's go. I am so nervous, Tenton said as she looked around her. The nerves in her body kept shooting through her as she sees people, more likely guys, walking into the dainty restaurant. The raven-haired male was also glancing at the door, wondering when Ino was walking in, and who the man was. There were plenty of men sitting alone, so it could be any one of them. Ring ring. We're here, Sai spoke into the phone softly. Hey, I can't make it, the voice on the other side spoke. What do you mean? You know she needs all of us here, Sai spoke again, a bit more serious and stern. I know, there was a short silence. I'll be there in 10. Good, the artist said and hung up. Who was that? Tenton asked, curious. But before he could reply to the bun female, a group of guys came strolling in. The two looked with wide eyes as they saw who they were, then their eyes locked on one another. This isn't good, they both said in unison as they sat in quiet. Dude, what the heck are we here? Kiba asked the redhead as they sat in a large table. I heard their soup is the best in the country, Gar replied, skimming through the menu. Isn't this place expensive? The blonde asked, looking around to see people dressed all fancy and elegant. Yep, Lee exclaimed with a happy smile. Just relax and eat, then we can go to the club, Niji smirked at Kiba, who lightened up in a matter of seconds. Kiba grinned at the pale-eyed male and began looking through the tasty, expensive meals. Naruto wanted to smile, but his heart wasn't beating fast enough, and his mind was too far to catch up. He just looked at the menu as if to order something, but his mind was racing with thoughts of the blonde female. He knew he needed to explain things to her if he was wanted to still be in her life. He needed to fight for her, fight for this love he feels. She needs to know that he is truly devoted to her and in love with her. Naruto. The blonde's head snapped to the side to face the person calling his name. You okay? Kiba asked, a bit worried. He nodded his head and offered a small smile as he looked back at the menu. Hello, a waiter greeted them. Are you guys ready to order? Maybe he needed to focus on something else so he wasn't drowning in his own sorrow. He needed to stop thinking about the fight and Ino, especially Ino. Yes, we are, he announced to the female waiter. I would like. And walked Shikamaru and Tamari. She was in awe at the place as she held his hand. He led the way to a table not too far from Sai and Tenton. He knew what he was doing was going to ruin his relationship with Tamari if she found out, but he knew Ino since birth. They did everything together and he really doesn't know what he'd do without her. He looked across where he sat to see the sandy blonde's eyes shimmering under the light. He knew in his heart that she wouldn't understand fully what he was doing and why he was doing it. Thank you, Shikamaru, she said softly. This place is beautiful. Think of it as making up for lying to you, he said honestly as he glanced down to the menu at hand. She nodded with a large smile and begins examining the meals they offer. Tenten was the first to notice them walk in. She looked towards Sai to see him nod at her, letting her know that he knew. It looks like he didn't tell the sandy blonde what was really going on. Sai, Tenten whispered, the guy sitting near the window with the lavender-colored hair. She paused, letting Sai look over there unsuspicious. He looks suspicious, doesn't he? I agree, the raven-haired male nodded and drank his water glass. Dude, this soup is good. Kiba announced out, grinning madly. I think I want more. Stop, Kiba, get a hold of yourself, Lee said, trying to calm the overexcited Kiba. Naruto and Niji laughed quietly while Gaara kept eating, ignoring the loud brunette. Naruto suddenly stopped his laughter as he felt a breeze pass by him. The smell of roses lingers in the air, and he turned to face the door. His breath caught in his throat and he saw the platinum blonde walk in. Ino looked toward the windows where her father told her the man would be at. She saw the purple-colored haired male and headed over to him. He seemed to notice her as he stood up and offered his hand. Hello, he said, kissing her hand. It's nice to meet you, Yamanaka Ino. He gave a smile. Please sit with me. He pulled out the chair for her to sit and she smiled at him. He was a gentleman and very kind, she assumes. It's nice to meet you too. She paused, waiting for a name. Hayashi Kenji, he said, and it's my pleasure. Ah. So the mystery man is revealed. The job to Paul Uzumaki for guessing the place correctly. You all did a good job in answering. Questions. 1. So now that the man is revealed, what makes Inoichi so pushy for his daughter to meet him? 2. Will Naruto converse with Ino at all in the restaurant, or will he just stare sadly at her? 3. Will he get angry at her and possibly ruin her date? 4. Will Kin and Roy enter in the next chapter? Will her ex be mad? 5. Who was on the phone with Sai? 6. The little part right after the title, who do you think is saying that? Can be anyone from this chapter or others. Thanks once again to all the reviewers. SHYGUY1818, I believe, man. I believe. Lol, and I didn't quite understand the third answer, but okay. But thanks for reviewing. Welcome back. Xervangisabists, OMG. Thank you for reading, but how dare you put the blame on me? Lol, I'm sorry I'm taking your time away, but I'm glad you like it. Paul Uzumaki, you were great in answering. And I enjoyed your answers, especially the one on Kiba. Lol, it could be true, wink wink. One up, hero, I loved your answers. They made me laugh in a good way, of course. Interesting answers. I hope this one gives you a challenge. Love. KIWI4ME. The date. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. As I watch you far away, my heart feels like it is dying slowly. By KIWI4ME. Now read on, please. Thank you, reviewers. Xervangisabists, Ski Uzumaki Namikaze, Paul Uzumaki, and One Up Hero, I appreciate it. Much love. Previously. It's nice to meet you too. She pauses and waited for a name. Hayashi Kenji, he said, and it's my pleasure. Tenten and Sai watched Ino and the lavender-haired male interact. She seems to be easing into his conversation, and it doesn't seem like he'd do anything to hurt her, but they can never be sure. What do you think? Tenten asked after taking a bite of her meal. She seems to be enjoying his character, but we may never know what his intentions are, Sai explained while Tenten nodded her head in understanding. All they could do now is wait. I know this, Shikamaru, the sandy blonde said, but I still can't help but think of it. Tamari, Shikamaru was getting tired of going through this every time. I love her and I care about her, but the two of you are in different sections. I know, but you always put her above me and I just... Once she started to blabber, but it wasn't her intention to, just put me first sometimes too. Tamari, he sighed out heavily. He looked away from his meal to see sadness and hurt cross the seafoam eyes of his girlfriend. This is going to be a long troublesome night, he thought to himself, as he ignored the stare of the female who he's with. Naruto just watched her with the man. She looked so happy and so free. His lips fell into a pout as he felt as if she was his. All those times he put his heart on the line for her, she goes and find another guy. He couldn't help his hands clamping into fists. He is angry for feeling depressed and sad about them when there was never an us to begin with. He was angry with her, angry because it doesn't seem like she even thought more of them. The fact that she never visits him or wonders how he was. He even pictured himself walking up to her and speak his mind to her. He wanted to just go up to her and say exactly what he felt. How she could just string him along and pull the string every time she was near, every time she looks at him, and every time she smiles that beautiful smile. How could she use him as a comfort, as a pawn for her needs? He wasn't going to be something like a joke to her, even if she is the most beautiful being on the entire world. But she did really do that to me, he thought to himself as he glared at himself invisibly. He then felt miserable all over again. Of course she cares, right? It was his fault for getting into fights and his fault for avoiding her for 3 days. He couldn't help feeling the need to hate himself. If he never avoided her, she probably wouldn't be going on dates. Maybe she would be dating him instead. But now he'd never know because he was being so stupid. Dude, stop watching her, Kiba said as he pointed the spoon at her direction. I can't, he said as he continued observing the platinum blonde. Is she on a date? Lee asks, a bit confused. Maybe, Gar stated, but her friends are here too. What? Naruto and Kiba asked in unison. Noticed them when we walked in, Niji stated as he grabbed his napkin. Dang, we are losing it here, bud, Kiba stated, pouting slightly. But why are they all here? Naruto asked, not once leaving his gaze on her. No coincidence, Lee said, spooning up his soup. Ino was enjoying herself. He seemed to be very nice and polite. His parents own a high-end company as well as other ones, and he is heir to it all when his father steps down. So Ino knows he has money and fortune. I'm surprised you were the one to ask my father for a date, Ino said, a bit giggly as her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Well, I've seen you around and I knew your father, he said sheepishly with a grin. Oh, but how did you meet my father? She asks, now curiosity at its peak. He works for one of the small companies my father ran, he stated. I was visiting one of them, and I saw you there, he said with a smile. After seeing how beautiful you are, and how kind you were to everyone, I had to meet you. He finished smiling at Ino, who blushed cutely for him. Flashback. Daddy? The blonde-haired female called out with a wave toward the older male version. Sweetie. The man grinned at her. I brought you lunch, she smiled sweetly at him and handed her father a bag. Aw, thanks, sweetheart. He bent down and kissed his daughter on the cheek as he reached for the bag. Aw, dear Ino, what about me? A man with little hair and a round built asked, feigning hurt. Oh, I'm sorry, Ino apologized. If you want, I could run to the store for you. No, I was just joking, little one, he said, laughing. You have such a beautiful daughter, Inoichi, a sweet one too. I know it. Inoichi laughed out with the man in tow as they placed their arms on one another's shoulder. Ino just watched and couldn't help the smile appearing on her face. Her father was happy, and that makes her even happier inside. Then flashback. Looking back to it now, she couldn't help but feel a bit saddened. After that man passed away, her father has been drinking more, just like when her mother left them. She knows he'd get over it just like before, but she doesn't know how long it would take this time. Yet he hasn't been drinking lately. Is it because he was too happy for her to drink? Ino? Kenji called out. Yes? She asked in return. Are you okay? You looked a bit spacey, he remarked. Am I boring you? He asked with a small smirk. No, I was just thinking, she said, laughing genuinely. About what? A voice broke through the platinum blonde's trail of thought. She looked up toward the side to see Roy and Kin. Kin? She announced and stood up excitedly. She embraced her and looked toward Roy and smiled at him. Kenji, Ino said, not seated yet as she looked toward the man. This is my good friend Kin and her date, Roy. Ino was so excited that she didn't notice the hurt and pain in Roy's eyes when she said her date. He expected her to say that he was a friend, not someone's date. It's nice to meet the two of you, Kenji stated and offered his hand for the two to shake. They accepted it. Roy gave a look toward Kenji as he did as well. Why don't you two join us? Ino asked with a smile. It depends on your date, Kin stated as she and Roy looked toward the lavender-haired man. It'll be my pleasure, he said and called on the waiter, who pulled another table to make it larger. Kin and Roy took their seats. Roy and Ino on one side, Kin and Kenji on the other. Now the plan begins, but unfortunately not everyone is in on it. Especially a golden blonde male, he's secluding himself into a shell more and more, as his eyes bore into her skin unnoticed. Wow. Now I must add that Xervangisibus took that thought of yours and added it here, but not really intentionally making poor Naruto do so. I believe he is too confused. But, yes, the plan is starting to begin. Lots of characters scrunched up in here. Is it confusing? Okay, to answer the last chapter's questions, number 5, Kin, and 6, Tenten. I was thinking of her when I wrote it. No one guessed her, but that's okay. Because all the guesses are good too. To tell you all the truth, everyone did a pretty good job, so be happy. Questions. 1. Will Tamari find out what is going on? Why Shikamaru brought her there? 2. Will it be awkward with KNJ, I'm Mystery Man, and Ino? Or will it be a breeze? 3. Do you think there will be any interruptions? Just for myself. 4. Is my chapters really that short? If you all want longer ones, will you be willing to wait longer? 5. Am I making this story too long already, over 20 chapters? Thank you, reviewers. I love the 4 of you. Paul Uzumaki, wow, you got 4-6 right. Congress. You are doing extremely well and guessing very good. Lol, thanks for finding the time to review. Xervangisibus, I added your idea to the story. Are you happy? I'm sorry it is long. I get tired easily when I write, but thanks for returning. 1UP Hero, I don't know if you meant to be funny, but I can't help smiling at your answers. They are awesome. You answered good too. You never know if they are right cause I'm not answering. Atlas, not yet, wink. Ski Uzumaki Namikazuo. Very good guessing. You guessed the phone call correctly. And I thought I got you all. Lol, Congress. Thanks for reviewing. P.S. Why the name change? The next chapter would be a continuation of the date. Let's just hope it goes smoothly. Love. KIWI4ME. Tension. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us apart. You are my one and only if you can see. A KIWI for me. Thanks to Ski Uzumaki Namikaze, Dithravena Sengen, One Up Hero, Sukagana, and SHYGUY 1818. Now finally, an update. Previously. It'll be my pleasure, he said and called on the waiter who pulled another table to make it larger. Kin and Roy took their seats. Roy and Ino on one side, Kin and Kenji on the other. Shikamaru glanced to the side, noting that Kin had arrived with Roy. He felt a pit of his stomach turn and twist as he saw the navy-haired male sitting beside his best friend. He forced himself to turn back and eat his meal, otherwise his date would have figured it out. So he just ate in silence and glanced around him quickly to make sure the others were aware. Tamari couldn't help glancing up to watch the male in front of her. He was something different, young but mature, not perfect, but all the more handsome. It was strange, especially for her to have such strong feelings for him. Though they've dated for a long time, she still can't seem to be able to surpass the other. The girl he holds so high on a pedestal while she sits on a chair, the other blonde who captured his heart from the day he was born while she holds it in a net, the female with the looks and smile, while she has her doubts and despair. She just can't let him go, just let this thing between them go. She loves him and only wished that he would hold his gaze on her longer than a few minutes. Hope that he stops looking at the other and for once, care enough to smile for her. Tenten watched carefully as she sipped her coffee. She could feel the tense atmosphere around her and sigh, not due to either one of them, but more of not knowing what is to come. The feeling that something bad would happen to her sister didn't sit well with her. She loves the petite blonde. She just can't imagine anything bad happening to her. Finding out that Roy guy used her innocent sister makes her want to rip him apart, though it isn't her style. She took another sip of her coffee, just praying for safety for Ino. Sai sneaked quick glances at Ino. She looked even more comfortable now that Kin had arrived. It's a good thing, but was she still aware that someone was after her? Maybe wanting to hurt her. The raven-haired male glanced at the woman in front of him. He could tell she was scared for the blonde's sake. Though she was trying to hide her fear, it was too obvious coming from where he was. In front of her. He then tilted his head a little to see Shikamaru avoiding glares at the male sitting beside Ino. Sai then glanced once more at his blonde friend to see a smile. He forced himself not to sigh at the unexpected signal. She really was enjoying herself, maybe a little too much. Naruto saw the man with navy hair and recognized him as the driver who dropped him in Kiba off. He noticed how he sat close to the platinum blonde without her hesitating a move from him. The blonde male forced himself to turn away and face his friends who'd been calling him. Isn't that the guy who dropped us off? Kiba asked him. Yeah it is, he answered, taking a bite of his meal. I think we should head out, Niji said, noticing the hurt in the blonde's voice. Yeah, I need a drink, Gara announced, causing a snicker from Kiba. Remember that day? Kin asked, leaning diagonally toward Ino, since Roy was sitting across from her. Though this wasn't exactly how she wanted the seating to take place, it was still fine. She could mess with the man beside her, and she'd be able to see the signs with Roy's feelings. She knew when she arrived, it was the perfect timing, but she still should have gotten there earlier. The fact that Roy said he needed to get something before they headed to where she wanted to go really made her suspicious. Could he be speaking to this man and plant something without her knowledge? She knows something about tonight didn't sit right with her, but maybe she was just too confused about the whole situation. She knew Sai, Tenten, Shikamaru, and Tamari was here, but she didn't expect a blonde-haired blue-eyed male there as well, especially with his party posse. But she wasn't able to think further with Ino answering her question. Yay, I thought you were trying to beat me up. The platinum blonde laughed good-naturedly. Ino was definitely enjoying herself. Kin was there and she felt more at ease and more comfortable. She could see the smiles on her companies, and it made her smile wider. She always enjoys company, whether it is 1 or 50 people, she never minded it. She was about to speak once more when a blonde caught her eye. Naruto. She called out as the man stopped and turned. Hi, Naruto said as he saw the porcelain face of his love. I didn't know you were here. Ino exclaimed brightly as she ran up to him. Her smile just melted him and he wasn't angry at her, himself, or anything anymore. He smiled back softly while they gazed at one another. You look better, she said as she reached her hand to cup his cheek, still a small scar. A minute go away, Naruto managed to say with a beet-red face. I miss her touch, he told himself as he eased into her hand. I hope so, she said softly with a sad look. Are you guys leaving? She asked, looking ahead of him to see his friends. Naruto was unsure. He wanted to stay with her, but they must be busy. Don't force them to stay, Kin called out calmly, not ready to make a ruckus. I'm not making them, Ino replied, pouting shyly as her hand left his cheek. Oh? Kin mocked as an eyebrow arched upward. Kin. Ino whined cutely as she turned back to Naruto. I hope I see you again. Naruto wasn't able to say anything but that. He felt stupid, but all his mind was saying was to leave now, but his heart said stay. Let's go, Naruto, Kiba called from behind. Lots of girls awaits. Naruto's sweat dropped and walked away, head hung low as he dragged his feet. Why did Kiba gotta embarrass him? He gave off a deep sigh and turned to see Ino waving goodbye. Though it was a simple innocent wave and smile, he felt so much better inside. She does care, he told himself with a smile upon his face. That was the boy I dropped off, right? Roy asked as Ino sat back down. She nodded. I haven't seen him in a while. Did you miss him? Roy asked, a bit hesitant for an answer. Ino looked at him and smiled. Of course, I miss everyone I haven't seen, she replied, satisfied as she took a bite of her salad. Roy's lips curved into a smile, knowing the message behind what she said. Then she missed me when I left, he told himself as he turned to give Kin a warm smile. Ino, Kenji spoke up. Kin told me that you have a secret admirer. Ino nodded as she glanced over at Kin, who smiled approvingly. Well, I wouldn't be surprised, Kenji said calmly. A beautiful woman like yourself should have plenty of them. Ino blushed happily as she smiled at him. She could fall in love with him, she could give her heart to him, but he could do many things to her. He could hurt her, he could lie to her, and he could use her. She can't bear to have that feeling again. Many guys she had gone out with, she got attached to one way or another. Her heart falls too easily and breaks just as fast. She took an intake of air softly and looked at the man in front of her. Maybe he could be the one, she thought as he smiled at her, and she returned the gesture. Maybe. Tenten couldn't help but stare at what was going on. Ino looked so happy, so pure, and so innocent that it startled her a little. She looked in front of her to see Sai, not quite comprehending what was happening. She kept a laugh within herself, not ruining the moment. Maybe that man is okay and not the person, because if he is now noticed, right? Sai, Tenten breathed out softly. I do not think he is the guy, she finished, looking over there once more. And why do you say that? Sai asked as he faced her. Because, if he was the one, he is noticed now, so Tenten tried to explain as she looked at him. I see, he looked over at the blonde to see the happy face as well as everyone who seemed to be enjoying themselves. He looked over at the genius to see his eyes looking at him as if to say something. What it was he couldn't comprehend, but he knew it was to keep quiet about something. Shikamaru felt like what he was doing may just end his life. The way her eyes shine and the way her smile finished her with a glow made it hard for him to focus. He forced himself not to sigh deeply at this whole event. Why does everything have to happen to the Yamanaka female, his best friend? So hard he tries to help her, to protect her, but it seems life has a way of tearing her apart each time. Now looking at the sandy blonde before him, he doesn't like changes and hates choosing. Tamari had been with him for a while now and he still couldn't believe that she stayed with him all these times. He wonders if she was too good for him, or if he was good enough for her. He doesn't know what to do, and though he has a genius brain, he just wished time would stay still and never change. Are you okay, Shikamaru? Tamari asked, concern laced within her voice. He caught her eyes and he nodded, forcing a smile. I don't know if I could live without you, he told himself as he continues to finish up his meal. Roy said, catching her attention. You look amazing tonight. Thank you, Roy, she said with a soft blush upon her cheeks. She gave him a smile and he returned it. They looked at one another for a moment before Ino turned to speak once more to Kenji, who had asked her a question within that moment. Roy looked on briefly before turning to face Kin, who faced him at the same moment. He winked at her and she smirked back. I don't know if I could live without you, he told himself and took a bite of his meal. Kin watched Roy and Ino interacting with one another. She still didn't understand everything. If Roy was actually using Ino, then why does he act so kind and wanting? Could he have changed, or is he faking? She wasn't sure of anything herself, but when she spotted the way the two looked at one another, she couldn't help but sense something important between them. Maybe they never really had a goodbye. Maybe their feelings for one another are still the same. But whatever it was, she knew that it had to be deeper. Wow, you want to pursue in dancing? Kenji had asked for clarity as he sipped his glass of iced tea. Yeah, Ino nodded. I enjoy movements and being on stage. And she really is wonderful at doing it, Roy had added to receive a sheepish smile from Ino. Really? She asked softly as she faced the navy-haired male. Of course, Roy replied, smoother as his smirk turned into a smile. Ino couldn't help herself. Her mind is telling her that it's wrong to take all the compliments from him, but another part wants it badly because she missed it. Her mind felt like there were two people or more debating on everything and anyone. Ino, would you accompany me into the restroom? Kin had asked as she got up with her bag. Ino looked toward her and nodded her head. We'll be right back, Kin said as Ino walked around the table to her. Make sure to behave while we are gone, she finished with a wink as she walked away with a confused Ino beside her. The two men sat facing one another. Lavender and navy blue, both contrast the other. One with a bad past, the other with a bad future, one with the sweetest of smiles, the other with the sweetest of kisses. What are you doing here? Kenji asked, not too happy. I could ask you the same, Roy replied smoothly as he looked toward the restroom door where the two female has disappeared to. You're stupid, the lavender-haired male stated, for letting her go. Roy looked at Kenji for a moment and replied with sadness, I know, before finishing with a strong statement, and you're stupid, for thinking she'd be yours. Okay. Much longer, right? I tried to at least, so what do you all think? Things are changing, isn't it? The next chapter will be more on Naruto and the gang, so stay tuned. Questions. 1. Do you think Shikamaru and Temari would last? 2. What do you think Kin and Ino are talking about? 3. How do Kenji and Roy know each other? 4. What the heck are Naruto and the gang doing this whole chapter? Special thanks to my reviewers. Ski Uzumaki Namikaze, thank you so much for answering. Your answers are totally close to the target. Great job. And oh, that's good that you're making a new story, kudos to you. And your compliments are appreciated. Dithravana Sengen, thank you so much for taking your time to answer my questions, and your number 3 answer is right on the money. Great job. One up here. Oh, I haven't checked the news story. What is it? So I can check it personally, and thank you for answering. And many of your answers are awesome, and I think you did it very great on answering. Really close and on target. Tsukagana, I know, sorry, but Naruto is still there. I think lol. SHYGUY 1818, wow, thanks for reviewing. Now let's see what is happening with Naru and his posse for the next chapter. Stay tuned. KIWI4ME. Confusion. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us apart. I want to dance, only with you. By KIWI4ME. Thank you Tsukagana, Dithravana Sengen, One Up Hero, Ski Uzumaki Namikaze, and SHYGUY 1818. I know, finally an update. Let's go Naruto, Kiba called from behind, lots of girls awaits. Naruto's sweat dropped and walked away, head hung low as he dragged his feet. Why did Kiba gotta embarrass him? He gave off a deep sigh and turned to see Ino waving goodbye. Though it was a simple innocent wave and smile, he felt so much better inside. She does care, he told himself with a smile upon his face. Once he was out of the door, his heart was being pulled toward the beautiful blonde as if she was calling him. He turned and looked at the door in front of him as if it was blocking him. He stood watching her for a moment to see her smile at the man beside her, and his smile fell from his face and shattered onto the floor. He's confused, not because she doesn't care, but he wonders what the two of them are. Yo, let's go buddy, Kiba exclaimed, calling from behind. Naruto turned away from the door and forced himself not to look back. He caught up to his friends and headed off to the one place that he could smile, the club. As they entered the open nightclub, they could smell the alcohol in the air. Kiba's smile was so bright that it seemed to brighten up the flashes of neon lights in the darkened areas. There were many men and women dancing to the upbeat music that was being blasted throughout the entire room. Naruto headed in following his overexcited friend, with the rest following behind. They headed to a small table to sit for a moment, though it was mostly for Kiba to pick and choose. How are you doing, Naruto? Gaara had asked, really out of concern, but with curiosity as well. Better, Naruto admitted as he faced the redhead, who nodded acceptingly. Hey there guys, a voice spoke and all eyes fell on who it was. Naruto couldn't help but stare in awe at the woman who just made herself noticed. She looked beautiful, almost as beautiful as Ino. She had long dark hair that made her mysterious, and her body was just too perfect. She was smiling and it looked like she was smiling at him. You can wipe that drool from your lips now, she said softly as she bent down to be face to face to him. He blushed, realizing his embarrassment and the fact that her chest looked like it would fall out as she bent any lower. Sorry, he apologized, still staring at her. What's your name, sweetie? She asked, taking another gulp of her drink. Naruto, he managed to say as he gulped, seeing the slip liquid from her lips going down her neck. Naruto, she whispered, with her lips taking the form of a seductive smirk. She leaned in closer and giggled into his ears, causing him to shiver. Let's dance, she announced and grabbed lead him to the dance floor after leaving her bottle on the table. Kiba, Lee, Gaara, and Neji watched Naruto being forced to dance. Lucky guy, Kiba smirked out naturally, got a hot chick. Neji stared at him a bit worried, knowing full well what may happen. Naruto is easy to be pushed as the air. The pale-eyed male couldn't help but feel something unnerving about that woman. Who is she? Gaara took the bottle that the woman had left on the table and examined it. He doesn't know why, but she seems strange for picking out Naruto out of everyone else. Why him and not someone else? He isn't trying to say that his blonde friend isn't attractive, but the fact that she went straight to him and no one else is suspicious. His eyes roamed the top, his nose smelled the beverage, and his fingers gripped the bottle tighter. Lee was happy for his friend, but he also felt something weird inside his stomach. He felt it almost screaming at him silently, almost trying to tell him or warn him, but he doesn't know, nor does he understand it. As Naruto headed to the dance floor with the woman, he could see that all eyes were on him, and it unnerved him. He looked at the long black-haired woman as she turned to face him. So tell me, Naruto, she whispered, do I turn you on? Though it was only a whisper, he heard it like it was only them, and no noises were found. He slightly and didn't reply back but sway with her in his arms. She was leaning into him closer and closer until her head was against his chest. He could feel her circling circles against his chest, and he reddened slightly. Naruto-kun, why are you so cute? She whispered again as her hand moved to his back and rubbed it soothingly. You think I'm cute? Naruto found himself asking as he looked down at the woman. No, she admitted, looking into his blue eyes, you're very handsome. She smiled at him and him at her. He feels butterflies swarming inside of him as he stared into dark brown eyes. "Kiss me," she whispered as she leaned forward. He could feel himself being drawn to her as he leaned in closer. Their lips almost touching, almost reacting to one another. His mind and body was screaming at him to touch already, to make that connection, but his heart was begging. It was pulling and struggling with some little hope that he'd stop. But with his mind and body toppling over his heart, he closed the distance and their lips found one another. She tasted of liquor and cherry. She was smiling as their kisses grew more passionate. She moved her body closer, and he could feel her grinding against him. He pulled back from shock and felt a bit disgusted, but he wasn't sure why. Was he disgusted with himself, her, or everything? He looked into her dark eyes to see confusion and anger. She moved in closer for another kiss, but he backed off. He doesn't feel it anymore, feel that desire that he had earlier. Why was that? He didn't know, and so he stared back confused. The next thing he knew, or felt, was pain rushing through his cheek and her walking away. She stomped off angrily at the fact that he rejected her advances, rejected her. Naruto stood shocked for a moment, realizing that he had just been slapped. He could hear the music, hear the people, and hear the laughter. He backed up and headed straight to where he knew his friends were occupying. What happened to the girl? Kiba had asked, looking around behind his blonde friend. Are you okay? Lee had asked as he returned to his seat after dancing with the female. She slapped me, Naruto admitted as he slumped into his chair. He looked around to see Lee and Kiba only there. He faced Kiba and raised an eyebrow. They're at the dance floor, Kiba said, pointing behind himself. Lucky huh? Out you? Why aren't you there too? Naruto had to ask as he held onto his pain cheek. I promise, he sighed out, taking another drink, trying to drink less too, he finished as he held up his drink. Naruto and Lee stared at him, then one another, then at him once again. Kiba being sober and keeping a secret is too strange. Stop looking at me, will ya? He screamed through the music, glaring heat toward them. That's weird, Naruto admitted honestly as he leaned back. Yeah, Kiba. I'll back you up. Lee screamed happily with a fist held high in the air. Kiba snickered at this and Naruto just smiled. I'm going to head out, the blonde announced as he stood up. Now? Lee had asked along with Kiba. Yeah, I'll head back first, don't stay out too long, he said, and bid them farewell. He needed to clear his head, to relax his mind, and to sleep. Sleep sounds good, he told himself as he walked out of the building toward his adobe. Ino-kin said once they entered the bathroom and locked it, what is up with you and Roy? Amino begun, not quite sure where to start. Well, he looks the same. Ino-kin stated a little stricter, are you still in love with him? The blonde beauty hesitated, trying to go through her mind and her heart to find the answer. She was confused and unsure of her feelings with anyone but her friends at the moment. She looked at Kin to see that she wasn't going to go easy on her, so she said the only thing that she felt at that moment, I love him. Kin just nodded as she watched Ino. She could tell that Ino wasn't too sure about what she had just said, but the truth was definitely there. She didn't know if she should be happy for Ino or angry at her. She gave off a sigh and headed to the mirror to look at herself. What about Kenji? She continued as she fixed her hair. You liking him? Yeah, Ino said, a bit relieved. He seems to be a sweet guy, she added. But he's too sweet. Kin made a face that told Ino weird alert as she continues, a bit sickeningly sweet. But that's okay, Ino assured her friend as she gave herself a look in the mirror. Ino, Kin said, facing her friend, I think you should take it nice and slow. Besides, she waited for the blonde to look at her. What about that one guy, Naruto? Ino gave Kin a look that said what? Until it fell into an O. What about Naruto? Ino asked, a bit confused on why she would bring the blonde up. You like him, right? Kin asked. Oh yeah, Ino admitted, staring at her friend. So Kin started off with a smirk that told Ino that nothing was good. Ino glared at the older woman. What in the world is going on in that brain of yours? Nothing you'd appreciate, she replied with a larger smirk as she turned back to the mirror. I'm scared, and Ino meant it too. She still remembered when she asked what the woman was thinking, and it gave her nightmares for 3 days straight. Ino fixed her clothes and hair as Kin did the same. Let's head back, shall we? She asked as she headed to the door already. Ino nodded and headed out the door, back to their tables. She's too much for you, isn't she? Kenji smirked into his glass as he drank. I can handle her, Roy replied as he watched the man's moves. I'm sure you can, Kenji said mockingly, just like you handled Ino. Shut up, Roy seethed out angrily, stop bringing the past up. Ha, but it's so fun, Kenji smiled as he waited for a reply from the male opposite of him. You're a stupid piece of. Roy stopped himself as he noticed the two ladies heading to the table. He got up and held open the chair for his date, as Kenji copied to do the same with Ino. Though Roy would have loved to pull the chair out for the blonde, he felt obligated to pull his dates instead. What were you two talking about while we were out? Kin asked, curiously looking at the males. Nothing too important, just the past, Kenji had replied, giving a smile to Kin. And you too? He asked, facing the blonde. That's stuff, Ino replied, giving a shy smile to him. Oh really? He asked with an eyebrow arched. Kin, may I ask a question from you? Roy asked across the table. Yeah, go ahead, she said, putting her full attention on him. What do you have in store, buddy? Kin waited, wondering what it could be that he had to ask her permission for. Are you busy tomorrow? He continued asking. I don't think so, she replied with a curious look. Would you mind if I take you to the beach? He had asked with a soft smile that told Kin that nothing perverted was in question. I suppose, she answered with a smile that Ino found very rare. She is really smiling. The blonde couldn't help but feel envious and sad at that moment. Why was this Roy so different from the old one? Why couldn't he treat her nice and special like he is now? Should we get going? She asked, hoping that her feelings weren't showing. Yes, let's go, Kenji said as he got up to pull her chair for her. She thanked him and was about to begin walking along with Kin and Roy when he stopped her. Ino, can I talk to you for a moment? The navy blue-haired male had asked. I'm okay, she decided as she followed him through the back with his hand on hers. Naruto continued down the dim streets trying to clear his mind. He felt nauseous and buzzed, but he didn't drink tonight. At least he didn't remember doing anything. He kept walking as he held his head slightly from the pain. His eyes were becoming fuzzy, which confused him. What the hell happened? He asked himself, confused with his body. The next thing he remembered was feeling something hard against his back and then being dragged somewhere. He couldn't see who it was or how many, but he felt like he was drugged. He screamed inside, wondering how it happened, but before he could continue, he felt a sharp pain against his arms. He didn't know if he screamed or not, but damn did it hurt. He could hear voices and screams, but he could place the voice with a face or name. He forced himself to keep his eyes open, though everything he saw was blurred. He felt two hands touching his pants and grabbing his money. He was thankful that he didn't bring his wallet and only cash. And within a few seconds he heard footsteps running off, and then it was quiet. He was helpless, he knew that much. Everything was becoming dark, and as a few raindrops hit his face and slid off his jawlines, he saw her. The beautiful goddess that he wished to have in his life. He smiled at the thought and closed his eyes as he breathed out her name, Ino. Please, Ino, the navy-haired male whispered softly against her ear. I can't, she stuttered back, feeling the old emotions riling up against her will. Why, he barely whispered as he traced his fingers down her left arm. Ino hated this. She hated how she couldn't fight her feelings. She hated how her body would go against her judgments and will. She hated how she wished for this moment. She hated how she could never hate this man or any that didn't respect her. She hated how she could fall for these types of men. She hated the fact that he knows what he is doing. She hated how much she wanted to just kiss him on the lips. She hated everything that they became. She hated how much she still cares. Please don't do this to me, she whispers back, holding in the tears. I can't take it, I just can't. He backed off of her and stared into her watery blue eyes. She could see the sadness and regret clouding his eyes. She wanted to cry, wanted to break down, wanted to lose it all right then and there, but a voice saved her fate. What is going on here? The voice bellowed out angrily. Ino and Roy turned and looked at the person. Ino's face was still on the verge of tears, his was still filled with regret that became unchanged even as the man before them took a step closer. Ino, the voice spoke softly as if confused. They were close, and still were. They looked like they were about to kiss or do something frisky, which he didn't like at all. His blood was boiling, his head was becoming cloudy, his legs were taking him straight to them. Kenji, the blonde, spoke softly and looked down away from him. He didn't understand it. Did these two still have something with each other? Did they not sever their relationship years ago? Hasn't it been so long since they were together? What the hell were you doing to her, you bastard? He exclaimed as he pushed the accused male away. I didn't do anything, the navy-haired male replied back, looking away from the blonde. Look at her. You must have done something to make her cry. He screamed, fist in hands and ready for punches. Ino pulled Kenji's arm to stop him. She knew what was going to happen and had a feeling that he would have assumed that something must have happened that didn't. She didn't want a fight between them nor anyone else. He turned to face her. He was still contorted in anger and regret as his face stared at her. His light-colored eyes glared into sky-blue ones. She didn't falter, but she felt like he wanted to rip her apart at that moment. His hand found her shoulder, her back found the wall once more, and his lips found hers. She was startled, shocked, and confused as his moist mouth landed on hers. She didn't know what to do, nor did she know what to think. She was frozen in what felt like fear and curiosity. Her eyelids didn't listen to her heart as it began to close, her hand refused her muscles as she reached for his face. Yet, before she could potentially kiss back, she felt the air. Her eyes immediately opened and her mouth opened a slight bit. What she saw was Roy on top of Kenji and fists flying. She forced herself to run over there and to get in between them, but her deed wasn't noticed. She felt her body hit the floor hard, she felt like the world was spinning, she felt a pain on her shoulders, and she screamed. She screamed angrily at them, she screamed so loud that everyone in the restaurant heard. Kin got up and ran toward the noise after eyeing her friends. She ran fast as she could, wondering why they were screaming, and why was it Ino's voice. She turned corners after corners only to be trapped by more doors. Stupid shitty place. She gritted out angrily as she turned and continued to run toward her blonde friend. Well, here you have it. I know, I'm terrible for making you all wait so long, but since school is now over for me, I will be updating quicker. I hope, and sorry if it's hard to understand and grammar errors I wanted to update. But thank you so much for those who continues to read. So to recap, Ino and Kin was talking about her interests. Naruto kissed someone who was Dino, dun, and was possibly mugged. And of course, a fight broke between Kenji and Roy. Sorry for the long wait, but this long chapter makes it up right. Questions. 1. What happened to Naruto? 2. How did he get drugged? 3. What will Kin find as she looks for Ino? Special thanks to my reviewers. Sukagana lol, yeah, knowing Kiba is parties and hot babes, but great job in answering. Keep it up. Dithurvana singing lol, I love your answers, they made me smile. Great work on the answers, they were perfect. Especially number 2. One up hero, thank you so much for reviewing. Lol, Shikatima is a fav for you, eh? Lol, but your answers are almost impossibly on the money. Great job. And Ima check on the story, I'm sure it's great. Ski Uzumaki Namika's well Ski, you got practically all the questions right, but that's still good. D and anytime. We all need confidence in posting our stories online for everyone, that's why I appreciate you and all the reviews so much. SHYGUY 1818, lol thanks. Please continue reading. Love. KIWI4ME. I love you. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us apart. I love you, please love me. By KIWI4ME. Previously. He was helpless, he knew that much. Everything was becoming dark, and as a few raindrops hit his face and slid off his jawlines, he saw her. The beautiful goddess that he wished to have in his life. He smiled at the thought and closed his eyes as he breathed out her name, Ino. Thank you, one up hero, Servanjisabisks, Dithurver Sengen, and SHYGUY 1818. Thank you for the support and your answers are awesome. He woke up feeling bruised and hurt. His muscles didn't want to do what his mind was ushering. The pain that ran up his back as he sat up made him remember what had happened the night before. The woman who looked so beautiful, the man that accused him, the darkness, and her face. Ino, he spoke her name and her beautiful heavenly sculpted face appeared in his mind. He was so happy, but his lips wouldn't smile from the split of his lips. He wondered how she got there, if she took care of him, and if she was still there. He looked around the room and noticed that this wasn't his room, so maybe it was hers. The room was of a pastel color, the lighting was perfect with the sheets in satin. He tried to turn his head to the side slowly, so no pressure was put upon his body. To his left, he saw pictures and paintings that he supposed was hers. There was one in particular, one with bright orange and yellow, that reminded him of a painting he had drawn once. His mouth opened slightly at the painting, but he thought of nothing further. He turned his head slightly to the right to see portraits and designs. He smiled a little, though reassuring. He remembered someone who had similar walls and colors. Naruto-kun, the soft voice spoke, and the blonde's eyes grew wide. The day at the restaurant was finally behind her as she walked out of the shower in the morning. Her hair was wrapped in a towel, and her clothes were a little bigger than her original size, but she felt comfortable. She went to the living room and gave off a deep sigh as she was heading to the couch. She lay down and thought about what had happened. Flashback. The blonde beauty was screaming and trying to rip the two apart, but she wasn't as strong. It seemed like they both had a rigid grip on one another like snakes would do to their prey. She screamed and yelled, "Stop it," millions of times, but neither realized it. She threw some things she found on the floor at the two, but neither one stopped for even a second. She didn't know what to do, she felt immensely useless as she stood as a bystander watching the fight that she probably caused. She fell down to her knees and sat there covering her eyes. She didn't want to watch, but she couldn't move either. She forced herself not to cry, not to remember her past, not to think at all. She didn't want to remember that she saw her father bruised and beaten, she didn't want to relive the moments that an old friend hurt her, she didn't want to reminisce on her past at all. Roy was so pissed that he couldn't understand a word that she was saying. He was so angry that he couldn't stop his fists from getting into contact with that bastard's face. He hated him so much. Hated what he had done and hated every inch in him. He knew what he did that could cause for some drastic problems, but at this point, he didn't care. He didn't care if he was kicked out of his new home, if he was forced to live on the streets, if he was made to become homeless. But there was one thing that he did care about, and as he looked toward Ino did he realize what he had done. Kenji was beyond angry. He remembered kissing Ino, then within a spilled second a fist was flying at him. He couldn't believe it. He threw his own fists at the navy-haired male. He wasn't going to sit out and let himself get hurt, especially in front of a woman. He needed to show that he is a man, that he is strong enough to take care of her. Roy was going to pay. He will force him into the streets again. His parents were kind enough to give him a home, but this was unnecessary. He knew that Roy had a thing with Ino, but that was so long ago. Why couldn't he get over the fact that she doesn't like him anymore? After all the times she did things for him that he never appreciated, that he never took the time to thank her, those times that he should have held on to instead of letting her go. Kenji's eyes turned to the right slightly to see the blonde curled up into a ball. The only thing that came to his mind was, oh shit. They both looked at each other and stared hatefully at one another as they blamed the other. Look what you've done. Kenji screamed, accusing the navy-haired male. Shut up. This was your fault. The accused screamed back. Ino tuned their voices out as she stood up shaking, trying her hardest to control her breathing. She closed her eyes and tried to calm her mind as much as she could. She needed to thank Hinata later for introducing this technique to her. She slowly opened her eyes to face the two men who continued to argue. She felt a ting of regret to what had occurred. What was her problem? She could handle anything. She could handle a fight between two people. Why did she break down? Why did she let them get the best of her? Why the hell did she let this thing happen? She was starting to get angry at herself and everyone. Ino, a voice spoke through her thoughts, and she turned her head toward the voice. Kin, Roy had said as Kenji and him stopped arguing. What the hell is going on? She asked, looking at the guys, then at her blonde friend. Nothing happened, Kin, Ino said as she gave a smile. We were just leaving back to find you. Oh really? Kin asked, skeptical as the men watched. Yes, Ino nodded. I'm ready to head home. She gave a yawn. I'm tired. The blonde walked over to her friend and locked arms with her as she smiled. Kin nodded before facing the men once again with an angry glare that spoke loud and clear. Don't you dare come close to her or die. Then flashback. Ino got up and headed toward her bedroom to put on a tank and shorts. Her father seemed to understand what had happened, though she left out lots of details. Kin, who kept an eye on her, was only told that she didn't feel well and wanted to leave. She knew that Kin was suspicious, and she knew that she was going to have to tell them sooner or later. She gave off a sigh and headed out the door to the only other place that she knew she could confide in. Naruto-kun, the soft voice spoke, and the blonde's eyes grew wide. Hinata, his voice came out of his mouth very raspy as his eyes never left her figure. How are you feeling? She asked as she sat on the chair beside him. Am I in your room? He asked as he looked away from her and to stare into her ceiling. Hinata watched the blonde face away from her, and she wondered if he still hasn't forgiven her, or if she had become ugly to him. She couldn't help the soft sigh that escaped her lips as she thought back on those silly days that they had with one another. Yes you are, she answered after a few moments. I'm sorry, she apologized, for everything. Thank you, Naruto decided to say as he tilted his head to face her pale eyes, for saving my life. Naruto couldn't help giving a smile to the female as he felt grateful at that moment in his life. Hinata smiled in return, realizing that it wasn't really her fault for what had happened. That what occurred was almost fate taking its course, and that Naruto had already forgiven her. She touched his arm and he stared a bit confused. Thank you, Naruto, she spoke softly. May I ask 2 questions? Sure, he said as he waited. How did this happen to you? She wondered as she moved her hand back to her lap and waited for him to explain. Well, to be honest, I have no idea. He started, giving her a confused look. I remember dancing with a girl and he hesitated. Kissing her, he murmured low. Then I headed outside and blacked out, I guess. He finished, unsure of himself as he watched Hinata's concerned expression. Naruto-kun, you have been drugged by that woman when you kissed her, she said matter-of-factly, and I think you were robbed. Yeah, I think so too, he agreed as he closed his eyes with his face aiming at the ceiling. You'll be fine, right? She asked for confirmation. Yeah, he agreed. But, she sighed out. Now for the second question. Hinata started a bit hesitant. You said Ino's name, you know her. Naruto begun slightly embarrassed. He couldn't finish his sentence, as the thought of the blonde beauty entered his mind. Knock knock. Naruto stopped trying to speak, and Hinata turned to her door. She glanced back at the blonde before heading out of the bedroom door toward the front door of her entire room. Who is it? Hinata's voice floated through the door as her hand held the knob. It's me, the voice behind the door spoke almost giddily. Hinata couldn't help the smile that came to her face, and neither could the blonde on her bed. Shikamaru felt exhausted and nervous for the umpteenth time today. He kept replaying the incident after the restaurant over and over in his head. Flashback. They walked out of the restaurant and were heading toward her house. So many thoughts were in his as to what had happened to Ino to have them leave on such a sour note. He couldn't help seeing their faces and the way they looked at one another. He knew that Ino screamed, but what exactly happened? Yet he couldn't think anymore as they reached the front door of her house. He turned to face her to see a sad sort of smile upon her face. He stared at her for a moment before walking closer to her. She leaned forward and gave a chase kiss on his cheek. He blinked in surprise as she moved back. It's okay, she said softly. This was for her. What? He found himself asking as confusion entered his facial. For Ino, this was for her, right? She said almost acceptingly. Tamari, Shikamaru tried to grab her hand, but she moved away. You weren't supposed to know. But I did, she interrupted. It's okay, good night. She finished and walked off into her home without glancing back to face a hurt-stricken face of Shikamaru's. Then flashback. He wondered if he should have made her stop, she'd stay. If he said something else, she'd still be with him. He scolded himself for do something that he knew would end in disaster. He truly and sincerely loves the sandy blonde, and he honestly loves the other blonde. Why must he choose who he should love more? Can't he love more than one person? Can't he share his heart? He walked around the streets for a while just thinking to himself on what would be his best situation at the moment. Come in, Hinata greeted her guest with a hug and closed the door once she entered. Thanks Hinata, she said with a smile and took a seat while Hinata brought a cup of water for her. How are you doing? The navy purple-haired female asked. Said with a shrug, could be better. Oh? Why do you say that? Did something happen on your date? Hinata asked with real concern laced in her tone. I have to thank you, sipped from her cup with a smile, for teaching me some mediation techniques. It isn't a problem Hinata giggled. Anytime you need help, I'm here for you. Thanks Hina. Said as she glomped her with a bear hug. Why weren't you there? Sorry Hinata replied with a smile, just been busy. Pulled away from her friend and smiled at her. She was about to say something when another knock entered the room. Miss Hinata, the voice spoke, your father wished to see you. Yes, right away, Hinata spoke out as she stood heading toward the door. She was about to head out when she remembered another blonde in her room. She was going to finish when the voice called out again. He says it is very urgent. Hinata gave a worried look toward her friend, then the bedroom and headed toward her father's work area. I hope doesn't get scared because a man is in my bed, especially one she might know, Hinata thought as she rushed to her father. Sat in her living room finishing her cup of water. She was about to lie on the couch when she heard a groan. The blonde got up quickly looking around her. She stopped and waited to see if the noise would start again. She hoped she wasn't paranoid as she pranced around her room cautiously. Ow? Jumped at the noise and recognized the voice. She followed the moans as it led her to Hinata's room. Hello, she said as she poked her head inside. Naruto couldn't help the pain that seemed to sear through his sides. He tried to fight it so wouldn't know that he was there, but it hurt so much that his mouth deceived him. He let out a scream as he tried to stay still to not hurt his body more than it already was. Hello? He heard her voice and his eyes automatically fell onto hers. They stared at one another. Blue meets blue. Naruto? Asked as she walked closer to the injured boy. He said a bit ashamed of himself. Not again, said a little sad and disappointed. Who did this to you? I dunno, Naruto admitted as he felt her hand on his cheek. Why are troubles happening to you? She wondered aloud as she stroked his cheek. Why? Naruto closed his eyes and accepted the soft sensation that he was receiving privately. Naruto started as she moved her hand away from his face, but stopped suddenly as she felt a firm grip on her wrist. I love you, he spoke calmly and sincere as he looked into her startled eyes. I love you, and I want you in my life. What? She stuttered as she looked into his serious eyes. When did he become so serious in loving me? Why should I be with someone like him, someone innocent and sweet when I would just be a burden to him? Why must he love me out of all the better suited girls? Why wouldn't I love him back? Am I afraid of getting hurt? Am I afraid of falling in love with someone special? Am I too stupid to not give in? She thought this question as he continues to seep through her eyes. I don't know. She started to stand only to feel the floor a few seconds later. Sorry, but I need you to listen and not run away, Naruto said as he lay on top of her. Please hear me out, He felt her nod shyly, and he gathered all the courage he could and all the hope he had to speak. I was infatuated with you when I met you, I was in love with you when you smiled at me, and I love everything about you now and... Always he whispered softly against her ears, please be mine, I'll do anything for you. I would give up my friends, my life, my one last breath. I'd give my heart and soul. Stop it, he heard her whisper, that's enough Naruto. He got up softly and forced himself to push away from the blonde. Sat up beside him and stared at him. You would really do all that for me? She asked a little hopeful. No, Naruto admitted, much more. Naruto, said before a few tears escaped her eyes. I don't think we should. Why, He yelled, why can't you just let me love you? Why can't you let us try? Because. She screamed back, you're too good for me. The tears are now flowing freely down her eyes, and he regretted yelling at her. He pushed himself closer to her and grabbed her in his arms. He held her close and whispered sorries over and over into her ears as he felt his eyes start to water. I love you, he finished as he realized she wasn't crying anymore. He pushed the blonde softly away from him. Her face looked so beautiful with its tear-streaked shines and shiny blue eyes. He didn't know what had happened, but he knew he wanted it as his lips touched hers. It was soft, yet passionate, quick but perfect. He felt all the unanswered questions and thoughts disappear as he felt himself slipping into her lips. He opened his eyes slowly and forced himself to look at the other blonde, hoping he wasn't being rejected. He didn't know as she kissed back because he was so relaxed into the kiss. Felt every one of her unanswered questions forming into the truth. She felt the total devotion from him and the incredible honesty that he possessed. She couldn't help relaxing into the kiss, couldn't help feeling the powerful spell of just one simple kiss can do, and she couldn't stop the giddiness within her stomach. She looked into his eyes and felt the passion and the love that he just opened to her. Yes, he may have already confessed, but she didn't feel or saw the love within him. Yet facing him now, she saw everything, every emotions that he possessed. She couldn't help containing the laughter that erupted in her belly. Naruto, she begun, I love you too. What? Naruto stuttered out with a large grin plastered on his face. Was he dreaming or was she telling him the truth? I do love you, she started once more, but I must tell you that you are not the only one I love. What do you mean? Naruto asked confused, but the touch of her hand on his cheek once more made the question disappear. Does she know what she is doing? He asked himself as he relaxed into her touch. Ah, so you found him, Hinata spoke, a little giggle escaping her lips. Hinata, Ino said as she stood up, offering a hand to the other blonde, who graciously took it. What did your father want? That's something about his business, she said softly as she looked at the two. I'm glad you two knew each other. Well, I didn't even know you and Naruto knew each other, Ino brought up, raising an eyebrow at her. Long story, Naruto answered for her. Knock knock. The door sounded through the room of her small apartment. The sandy blonde didn't bother getting up and let the door continue its noise. She continued reading her magazine on the couch, ignoring the pounding. Tamari, the voice behind the door called out, I know you're in there. Tamari's head snapped to the door, recognizing the voice. Her heart jumped, but her body stayed still. Should she open it? Should she leave him there? She tried to continue reading her magazine, but the thought of leaving him at the door isn't like her at all. The pounding suddenly stopped and she felt the regret spreading across her heart. She stood up quickly and ran for the door. When she opened it, she almost stared in shock to see him still there. After speaking with Naruto and Hinata, Ino was ready to leave. I'm going to head out, the blonde beauty announced. Bye Hina, bye Naruto-kun. Wait, Naruto called out as he stood up, wavering. I'll go too, but you're not well, Hinata reminded him. I'm fine, Naruto gave off his goofy smile, and looked toward Ino. Ino-chan, can I walk you home? Sure, she smiled at him and helped him walk with her. Oh wait Hinata, Naruto said, where's Niji? He is at training, he doesn't know about you, and neither do the rest of your friends, Hinata said honestly, and received a nod from both blondes. Let's go Naruto, Ino said, and bid farewell to Hinata. I can't believe you called a taxi, Naruto pouted as he sat in the back seat with Ino in the passenger. I had to, she admitted sadly, I couldn't carry you too long, you're heavier than me. But I could stand on my own just fine, he said, though the determination was lost in his tone. Sure buddy, Ino laughed and the taxi stopped in front of his house. Come on Naruto, Ino said as she got out and opened his door. He got out sadly and went up the steps with Ino beside him. I'll see you later, Ino said softly and kissed his cheek before heading back into the taxi car. Bye, he couldn't help smiling as he waved farewell to her. He watched the taxi drive away before he entered the house to see Kiba and the girl from before making out on the couch. Great, he thought to himself. Tamari, his voice spoke and she returned to reality. What? She commanded with a hand to her hip and the other on the doorframe. Can I come inside? He asked lazily as his brown eyes stared at her eyes. Fine, she tried to say angrily, but looking at those eyes of his made her sound like a shy little girl. He walked over to the couch and lounged on it while she walked over and sat on a chair. She stares at him, noticing his face looking worried and a mix of anger. It was a couple more minutes before he spoke. I'm sorry, he said looking straight at her. It's okay, she said avoiding his eyes. How are things? She decides to ask straying from the topic. Same as usual, he said after noticing her sad smile aiming at him. But, she said softly and offered any beverage. Would you like anything to drink? A soda, the pineapple had called, noticing the sandy blonde heading toward the kitchen already. Here, she handed the soda to him and sat beside him as he sat up. Thanks, he said as he opened up the drink and drank from it. Tamari sat watching him and noticing how much she misses him. She knows that she could never take the place of the other blonde, but maybe he'd accept her for who she is. Then again, thinking back on things, he has history with the female Yamanaka, and the connection is severely strong. Tamari shifts her eyes to the magazine she was formerly reading on the table, and felt the ting of emotions. Guilt. For thinking of replacing someone he cares about, regret. For giving up what they had, selfish. For wanting him all to herself. She gave off a soft sigh and leaned back onto the couch. She closed her eyes and thought about what made her so protective, demanding, and jealous whenever she is around him. Tamari, Shikamaru's voice cut her from her thoughts. I need to tell you something. Tamari blinked and sat up, nodding to him to continue. He took a deep breath and stared at her. Tamari, I know that I haven't been there for you lately, he continues, and I may not be the best for you, but I care about you. More than I want to, he gave off a sigh. What I want to say is, I love. Ring ring. Shikamaru stopped and Tamari stared. The noise was coming from his pants pocket, and he almost kicked himself. He was so close to telling her, and as he looked over at her, he could see the disappointment cross her features. He gave off another deep sigh. What the hell could be so important, he demanded himself, but once seeing the name of the caller, his thoughts froze. Yeah? He asked into the phone. As Shika, the voice sounded scared. I? Ino? Is it you? What's wrong? He asked into the phone worriedly. Shika, I. Click. Shikamaru held the phone next to his ears, frozen in fear. His mind was jumbling with thoughts that shouldn't have come up, that he shouldn't have started off with, thoughts that are not appropriate at the time. His breathing was heavy, and his heart was racing faster than a car going 80 miles per hour. What happened to her? She can't be. His thoughts were interrupted by a soft touch to his hand that held the phone. He looked over to see Tamari give him a soft smile while taking the phone and flipping it close. Go to her, she said softly, she needs you. He just stared at her for a few seconds before nodding and heading out the door in a rush. He got into his car and drove straight to the only place that he could find help, salvation, and a form of relief. Tamari watched him rush out of her house, noting that he didn't close the door on his way out. She got up slowly and closed her door softly before falling to the floor. She felt exhausted, overwhelmed, and a bittersweet moment just now. The touch of his hand still sends electric current through her veins, his eyes still melt her and expose her to the world, and his attitude never suffices her. She knows she loves him more than anything in this world. More than her education, more than her family, more than her friends, and more than her life, but now sitting on the floor alone, she wonders how much he would give up for her. Please be careful. She sat there and prayed that Ino was alright, and prayed that her love would arrive to her safe and fine, but sometimes prayers aren't answered. She hopes hers will be. The pineapple-headed man pulled up in front of the house and quickly parked his car, turned off the engine and rushed up the steps of the home. He banged on the door hoping that someone was there, that someone knew, that this was only a sick joke that they felt like doing, and that Ino was safe. He banged on the door again only to hear footsteps coming closer to the door. The door finally opened softly, and the person who opened it gave relief to the ponytailed male. We have a problem, he stated looking straight at the man who held open the door. Yeah, we got the call too. The man with shades opened the door wider, so Shikamaru could walk in. As he stepped in, he noticed everyone there already. He didn't understand, how could they all get a call from Ino? How could everyone know before he did? It didn't make sense and his head was starting to hurt. Shikamaru, a pair of pale eyes, watched him carefully as he sat across from her. We all received the call at the same time. How is that possible? Shikamaru just stared wide-eyed as he looked around to see everyone confused, angry, and worried. Damn Ino, you better be safe, he yelled in his mind hoping it was true, trying to convince himself that Ino's phone ran out of battery, and nothing worse. Okay, sorry, but I won't be updating in a while due to me losing hope in this story, Kinta. I have been receiving comments, rude and very straightforward ones, on me making this scenario no fic when I do not show them interacting and all that. I really didn't want them to meet and fall in love happily ever after. I wanted this story to show that maybe they don't want to love someone who is too good or better than them. I wanted this story to show that Naruto and Ino have separate lives too, and it doesn't always have to revolve around the two all the time. But since I have been receiving these messages, I feel the need to have to rush the two together and make it happy. So please tell me if I am rushing it or not, if it's getting stupid or better, because I really do wish to know your input on this. For those who are reading, you should review to let me know, instead of waiting until you are tired and upset like those who reviewed saying I haven't made this scenario no fic, but some soap opera drama thing. I do not intend on making Ino a stupid blonde. What did I do to make her seem stupid? Yeah, Naruto said he loves her, but she gets it a lot, and many of the guys she went out with lied to her. So she needed Naruto to show something more. I hope this chapter proved that, though it may seem a bit quick. Also, the questions are intended to help me in my writing as well as my story. So if you wanted to comment or insult me, do so in a constructive meaning, and not just by saying that my story sucks because there aren't any Naruto parts. At least tell me that you would like more of them together, and a faster connection would be most liked. So I just wish to say that those who are still reviewing and reading, I thank you from the bottom of my heart because I appreciate it so much. If you think I should do something, just a review or a PM would be wonderful. Thank you once again, and sorry for this long note of mine until next time maybe. Love. KIWI for me. No help in you news. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I want you here, but I don't want you to see me. By KIWI for ME. Thank you to everyone who reviewed and gave me comments on this story. It really helped and now I feel much better. So, sorry for my selfishness and I am happy to announce that I am continuing. Yay. So please read on. PS. Sorry if there's grammar, I have no beta so yeah. Previously. Shikamaru just stared wide-eyed as he looked around to see everyone confused, angry, and worried. Damn Ino, you better be safe, he yelled in his mind hoping it was true, trying to convince himself that Ino's phone ran out of battery, and nothing worse. He tried his best to shut the front door softly to not ruin their moment as he tiptoed toward his bedroom. Hey. You're back. He heard Kiba scream out. Naruto turned slightly to see his bud and the girl looking at him. Yeah, he replied as he cocked an eyebrow up. Babe, I need to have a chat with Naruto, the brunette told the female who pouted sadly. Aw now? She asked running her fingers through his hair. Come on babe, he kissed her neck, he's been gone all day, I gotta know what happened to my bud. MMK she agreed and turned to face Naruto as she got up off Kiba. Don't take too long K. She asked as she winked and disappeared into Kiba's room. Kiba watched his girl leave and turned to face the blonde. So, where had you been? He asked as he leaned against the couch. Around, Naruto answered as he sat at the other end of the couch. Aha, so being around got you that blue cheek, right? He said with an eyebrow quirked. Naruto watched his friend, knowing that he wouldn't get away with anything. After all, they've known another far too long. He couldn't help the small smile forming on his lips as he remembered the day they bumped into one another. It was almost as if fate decided to make him happy for once in his life. Flashback. The little boy was running away from a tall woman who seemed to be screaming loudly. He ran as fast as he could because he knew that if he was caught, then his butt would end up bruised in so many colors that even he doesn't know all of them. So he continued to run as the woman continues her chase after him. He could tell she was mad from the remarks and comments she was spitting out from her mouth. She always reminded him of a crazy dragon that just wants to pick on him like a piece of meat. He couldn't fight the adrenaline pumping through his vein when he turned to see the red face with steams blowing out of her ears, so he ran faster and faster until she tires, and he ends up on top of the hill behind trees after trees. He stopped after realizing that he wasn't being followed any longer, and he took gulps of air to fill up his small lungs. Once he was able to catch his breath again, he took a good look around him and started walking forward. Wow, where the heck am I? He asked himself. Damn crazy lady. Why doesn't she take those stupid pills the doc have her? Maybe then she'd be more sane. A voice bellowed out angrily, causing the boy to follow it. Hey, how'd you get here? The owner of the voice asked once their eyes met. Ran, the boy decided to say, which caused a large grin from the other. From your mom too, huh? He laughed good-heartedly and offered a tan hand out to the boy. The name's Kiba. Naruto. And flashback. The smile on his face grew wider into a grin that caused the brunette to stare a bit uncomfortably. Dude, what the hell are you thinking of? Kiba asked, sitting up. Remember when we met then headed back to see both our mom fighting? The blonde asked. Yeah, they were so immature. Kiba smirked before chuckling along with Naruto. Dude, but seriously, where'd you go? When I left the club, things got blurry and I passed out, he half lied. Then I woke up in Hinata's room and... Wait, Hinata? That one girl? He asked for clarification with a confused look. Yeah, and Naruto tried to continue, but was interrupted once again. Dude, did she like rape you? Kiba asked a bit hesitant as he leaned forward. What? No. Naruto defended, aiming a confused look at his friend. Would you say that? Because dude, doesn't she have like a major crush on you since forever? And you happen to be on her bed when you wake up. Wait. She has a crush on me? Naruto asked. Yeah, everyone knows it, Kiba told him matter-of-factly. Don't tell me you didn't know. He gave a look to Naruto that says, are you serious, before smacking his hand against his forehead. You clueless. Shut up. Naruto barked angrily as he continues to think to himself. What the hell do you mean? Shikamaru bit out angrily. I'm sorry, but we can't do anything more at this moment. Please excuse me, the man in uniform said before walking to meet a fragile-looking woman. That's it. Tenten called out angrily as she curled up her fists. That's it. Tenten, we need to be strong, Shino said comfortingly with a hand placed on her shoulder. It seems like the law enforcement won't be helping us, Sai announced looking at everyone. Let's head back, we have to speak with Kin, Kabuto had said as he walked toward the exit door. The room was dark, the floor was cold, and the feeling of her skin against the wall sent shivers up her spine, hitting her neck. She felt so exhausted, so drained, so sick that she felt like she was dying. Her eyes were closed as she tried to think about her loved ones. Her friends. What are they thinking? What are they doing? Do they know how much she appreciated them? Did she show it enough? Did she make them smile like they do her? Is she there for them like they are for her? Did they know that they are the reason why she gets up in the morning, the reason why she laughs, and the reason why she feels so blessed? Their father came to her mind as the coolness of the walls flowed through her thick golden hair surrounding her scalp. She loves him, there's no doubt about it. He was there for her when she was just a child and being raised alone without the help of her mother. She appreciated her father. Yes, there are times when she felt alone and afraid for everything because of him at times, but her heart never really pushed the love she has for him away. She knows he loves her from the long hugs, the small smile, and the way he laughs so heartedly. His name came to her mind as she thought about his laugh. Choji was a man she knows she could never forget, someone that would remain within her soul for the rest of her life and so forth. The way he listens to every word she spoke, the way he always has a smile that spoke a million words that she could never say. He was everything she wanted to be. Kind, considerate, faithful, honest, and all those many good adjectives that surrounds the man. A small smile graced her face as she remembered when she asked him the question on what type of woman he likes. The blush she gave made her warm and happy as she laughs good-naturedly. Her smile widened as she thought about another him. He always looks so cute when he blushed, speaks, or anything at all. His gold-colored hair reminds her of sunflowers, and his smile reminds her of a dear friend. She couldn't fight the small blush that appeared on her cheeks when she remembered not too long ago when he kissed her or they kissed, maybe she kissed him. She didn't really remember, but she couldn't suppress the giggle that escaped her pink lips. What's so funny? A voice spoke, and Ino's body just froze as her eyes opened slowly to the speaker. Kin sat on her porch just pondering to herself what could have happened. Her dark eyes were closed and her arms crossed over her chest as the sun continues to burn from above. She could hear footsteps nearing her as a soft breeze ran through her thin black hair. The moments at the cafe with her missing friends floated through her mind as a voice spoke her name. She opened her eyes slowly to be faced with those she knew would want, no, demand answers to what transpired the day before. She could see the desperation, the need of comfort and assurance that their friends were okay, but right now she wasn't too sure as she opened her mouth. Roy is gone. Thank you to everyone, single reader and reviewer. You all are awesome. I've only read a few reviews before I stopped to take some time off, and now that I finally got through them all and read some again, I must say that I am moved. Happily and frighteningly lol, but seriously, I must say I love you all so much. I know that by me leaving or postponing this story really turned a lot of people away because of my selfishness, but I hope you all can understand where I was coming from. I needed time to rethink this story, improve it, and to finish it. I hope you didn't think that I was actually not going to continue this story, because I never leave a story unfinished, no matter how much I dislike writing it. Every time I think of this particular story, I just have more and more ideas, but just like some of you reviews who took the time to comment, I must say that I am making it more like a soap opera drama type of story that seems to be taking too long. But how can I put in the suspense without writing too many chapters? How can I write the chapters and where emotions are so into it? Am I even writing it this way? Please give me your suggestions because they would be truly appreciated. Questions. 1. Where is Roy? 2. Where could Ino be held at and who is involved in the kidnapping? 3. Since the authorities don't seem to be helping, how are the friends going to find Ino? 4. Will Naruto know or will it be hidden from him about the absence of his love? Sorry if this is short and a cliffy love. KIWI4ME. What is going on? Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. Why isn't everything the same anymore? By KIWI4ME. Thank you to Dithravener Sengen, 1UP Hero, SHYGUY 1818, Minato Mitsume, and Ino's Demon. Please continue. Previously, she could see the desperation, the need of comfort and assurance that their friends were okay, but right now she wasn't too sure as she opened her mouth. Roy is gone. Ino filched at the touch of his fingertips grazing down her cheeks. She tried her best to keep her cool demeanor, as his smile grew softly with every touch of her skin. His bright eyes were piercing, and they seemed to be piercing through her body and into her soul. Ino, he began, what an unlikely name for such a beautiful girl. He watched her reaction to his touch only to see the scared look upon her face. Please don't be scared, I won't hurt you. For some reason she believed him and she felt like smiling and laughing this whole situation off. But there is also the other part of her which is unbelievably scared that she won't see the sun again. What are you planning on doing to me? Ino voiced softly as his fingers left her face. She watched his face. His unusual grin fell slightly, his expression took on the form of hurt, and his body still as it stayed squatted before her. Why would you think that I'll do anything to you? He spoke. After all, you're too beautiful to. Shin, a voice called out as it closed the door. The place was dark, and Ino was only able to see those that were close to her, i.e. Shin. She could tell it was a female from the voice, and she wonders who it could be, but a few minutes later she received her answers. The woman stepped closer to her view, and she saw a dark red sleeveless shirt with dark blue caprice. Ino squinted hard to see the face that was hidden from the shadows of the room. What the hell do you want? The male with what seemed like silver hair to Ino demanded. Why don't you make her something to eat? The female asked. Why? He questioned angrily. Because idiot. Don't you think she's hungry? She hasn't eaten all day. The female voice bellowed out loud, echoing its way through the walls. Don't you dare call me an idiot, you bitch. The one named Shin fired back. Beside, what the hell are you doing here? The loudness halted into an eerie tension of anger and confusion. Ino waited and wondered what would happen next. The way they interacted reminded her of siblings or something more intimate. The way the girl spoke reminded her of someone from her past, but she wasn't able to delve any deeper into the thought, due to said person speaking. She's hungry, go get her something to eat, she stated, causing the male to glare at her. Are you hungry? He asked the blonde softly. Ino wanted to say no, heck, she wanted to order them, and even beg them to let her go. She wanted to tell them that she wouldn't file anything against them, that she would not hold any type of grudge, and that anything that had or will happen she wouldn't remember it, even if someone threatened her. Yet all these things she wanted to do didn't happen because her stomach gave in to the thought of food. All you had to say was yes. Shin had laughed as he got up. Don't do anything stupid, he finished as he pointed an accusing look toward the female in the dark. Just go already, the female called out. Ino could hear a huff and the door closing softly behind him. She then heard footsteps walking to the door, and Ino almost felt some sort of relief, but the noise of the lock being turned made her heart jump. As the footsteps came closer to her, she hoped and prayed that the girl didn't spy her, but it seems luck wasn't on her side today. Hello Ino, the voice spoke. Remember me? She asked hauntingly. Ino gave a confused look, but once she saw the unknown female squat in front of her, Ino's eyes widened by the knowledge that she knew in the past. Karen. Shikamaru must have walked through the same path about 50 times or more. Hinata along with Sai followed looking around her favorite places. Why do you suppose we look around places that Ino enjoys? Sai asked as his eyes roamed the nearby pedestrians. We might find the kidnapper here, Shikamaru called from the front searching for anything blonde. Though he said it would help find the suspect, he still couldn't help himself trying to look for a patch of blonde hair. Hinata couldn't fight the hysteric that she is feeling as she hoped that the other groups were able to find her or the suspect. Hinata. A male voice bellowed out happily as he ran toward them. Naruto-kun, Hinata said a bit startled by the blonde. Looks like the three of you are looking for something, a cell phone. Naruto asked. Hinata wondered if she should tell him what is going on and the missing Ino. It could possibly help with the search because the person who took her could possibly like or even love Naruto and took Ino as bait for death. Then again, Naruto may just go mad with hate and passion in order to find the other blonde. Hinata's pale eyes shifted to the pineapple head who stared at her almost in a glare. Her eyes then shifted slightly to the raven-headed male who stared back confused. Something like that Hinata tried to say without leaving any hints. Did you want me to help? Naruto asked politely as he looked at the other male. Maybe next time, let's go, the leader stated almost angrily as his hands were pushed into his pockets. Hinata, did I say something? Naruto asked knowing full well that something must be wrong, or the genius just hates him. Sorry Naruto, we must be going, she said softly and headed after the two male. Okay, bye Naruto mumbled staring at the three's back confused. Kin walked around where she would go with the navy-haired male, hoping to find some form of hints left. Kabuto followed her slowly examining anything and everything that caught his eyes. He noticed something inside his house when Kin got them in. Boxes were knocked over, vases broken, and the television that looked pretty expensive had a large hole within itself. He noted that Kin's face paled at the sight, and as they continued into the bedroom, her face became completely white. Is this blood? She managed to say as she went to take a closer look. Kabuto followed suit and pulled the sheet closer to his face, in order to smell the red stain. His face twitched slightly as the common smell enters his nostrils, causing his stomach to turn. We have a problem. Tenten wanted to scream, yell, and even punch anyone and everyone. Yeah, they should be in school, but this is much more important than learning stupid numbers that they'll never use again. This goes above everything else because this is looking for her sister. I believe we got no let Shino admitted sadly. We still have to try, Tenten tried to say confidently, but it came out as a begging plea. Tenten, Shino faced her, and she knew it meant that they should stop. They had searched every hangouts, every place that they had eaten at. The man that asked for Ino's name before the date had quit and left, so they left him on the suspect list as well as Kenji, who seemed to have disappeared. Ring ring. Yeah? Shino asked through the speaker. We have another problem, the voice spoke. What do you mean? Shino asked. Meet a Kin's home ASAP, you'll find out there. What happened? Tenten asked as she leaned back from him. Shino closed the lid to his phone and turned toward the female in buns. We are needed at Kin's home, there seems to be a problem, he finished noting the sad look that crossed her face. I hope it's led to her, Tenten murmured as she walked beside her friend. She kept trying to fight the anxiousness and nervousness that seemed to be riling up her throat. The feeling of needing to see her sister and being reunited makes her almost envy it, but looking back at the event that had just mysteriously occurred ruins the thought. She tries her hardest not to think of all those terrible things that could be happening to the blonde. She shook her head gently and blinked a few times to focus her eyes. She needed to focus herself on trying to find her best friend, and not dwell on the terrible future that keeps repeating in her mind. Ino felt the back of the wall as if it was almost blending into her back. She could feel the coolness running up her spine making her freeze. Inside and out. She was more afraid now than she was seeing Kenji and Roy fighting, or when she hid under the bed from her father. This moment with this girl in front of her with such a twisted and wicked smile, she felt like screaming in fear, but her past made her strong. So you do remember, the female said almost laughing. Good. The smile quickly became a frown as she stood up finding comfort in the shadows. Ino heard footsteps near her, then further, then closer once more. Each sound made her heart beat faster and faster, but she took the time to breathe in and out, slowly trying her best to relax. I envied you Ino, the voice within the shadows spoke out, and Ino had to ask the first thing that came to her mind. What? Karen was speaking honestly when she said those words. Who in the world wouldn't be? She was beautiful, the girl next door look, the slim form, the luscious blonde hair, the perfect figure that all girls wanted. But I don't anymore, she added with a hint of anger. It's true, she doesn't care for the popularity or the looks anymore because she grew up. She wasn't going to cry at night anymore and whine and complain on why it wasn't her with the looks, the friends, and the everything. I really do hate you though, she said matter-of-factly. Do you want to know why? Karen asked with a smirk. Shino stared at the red stain upon the bed sheet on Kin's coffee table. The stain was visible as it was clearly exposed to everyone in the room. Who would do this? Hinata asked a little horrified. The question is, Is this a cover-up or was he taken as well and possibly dead? Kabuto formulated as he waited in the silence. The silence was deadening. It became a knife as it thins out slowly, as if it was ready to cut through a strand of hair. What are we going to do? Hey there everyone, I finally updated. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I do. Questions. 1. What happened to Kiba? 2. Why does Karen hate Ino so much? 3. What is the deal with Shin and Karen? Thank you reviewers. Dithravana Singh, thank you so much for your awesome thoughts. I tried to make it as hard as I could. Lol, I especially love your answer on the question about Roy. Very interesting. SHYGUY1818, thank you. Minato Mishima, thank you for reviewing, I appreciate it. Ino's Demon, lol, you really did help definitely. Great answers. Let's see in due time if you're right. One Up Hero, thank you for continuing to read, friend. I miss writing actually interesting answers as well. Okay. So that is all, let's see what will happen next chapter. It may take a bit longer, but please be patient. Love. KIWI4ME. From this to that, now you. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. Where did you come from and why are you here? By KIWI4ME. Thank you to Ski Uzumaki Namikaze, One Up Hero, Minato Mishima, SHYGUY1818, and Ino's Demon. Narrate on. Previously. The question is this a cover-up or was he taken as well and possibly dead? Kabuto formulated as he waited in the silence. The silence was deadening. It became a knife as it thins out slowly, as if it was ready to cut through a strand of hair. What are we going to do? Naruto sat on the couch after walking around looking for Kiba. He wasn't sure if there was anything wrong with him, but with his girl sitting at the other end of the couch made him confused. Kiba may be a player, but he wouldn't stand anyone up, especially this female he's been more intimate with. Where could he be? The female asked with her eyes filled with confusion and sadness. She turned her dark eyes toward the blonde male and hoped for an answer. Naruto knew what she wanted to hear, but he couldn't give it. He doesn't even know where his bud could be or where he had gone off to. All he knew was that something was wrong. He already called Lee and Gara, who seems to be as shocked and confused as he was. Niji, he assumed, was probably at a business meeting with Hinata. He sat back against the couch and took in a deep breath. I don't know. She walked around the room once again, feeling a bit of a homely feeling toward the shadows. She couldn't help the smirk that appears every time she smelled the fear and see the fear. Yeah, she may be crazy, but she didn't care, not one bit. Do you remember when we first met? Karen asked within the darkness. Yes, she heard the blonde answered along with a nod. She took a step forward into the small outlet of light. She saw the sadness that crossed the pretty blonde's features, but she didn't think twice upon it when she spoke. Then why did everyone left me? She spoke a bit softly, but as she finished her words, the anger fell into her speech. For you. Shikamaru had all eyes staring at him, confused and a bit startled by his unusual outburst. He was angry and pissed from what had just been said a few seconds earlier. His face contorted in anger and fists clenched with electrifying madness that it took all his willpower to not use it. How dare you call yourself her friend when you have no faith in her? He screamed with anger evaporating through his tonsils. The nerves. She had always believed in them even when time wasn't on their side, so what makes him think otherwise now? Ino could fend for herself, and the bastard had to say otherwise. He could feel the fire burning and surging through his blood and under his skin, as his eyebrow twitched from the explanation. We just need to see all sides of the story, and not just one, Kabuto tried to explain as he reached for the bloodstained sheet, but we know this was in Roy's room, we do not know for sure that it is his. But it can't be Ino's. Tenten tried to speak up but just ended up in silence. We must open our mind to everything, Kabuto stated. It isn't Ino's, the ponytail-haired male spoke through his gritted teeth, as Hinata pulled him to a sitting position. Shikamaru, please calm down, I'm sure she is fine, Hinata tried to say assuring. Why would you think it could be Ino's? Sai questioned as he faced toward Kabuto, who continued to stay calm. If, for a chance, that he had asked Ino to meet him to explain things, Kabuto theorized. Ino wouldn't just leave him, she'd make the effort to meet Kin finished as she continued to ponder on unanswered questions in her mind. But Hinata voiced horrified and distraught, Ino, that can't be I can't believe it, the pale-eyed female continued. Besides, she came over to my house yesterday, but before she could finish, someone spoke up. Why did she go to your room? Sai had asked as everyone's eyes landed on her. She wanted to thank me, Hinata answered a bit hesitant. For what? Shino asked a bit harsher than he thought. The meditation techniques that I taught her, Hinata continued before any interruptions. She left with Naruto the last time I've seen them. She noted the shocked angry faces and quickly finished. I know he'd never do anything to hurt her because. Naruto, the blonde kid, Kabuto spoke aloud almost to himself. Should we speak to him? Tenten asked. We may find out where she was last. I also agree that we speak with him. He may be a letter the culprit, Shino had stated seriously, bring the tension in the room at an all-time high. He's not the culprit because he wouldn't hurt her, Hinata voiced aloud. He's a good guy, and before she could finish there was a knock at the door. The noise evaporated through the room and filled each and everyone's ears. They waited and another knock was heard. Eyes shifted toward the others as if to ask which one of them would open the door. The brave soul got up hesitantly and walked slowly to the door while two hid beside the door. One on either side. The others stood near the sides in case anything happens. They waited for a few more seconds to only hear another knock upon the door. The brave one with his dark shades turned the knob slowly with a firm grip. He cracked open the door slowly and waited to see if anything was going to be pushed in, but found and heard nothing. He cracked it open a bit wider and forced himself to look out. What he saw surprised him that he couldn't hide the look of shock, even if he tried. A tall male, heavy built, orangey brown hair and small beady eyes stood with a look of confusion. Choji. Hey there everyone, sorry if this one was short, but I thought I should post it anyways. So it seems that things have gotten intense and possibly worse. Questions. 1. Poor Hinata trying so hard to back Naruto, will she ever be heard? 2. What do you suppose happened in Ino's and Kin's childhood? 3. Why in the world is Choji there? So confusing, isn't it? Thank you reviewers. SHYGUY1818, thank you. Minato Miss Hima, thank you for reviewing, I appreciate it. For your answers, they were close haha, but anyways, thank you. Do you really like my dark ones? I don't know why, but it flows easy lol, thanks again. Ino's demon lol. The funny thing is, while I was reading your review, I couldn't help laughing. You really want Karen to hate Ino for Nair, don't you? Well, I'm not gonna say D. One up here lol, you are too funny. Your answer to the relationship with Karen and Shin is extremely close, so kudos to you. You gave me short answers, but it's still good. Sky Uzumaki Namikaze, I'm very glad you have returned. I missed your reviews, and as always, they are very close. Okay. So that is all, let's see what will happen next chapter. School will be starting soon, so I highly doubt I'd be able to update soon, but I will. Love. KIWI4ME. PS. If it is getting confusing, let me know. When will it end? Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I am confused, I am hurt, I am lost, I am. By KIWI4ME. Thank you to Ino's Demon, Dathravana Sengen, One Up Hero, Zbeamer, SHYGUY1818, KC Wolfman, and CNPRINCE1. Now read on. Previously. The brave one with his dark shades turned the knob slowly with a firm grip. He cracked it open a bit wider and forced himself to look out. The tall male, heavy built, orangey brown hair and small beady eyes stood with a look of confusion. Choji. The brunette walked in slowly, knowing who was there. For the first time in his life, he stood her up. It wasn't like he meant to do what he did, he didn't expect to be there and didn't expect to do what he did. Flashback. He was just walking around aimlessly glancing. Then out of nowhere, a pretty redhead passed by with her long legs. He couldn't help himself when he turned to look once more, to see her smiling. Such an adorable yet playful smile toward him. He smirked back and was about to take a step forward, but she beat him to it. Wow, you look more handsome since the last time I saw you, she whispered into his ears out in the open streets. He felt the shivers run through his veins, and his smirk easily became a large grin plastered across his face. He leaned down slightly close to her ears and breathed into it. You're as sexy as I remembered, he whispered back, feeling her hands roaming across his chest. She started licking her lips. Why don't we go somewhere private? She offered softly as she nibbled on an ear. Kiba fought it. It took all his manpower and will to stop his undeniable urge. The lust was overcoming him, and he had to grip her shoulders to remind him of someone. I got to go, he whispered while pushing her back slightly. He took a step back only to feel arms wrapped around him, and body pressed against him. Kiba-kun, she pleaded softly, looking up at him, I need you. Flashback ends. Damn, she was beautiful, he thought to himself as he took a few steps closer to the living room. What he saw made his eyes feel like it grew 5 times bigger, his head was in flames, and his ears steaming with smoke. The image was going to be forever intact into his memory, and could plague his dreams. Ino watched her kidnapper sitting and staring out what looks like a small window. She wondered if there happened to be a window, where were the lights? Karen, the blonde spoke out, what exactly do you want with me? The look she received from the woman in glasses made her cringe inside from the evil smirk she was producing. The red-headed female took a few steps closer to her, yet she still avoided the light like a bat. Ino could hear the sound of laughter rumbling through the empty walls of the dark room. Ino felt another shiver running into her bones, momentarily shocking them. She moved sideways, still against the floor. The clinks and clangs around her arms and legs echoed into the air, stopping the laughter. The blonde heard footsteps closer to her, then it stopped. Oh dear Ino, she said jokingly. Don't be scared, she chuckled. Remember those wonderful magic that we played with? Yeah, why? Ino asked, confused. Oh nothing, she answered, amused. Let me reveal someone that you know. Ino wanted to ask who it was, but she had entered the dark once more, leaving the blonde alone. Choji Tenten repeated, staring at the big-boned male who sat a bit amused. Tenten, you repeated my name about 10 times already. The baby-faced male answered, scratching the side of his face. It's just the blonde-haired female said with her lips rounded and eyes wide. It's really hard to believe that you're here, Choji-kun, Hinata spoke for the brunette. The pale-eyed female was happy that their old friend was here, but the timing was just so wrong. Naruto's feelings for Ino would be torn apart, also she was missing, and neither man knew about it, and to add to it all, Niji knew. I just hope he doesn't tell Naruto, she thought to herself as she watched the beady-eyed male smile toward her. She had to force one in return, and tried to push any thoughts of negativity behind her, or else she'd get lost in the void like before. Flashback. The small girl was pushed against the wall while crowds were forming around them. She wanted to scream, but nothing came from her mouth, but squeaks. An older female stood above the small girl laughing as she noticed the tears forming around the pale eyes of the child. Are you going to cry, you cry baby? The older female with short golden brown hair bellowed out. Everyone started laughing, and the small version of Hinata wanted to cry out, but she held it in as much as she could. Maybe she does cry a lot, but it doesn't give this girl the right to embarrass her. Hey. What are you doing? A voice called out. All eyes landed on a tall blonde male. His hands landed on some of the kids' shoulders who stood in the crowd. When the kids saw the older male, they started dispersing and running from him as quickly as they could. Once every child was gone, one was left with tears cascading down her eyes. The tall male knelt down in front of her and placed a hand on her head. They're their child, he spoke soothingly. Why were they hurting you? He had asked. The small child looked up at him and began crying more. She couldn't believe that she was crying in front of an older male. Her father would be so displeased with her. Daddy? A voice yelled out. The older male turned with a smile toward the voice. Hinata mimicked the older male to see a child no older than her running toward them. Her hair was short, no longer than her shoulders, and it was as gold as the morning sun. Hinata stared in awe as the male wrapped his arms around the little blonde child. I was looking for you, the little girl pouted. Honey, I just took a walk, the one called Daddy said. Besides, I was just speaking to. He turned to the child frozen against the wall. The bright blue eyes of the other child stared as well. My name is the pale-eyed child stuttered as she stared at the floor. Ino? The group of kids screamed as they ran toward her. The one named Ino turned with a large smile. She looked toward her father and shook him slightly. Can I go to Karen's house? She asked cutely with one of the cutest smiles. Inoichi was about to reply when a small child with two ponytail interrupted. Hey. It's the crybaby. She hollered for everyone to hear. Hinata shrunk further into the walls as her head hung lower near the ground. She didn't want to cry, but her tears began slipping through as she tried so desperately to stop it. She was in a dilemma. Should she stay and be made fun of, or should she run and be called a loser? She didn't know which to choose, knowing that both were horrible situations for her added struggle in belonging. She wanted to hide from the laughters of the children, and the upset features that she was sure the blonde male wore. Stop it. The little blonde girl screamed, causing every laughter to screech into a halt. Her little foot brought her to the one who stared up in wonder and confusion. Hinata wanted to ask why, she wanted to know why, but she was a bit afraid. Afraid that the little blonde girl was tricking her like everyone else. What's your name? The little version of young Ino asked. Hinata's eyes grew wider and her breath caught itself in her throat. Was she really asking for her name? Does she really care? Hinata hesitated a bit longer than she had hoped, noticing the confused stares she was receiving from the kids. It's Hinata, she whispered softly, causing the small blonde to move in closer. Hinta? She asked with both eyebrows raised in confusion. Hinata, the pale-eyed girl, spoke a bit louder. Hey guys. Her name is Hinata, not Crybaby. Ino screamed aloud happily. She leaned in closer to Hinata and spoke gently as if she was a mother comforting her child. I knew it wasn't Crybaby, she whispered with a grin. Who would call her child that? She laughed aloud as the others stared. Hinata forced the laughter away as she continued to listen to the conversation between old friends. How she missed Ino and her ways, as she tuned into what was being said. Naruto stirred as he felt the sleep drifting off of him. He opened his mouth to yawn as he reached out only to feel something laying on his shoulder. His eyes slowly opened to reveal hazy blue eyes. He blinked the blurriness away and tried his best to focus on who was in front of him. All he could see was the color brown. Kiba. The blonde spoke up confused as he continued to blink his sleep away. The blonde tried to sit up only to feel something pushing him down. He blinked a few more times and looked down to where he feels a small bit of pressure. His eyes widened and his mouth hung slightly when he realized who it was on top of him. The blonde quickly snapped his head toward the man in brown to see him sit down on a chair beside him. In Naruto's mind, he was fighting to scream because at this moment he must have looked guilty in doing something he didn't commit. The female laid on top of him with her small skimpy outfit that she wore just for the man sitting beside him. Naruto, being Naruto, picked up the female's hand that laid across his chest and pushed it away. He tried to smoothly move away from under the female, only to have her stir awake. Naruto froze as he watched the female softly got up a bit hazy. She blinked a few times and looked up to see Naruto with his big blue eyes. She wondered why he was looking at her like that, but once her eyes moved up, did she realize the face of the man she wanted to see. Kiba. Wearing sleepy head, he said softly as he watched her back away from his best friend. He already had a feeling of what they thought he thought of the two, and to be honest, he did. The way they looked asleep when he walked in was like walking into disaster. The way Naruto slept comfortably with his arms around his girl, she with her head placed on the blonde's chest. It made the blood under his skin boil as his heart thumped erratically. What were these two doing without him there? Did they had something intimate with one another? Was everything about Ino a fake, a ploy that made him distracted from the truth? He didn't know, but something in the back of his mind screamed for him to get a grip, to realize that Naruto would never do something like that, but then again, who knows? Kiba, I can explain. Naruto started hesitantly as he moved further away from the female. Nah, don't worry, the brunette said as he held up his hand, it's K. We didn't what? Naruto screamed aloud, finally registering what his bud said as the morning sun entered the skies. Those on the couch looked at the brunette confused with wide open eyes. They wondered if he was alright by the way he smiled sadly yet confidently at them. They thought maybe he had had too much to drink that night, causing his mind to change. Naruto wasn't complaining too much for the fact that he wasn't going to get chewed out for doing something he didn't do, but then again with the fact that his best friend isn't who he was at the moment scares him a bit. The girl beside him just stared confused. Her head tilted slightly to the side as her mind raced with questions. Something looks different about him, as if he had a guilty conscience of some sorts. I know you wouldn't do anything to my girl, Kiba stated with a smile, but I did something. Naruto stared at him confused. What does Kiba meant by what he said? Did he do something as to cheat on his girlfriend? He couldn't fight the urge to ask as his mind played things that may have gone on between his best friend. What did you do? Naruto seethed out angrily only to have his friend look away. This is not going to end well, the brunette thought as he felt the guilt overwhelm him as he looked at his best friend and girlfriend. Not good at all. The man with long silver hair had his head on the countertop with a wooden spoon in hand. He looked as if he had been baking cooking all day with the mess around him. Powders of white laid on the tiled floor and around his head against the counter. Pots were filled with water, some with broth and what seems like vegetables. Silverwares looked as if they were flinged from one side to the other. An oil bottle dripped from the side of the counter near many cookwares. The silver male stirred as if to awake only to fall back asleep as his body hit the floor. So sleepy he thought and wondered why he felt so exhausted as his mind fogged up, and darkness took him with open arms. Choji sat up as the sun hit his face through the crack of window. He looked around the room to see Shino's bed emptied. He could feel it in his bones that something wasn't right with the way they avoided answering questions to where his blonde friend was. Flashback. He couldn't help laughing with the way Tenten couldn't stop saying his name in wonder. Her stare unnerved him with her surprised expression. Hey guys, Choji started, have you seen Ino? The question halted the smiles and stares. Everyone looked toward one another, adding to the eerie silence. Kin glanced at the invited before looking toward Hinata. I can't believe school is tomorrow, she announced. I have a freaking test too. As do I, Hinata agreed with a soft smile while Shino asked if they were thirsty and wanted anything to drink. I'll take a soda pop, Kabuto replied. Me too. Kin added with Tenten announcing, me three. Choji just stared a bit confused at the change of subject from Ino to drinks. He looked toward the genius to see him speaking to Sai while the others spoke among themselves. The auburn-colored haired male cleared his throat a bit harder than he'd like and brought up his question once more. Where's Ino? And flashback. It was all a bit strange after that. Though the answers left out his question, he couldn't help but saw sadness cross their faces. What was going on and what are they hiding were only a few questions that he had in his mind. He wonders if Mr. Yamanaka knew where his daughter was, since he told him that she was at Shino's place. I got a bad feeling, he whispered out as he stood up feeling the confusion from last night resurfacing. Karen smirked at the face of Ino's. She can tell through her lenses that the blonde was exhausted and tired, with the way her body slumped lower and lower. What's wrong, Ino-chan? She asked with a smirk, are you tired? Ino frowned. Yes she did, but the weariness is getting to her. The sleepiness was overwhelming her, and her body feels like it was going to become pudding. Her muscles ache and her head hurts, but she kept fighting as her stubborn nature wouldn't give in. Why did you show me that teddy bear? She spat out without knowledge as she pointed toward the brown fiery-colored stuffed cotton bear. Its eyes were so dark as if it held all their secrets, its yarn mouth loosened from years of living, its black nose missing with its fur tousled. Karen glared at the blonde with all her hatred. What the hell do you mean by that? You do remember it, don't you? She snarled angrily. Of course I do, Ino yelled back. Why do you have it still? She continued after noticing the woman in glasses backing up. You must still be holding on to it for a reason. Ino finished softly, noticing the surprised look of her old friend. The look of surprise crossed her features from what the stupid blonde brat just said. How dare she shout at her and assume that she has this stupid bear in her hands for some reason. She doesn't need a reason to like a stuffed animal. She sure as hell doesn't need any reason to tell her capture the truth. Forget this damn bear. She screeched aloud. I was taking it easy on you, but fine. Whatever. She threw said bear away from her. The blonde female stared in fear as she heard the thud from the cotton bear hitting the cold concrete floor. Her eyes never left her kidnapper as the radiated female stepped back into the darkness to retrieve something. Ino tried really hard to force her eyes open, as the wariness was becoming more overwhelming as the seconds ticked on. Her blue eyes was becoming dull as the whiteness around it becoming red from lack of sleep, along with the darkness under her eyes. Yet, the sound of ruffles and gruffs awoke her and kept her senses sharp, as she stared toward the corner where the noises were coming from. She could hear Karen screaming profanities at whoever it was, and she could also heard what seems to be a body being dragged. Closer it came, and Ino backed up into the wall with her knees close to her. She squinted into the dark hoping to see what or who it was that the glasses female was bringing toward her, but the darkness was too dense to see through it. The dragging stopped and the blonde wondered what Karen was planning to do, but her questions and mind halted as a body was thrown her way. The body laid close to hers and Ino couldn't help the large gasp she did, as her face paled with shock and fear. Red pools of blood surrounded the body from the gashes and slits. His clothes were stained and his face dirtied, but the blood wasn't the first thing that caught her bright blue eyes. The first thing she saw was the color of his hair. Navy blue. "Roy," she whispered out as she reached toward the unconscious male. "There's no need," Karen's voice became deep and murderous. "He's dead." Wow, I have to say that this was a bit difficult to write down. Hopefully you all could tell that it is morning and a new day, so yeah. But anyways, I made it longer just in case I won't be updating for some times due to classes and all, but I will do my best. Questions. 1. Karen killed Roy. Do you believe it or is it believable? 2. Will someone cave and let Choji in on the disappearance of the blonde beauty? Thank you, reviewers. Inos de menu FBI work a. Maybe you really never know with this weird story, it really is overdramatized LMAO. And I always love replying to your comments. Dieter Singh, no, it is not a problem that you weren't able to reply. I'm just happy you did. I hope it is getting harder. Lol, it took me long to write out the question. Your answers are interesting with why Choji was there part of it, eh? Hmuo, thanks for pointing out the mistake. I didn't realize it. Lol, but great answers as always. One up hero, hahaha Choji and Karen. That's quite peculiar. But besides that, your answer to Ino and Karen's childhood, really on point. You'll find out next chapter. Scammer, I know, it is a little extreme kinda lol. But reading your comment on when did I write that Ino asked out Naruto in front of everyone, is it the part where they just went outside? Meaning out. Let's see, she didn't know he was attacked by mobs until she saw him hurt, and your comment is just too much for me, but I guess I have to admit that the comment really helped kinda lol. SHYGUY1818, thank you. Wolfman, thank you for reviewing, I appreciate it. And I know it is so overdramatized that it is just crazy, I couldn't help it since it started, I gotta end it. But I know what you mean when an evil twin, hahaha. I was thinking about it at first but nah. Lol. CNPRINCE1 lol, if I did make him a ninetail, then he'd probably beat the crap out of everyone who picked on him. You did give me a good idea on something lol unrelated to the story, of course. Thanks for reviewing BTW. Okay. I'm estimating about 4 more chapters, so hopefully this story is as good as I hope it is. Love. KIWI4ME. Survive. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I will fight, I will stand only if you stand beside me. A KIWI4ME. Roy, she whispered out as she reached toward the unconscious male. There's no need, Karen's voice became deep and murderous. He's dead. Thank you, reviewers. Baddest, EX0, One Up Hero, Minato Missimi, SHYGUY1818, Paul Namicus, and XP Gamer. Her eyes grew so big she wondered how she kept it from falling out of his sockets. She wanted to scream, she wanted to yell, but the only thing that would escape her mouth were her breath escaping her lips. Just seeing the body of Roy's lying so close to her that she could just touch the navy locks of his, but she couldn't. Just the stench of his blood and the look of his blood-stained clothes made her stomach ache in turn. Was it her fault? Did she do this to him? Was it because of her that he's... Karen could see the guilty and remorseful look upon the blonde's face. She thought she would feel happy, no ecstatic, but why isn't she? Why isn't she jumping for joy? Why isn't she so happy? Could it be Karen stopped her trail of thought, scorning herself for even starting the thought? She stared at the blonde, noticing her scooting a bit closer to the body with her hand reached out slightly. Karen just watched and stepped back slightly, leaving the blonde to do what she wanted. Ino managed to touch the tips of his hair. She forced herself to move her fingers in deeper to feel the skin of his scalps. She managed to swallow and gulp down her fear as she tried to reach down toward his face. She could feel her eyes welling up with tears, her hands started shaking, and her lips wouldn't move. What's wrong? The voice asked. This is your fault, you know. No, it isn't, she tried assuring herself, but her inner self fought on. Why do you think he's here? The inner her asked. Why do you think he's on this damn floor bruised up? Ino didn't reply as she reached for his face. He's on the floor, Ino. Did you think he's sleeping? The inner her exclaimed. Damn it, Ino, he is dead. No? He isn't, Ino kept telling herself as the tips of her fingers touched the softness and warmth of his cheeks. What? She exclaimed upon her head as her eyes grew wide. She didn't think twice as she moved herself closer to the body, placing both her hands against his cheeks to feel the warmth as his veins pumped his blood throughout his unmoved body. Still alive, she breathed out with a smile, only to hear snickering behind her. Karen couldn't stop herself as she noticed the happy face upon the blonde's face. The way the blonde just assumed that the boy was okay when she really had no idea what is going on. She walked closer to the blonde who was busy shaking the unconscious boy. "He isn't waking up, she whispered into her ears, holding back a laugh. "Don't waste the effort." "What the hell is wrong with you, Karen?" Screamed out angrily as she turned to face Karen quickly, accidentally smacking the glasses female with her golden locks. Was so angry that she felt the insanity taking over her lithe form and possibly strangling the other female. "You? Why did you do this? Do you hate me that much? Do you despise me so much that you had to go and hurt someone this much because of me?" Was yelling frantically with her arms flailing at her sides. She couldn't stop her mouth as words after words continued to spill out of her lips like venom in Karen's ears. "You and your stupid magic. Why do you think nobody likes you anymore? You were so obsessed with it that you became a crazy maniac." Screamed, finally finding a way to stand up against her foe. "I never thought you were crazy," she voiced sadly, "but right now, I can say that I was wrong." "Enough." The red-headed female screamed aloud, grabbing the blonde by her arm. "You think I'm crazy now?" The one in glasses asked. "You haven't seen crazy. You're insane." Screamed out with a few hand movements. "What happened to you, Karen? What the hell happened to you?" Continued to rant. "You used to be fun and cool, someone I looked up to, but now couldn't help but finish what she started. She had held it in so long that this was it. It was time to tell her exactly what she thought. "You're just a crazy, insane smack." Kiba felt the sting at the side of his face and couldn't force himself to look at her. He could picture the look of immense anger and pain on her face. Tears of all the years of lies and guilt rushing down her cheeks as her hand was pulled back to her body. He could picture the confusion, the overwhelming urge to possibly kill him within her eyes. Naruto watched and couldn't help the way his jaws fell low when he saw the smacking of Kiba's face. The intense redness marking the side of the brunette's cheeks made his blue eyes grow bigger. What was he to do? What was he to say? He didn't want to get in between the two, but this was his best friend, though he might have deserved it, bastard. She screamed and dashed outside where clouds began to roll in. Naruto's eyes faced his best friend once more, waiting for him to run after to her, but he didn't move, or possibly couldn't. "Kiba," Naruto started in a bit of frantic, but stopped when the brunette just walked away. Naruto ran out looking for the girl, to stop her and ask her to speak thoroughly with his bud because she changed him, even if she doesn't believe it. Tenten walked out of class breathing heavily as she realized the air becoming dense. She looked up at the sky, noticing much more clouds than earlier. "Tenten," a voice broke her out of her reverie. "Sigh," she said, offering a sad smile. "I wanted to ask you something," he said before continuing when he received the nod. "Have you seen the blonde boy, Naruto, today?" Tenten looked back at her days so far and don't remember seeing him at all or his brunette friend. "I haven't." "You don't think?" She started staring at the raven-haired male with eyes of fear and face of confusion. Sai didn't know what to say, but it seemed likely plausible that he could have done something. Then again, when he looked at the blonde male, it was as if looking at a child full of innocence and fascination toward his blonde female friend. She also seemed to enjoy his company. She wouldn't run off with him and not tell her friends, right? "Another question, Tenten," he asked to see a nod once more. "Have you heard anything from Choji yet?" Just stared at the darkness and the empty walls, feeling as if she has been sabotaged in a sense. Kidnapped from her home and threatened for her life, reaching the point of starvation and hungering for clean air. She is at the point where she can't see things as clearly as she'd like. Her mind kept replaying thoughts and incidents that she tried so hard to hide. She wondered what happened to Shin because at this point she can admit that she missed him. She wanted food so bad that her stomach doesn't have the strength to agree with her. Karen sat at a corner in the cold dark room, staring hated glares at the only female under the light. She hated her so much, she hated everything about her, and she hated feeling regret for her. She removed her glasses and punched the bridge of her nose to release some tension before replacing her specs back on her face. "This isn't going as planned," she told herself. "You want to kill her, don't you?" Karen was battling with herself at this point, not knowing what to do and not realizing that her decision would control her life. "I don't think I can do this," she admitted, looking away from the dirt-covered face of the blonde. "You already started this whole charade, now finish it." Her mind spoke to her. "Don't give up like you did before. Don't you remember why you did this in the first place? The bimbo took everything from you. Your friends, your crushes, and even your best friend. Don't be stupid and let her go. You started this, now there is no way of going back now." Heard the footsteps echoing through the darkness. She turned her head slightly to see Karen standing before her with hands on her hips. "Tell me, she begun, why did you take my dear Sasuke away from me?" "What?" Looked at her, dumbfounded by the question. "Sasuke and I weren't even together," the blonde explained, but was cut short. "Then what was the kiss about?" she asked with a tint of anger. "Kiss?" Ino tried to remember when did they ever kiss before realization hit her. Karen, it was nothing, it was accidental, you know you were there so. I was there, I was always there witnessing everything that I never wanted to see, Karen interrupted. You were always the one everyone loved, even Shin loves you. Karen, Ino started but couldn't finish. I never saw those ugly flaws that you have hidden under makeups and those clothes of yours, but I saw them all, she continued with her lips thinned into a smirk. You? Ino accused her, calling the picture that her friends and her so desperately tried to figure out who the culprit was. Ha, you were always so easily fooled, Karen begun, but it doesn't matter anymore. She moved one hand into her pocket and pulled something out. As she walked closer, Ino could see it shine as Karen kicked Troy further away from the light. It shined red, flashing Ino's blue eyes, and that was when she knew this was the do-or-die moment right then and there, because the blade wanted her blood, but she was going to fight even if she goes down. The clouds continues to roll, clouding up the sky, and turning the world dark and grey. The wind blew, bringing a coldness to the world below where a young man continues to run. Naruto tried as he might to convince the girlfriend of his best bud to return to him, just wouldn't give in. You know he needs you, he told her, hoping it was convincing enough. I don't care anymore, she spoke with such softness that the blonde had to strain his hearing. Yeah you do, he accused her, you still love him. But love doesn't mean anything when it's not returned, she said, looking up at Naruto. She was crying, he noted, but it was pretty obvious to anyone who saw her. He does love you, Naruto assured her. He didn't dance with anyone, nor did he drink like he did before, he continued, and it was you. You changed him. It seems I didn't change him enough, she whispered, but Naruto heard it and couldn't help the frustration entering his vocals. Please, he really do need you, he spoke, almost begging the girl with his eyes. I can't do it anymore, she said and ran off, leaving Naruto staring at her back with sadness. The blonde couldn't help looking up at the sky to feel small splatters of water hitting the concrete cemented sidewalks. She's not coming back, is she? A voice broke through Naruto's thoughts. He turned to see his best friend staring at where the females figured occupied moments earlier. Naruto knew he heard and only needed reprimanding to what was heard. Oh, after her, Naruto spoke with a bit of bossiness. Why? She doesn't want me anymore, Kiba replied with a dead look upon his eyes, as if his life was meaningless at that moment. Don't be an idiot, Naruto shouted as it echoed the empty streets. She needs you as much as you need her. Kiba just stared, shocked and angry at the fact of being yelled at, but knew it was true. Naruto was right and Kiba felt horrible. He has done too many things that she shouldn't have gone through, but she did. At the moment, he never really cared for her before and did what he wants without thinking twice, but now he felt the regret hit every bone and the guilt running through his every veins, as he felt the undying need to feel her. Go to her, Naruto said comfortingly to him, and he knew what he had to do. Thanks man, Kiba said with a small smile before running off toward the only female who could make him sing. Ino stood her ground as she waited for another attack. Her wrists were bleeding and her shoulders were glazed from the small blade. She couldn't believe what the female planned on doing, but she knew she had to stay alive. There were too many people who she never got the chance to say goodbye and tell them what she was feeling. Her hands, still cuffed along with her ankles, seemed to suffocate her veins, as blood seemed to flow less toward those areas. She could see the brightness of her red hair flaming down towards her. She tried her best to dodge the knife, only to trip and fall backwards where her back hit the floor. She yelled out as she felt the pain trickling down her spine, engulfing her whole body. She tried to stand, only to feel her stomach pressed down hard by the pressure of something. As she opened one blue eye to see what was weighing her down, she noticed the redeed with her foot against her stomach. The blonde screamed when she felt the pressure intensified to the point where she is unsure she could take it. Shin tried his best to not fall flat on his face when he tried to stand. The sleep was drifting away, but the headache remained. He knew exactly what had happened to him, and he knew who to speak to. That bitch, he started but stopped only to clutch his head as he leaned against the wall of the kitchen. A voice so loud broke through his headache, reaching his ears, and at once he knew whose it was. That dumb bitch, he screamed as he rushed to where his beloved blonde princess Choji stood in front of the yellow-painted house where the white door faced him. He felt his nerves prickling at his every veins as his sweat fell down his face. He gulped hard and lifted his hand with all his strength. He knocked softly 3 times and waited. He could hear the sound of the rain splashing the roof of the house along with the floor. He felt the heat of the sun hidden behind the dark clouds on his back as he continued to wait. He heard the door open softly to reveal a man with blonde hair. Choji, what are you doing here? Did you see my princess? The man asked, looking down. Mr. Yamanaka, he started with another nervous gulp. There's something you need to know. Okay, I know that I haven't updated in what felt like months. And I am so sorry. Who knew this year was so crazy, but here is the next chapter. Remember, about 3 more chapters left I think, but it is ending surely lol. Question 1. Uh-oh, Choji visited Inoichi. What is he planning on telling him? 2. Ino is battling Karen, who has the upper hand. Do you think Shin will be her hero to rescue her? 3. What do you suppose Shikamaru and the gang are planning to do when they put 2 and 2 together? I should have waited for the next chapter. Oh well. Special thanks. Da Baddis. Well, thank you for reading. I always love your reviews. So this is you Hayano's demon. Cool. Lol, and if not, sorry. But Karen is so crazy, hopefully I'm not killing her character. One up hero. Lol, Karen and Choji. Dunno, but then again who knows till the end eh. Minata miss see me. Oh, you good. The answer to number 2 was right, one about Shika and Kabuto stopping everyone from caving. Very good. SHYGUY 1818. Thanks. BX0. When I read your review, I couldn't help smiling because I wasn't feeling very well until I read it. Thank you so much for such a wonderful review and welcome to my story. Lol, I'm glad to have you as a fan. Paul Namikis. Welcome back, friend. It's okay, Beckus, I get the same problem, a whole lot. But I'm glad you are back. XP Gamer I was really surprised that I had a review from you. It is a bit confusing, but the fact that there is a whole lot of people to show makes it hard to keep up. But anyways, thanks for trying to figure my story out again, I guess. Okay, I hope that you all are not trying to plot something in order to kill me for not updating sooner. But I must say that everything is falling into place slowly. So stay, soon everything would be clear. Oh, and sorry reviewers if I did it right more than I should. Love. KIWI4ME. Time for goodbyes. Naruto and Ino. Till death do us part. I thank you for my life, and I thank you for loving me. By KIWI4ME. Previously. Choji. What are you doing here? Did you see my princess? The man asked looking down. Mr. Yamanaka, he started with another nervous gulp. There's something you need to know. Thanks to EX0, Dithravana Sengen, One Up Hero, Machi-tan, Da Baddist, Paul Namikaze, Minato Mishima, and SAFETY22. Anoichi Yamanaka is a man of little patience, many words, and a jumble of emotions. He never likes too much unnecessary changes or surprises he isn't aware of. He was sure, positive that something was wrong when the boy came to his door. He couldn't help the curiosity reaching his thoughts along with his first words. What would you like to talk about? He waited for the boy to speak as he nervously sat before him. Choji took in a deep breath before placing his worries aside and his thoughts away, as he looked Anoichi Yamanaka in the eye, feeling his determination rise. I think something bad, no, terrible happened to Ino, sir, he stated as he noticed the shock upon the eyes of the older male. Choji waited for a few minutes receiving a nod from the owner of the home, so he continued with a bit more confidence. I think the ones responsible could be. Hinata knocked on the door of Shino's after school. She remembered Tenten telling her that there was a meeting with the rest of their friends. I hope we found something out, she told herself as hope flickered in her eyes. Shino opened the door to find Hinata waiting to be let in. He stepped to the side letting the pale-eyed female inside, as he looked out for their last remaining member, only to see nothingness. Kin didn't want to admit it, but she was terrified. She has no idea what happened and everything wasn't fitting. Damn it. She called out frustrated as she leaned against the armchair. Where the hell is he? He said he's coming, Shino announced as he continued to stare at the sheet. Sigh and Tenten already added to the fact that Naruto and Kiba was nowhere at school, and added the fact that they could have done something to Ino. That's not true, Hinata had spoke up, Naruto loves Ino. He wouldn't do anything to her. Are you sure, Hinata? Shikamaru asked. She nodded her head as everyone stared. He may want to keep her to himself, Sai announced, causing everyone to start nodding their head. What's keeping him? Tenten asked, noticing their missing peer. He'll be here, Kin said with anger, because if he doesn't, I'll. But before she could finish, the doorbell rang. Tamari waited underneath the tree where she used to wait with him. She could feel the stared eyes looking at her, watching her. She could hear the disgust, pity, and sadness in the voices around her. She could hear the accusation of the blonde beauty not showing up today because of her. She closed her soft eyes and breathed, feeling the sensation of the rain hitting her skin, soaking her thoroughly. She couldn't help the small smile showing on her face as she remembered the day Shikamaru asked her to be his girlfriend. That was the day she felt truly special, happy, and just plain good. Tamari, a voice called out. She turned to see who called her name, only to find that the speaker has pink hair. Sakura. Ino couldn't breathe as she felt the wind kicked out of her. She tried her best to stand, but another kick to her stomach made her fall flat onto the cold floor. Before she had any time to react, she felt the immense pain at her side toward her ribs and her body flying against the wall. As it bounced and rolled a few inches from the wall, the never-ending pain ached her whole being, and unconsciousness was starting to cloud her mind. Shin was beyond angry when he could hear her screams echoing in his ears. He banged on the door as loud as he could. He waited for a few seconds before he ran into the hard oak door. He did it again and again, trying his hardest to break down the door. That bitch is going to pay. That was his last thought along with his one last hit. Ino backed up against the wall hoping Karen couldn't find her. Her head throbbed, body hurts, and her ribs felt as if it was broken. She tried to breathe, but the sharp pain kept crawling up her bones, shaking them. She heard the loud bang of the door, and her eyes automatically went toward the noise, but she couldn't see anything in the dark. Another bang resounded and the footsteps that was inching so close to her halted. Another bang and loud footsteps echoed into the room. "You fucking bitch," he screamed out as he switched on the lights. Everything looked the same except a bloody-looking blonde with large blue eyes staring at him with shock and fear. He forced himself to look away from her and search for the redeed. "Oh shit," she thought as she could feel the anger evaporating off him. She knew she was a little late in her plan to demolish the blonde, since the sleep potion wore off of him. "Karen," she heard him spit out as he approached her. "What?" she called out angrily as she held the knife in her hands a bit tighter. "What the fuck are you doing?" he screamed at her as he grabbed her arms harshly. "What does it look like?" she retorted sarcastically as he looked around. He saw someone, a male, lying on the floor bloodied as if dead. "You killed?" He breathed eyes wide before his eyes silted into anger. "You will not kill her." "And who, Shin," Karen smirked after a short laugh, "is going to stop me?" Shin smacked her with his fist. This girl was going too far and she needed to stop. This whole plan was her doing and he thought she brought the female for him as some sort of gift. Now he knows what was the real reason. "You need to stop," he gritted out as he backed away from the offender. Karen was shocked, pissed, and hurt when she felt the burn on her cheek. Here she was doing something for him, a favor, but he didn't understand, he never will. Dino probably looked like a statue with eyes wide, mouth low, and body still. The shock was evident in her blue eyes, and she knew he could tell from the look he was giving her. She wanted to smile for him, for saving her life, for showing up on time. She wanted to say thank you for so many times that she couldn't talk anymore. She wanted to stand and hug him so tight that he couldn't intake air into his lungs. She couldn't, not that she didn't want to, the problem was that before she could even breath, she saw the blood trail from the corner of his thin lips. Shin felt the pain in his back near his spine. He felt like his whole life just flashed before his eyes like pictures. He noticed his blonde beauty near tears as her big blue eyes grew even bigger. He could hear the Redeed's deep breathing behind his ears. The question of what happened resounded in his head over and over, as his mind tried to focus on what occurred from then and now. "Karen," he breathed out as his mind dimmed slowly. Karen pulled the knife out off his back and watched him fall. A part of her wanted to cry, and the other part thought it to be ironic. She remembered the first time they met. The cold night. He knew about her craving for magic and spells, but he didn't care. He was her true love. But the day he announced his love for the blonde, her whole world fell along with her sanity. She was beautiful and she was perfect, while she herself was just average. She cried and cried for so many hours that tears wouldn't escape her orbs anymore. Then ahead her, the plan to rid this world of that stupid blonde. But the plan never included him dying. "What a shame," her inner self scared, "and you loved him." "I can't," she started to say as she looked up to see the one who caused her heartbreak. "It's all your fault." Karen was so angry she didn't realize that she was practically stomping. Naruto was inside his house damning himself for missing out on school. He was sad and alone in the house with Kiba gone. He was mad at himself because he didn't even get to see his favorite blonde at what seems like forever. "I should go for a walk," he announced sadly as he stood up from the couch. "I'm gonna need an umbrella," he announced, realizing the fast beating of water against the adobe. "What makes you think it would be her friends?" Inoichi asked, feeling his world a lot darker now. His princess was missing and he has no idea where she was. Well, Choji started off, "When I asked where she was, they avoided my questions the entire night. I believe that is suspicious, sir." "I see your point," the older male announced as he stood. "Let's go see what they think about our accusation." "Finally," Kin announced angrily as she crossed her arms. "Well, hello to you too," Kabuto spoke as he held some papers. "What took you so long?" Shikamaru asked. "We were all worried," Hinata admitted, waiting for the silver-haired male to sit. "Well, I wanted to investigate something," he said as he looked at his papers. "That blood stain is neither Roy's nor Ino's," he stated, while everyone just stared at him shocked. "Then whose?" Shikamaru asked cautiously. "It's before the name was said," a loud knock echoed the room. "I just miss him," Tamari admitted with a sad smile as she looked over to the pinkette. "It'll be okay, Tamari," Sakura said comfortingly. "He'll come back to you." She breathed with a smile. "You and Sasuke, and eyed him." "Ha!" Sakura exclaimed with a deep red around her cheeks. No, just friends." "Sure," Tamari said before laughing when she noticed the red face of her friend. Karen felt the hard floor and looked around, wondering why she was on the floor. The incredibly hard grip around one ankle caused pain to shoot up her leg. "Let go of me, you bastard," Karen screeched as she tried kicking herself free. Ino was scared, and her mind froze along with her body. She tried to breathe, but nothing came. Her blue eyes met his sharp ones. She could tell from his eyes that they were telling her to run, and with whatever power she had left, she took off without looking back. Karen saw Ino up and running as fast as one could with chains around the ankles. She yelled out for her to stop, but the blonde never looked back. "Damn it. Mr. Yamanaka," Shino bowed slightly. "What brings you here?" "Where's my daughter?" he demanded with his arms crossed, and Shikamaru knew there will be hell to pay if they don't speak. "We do not know," Tenten spoke up sadly. "We're trying to figure that out." "Choji," Inoichi called from behind. "Why do you suppose they were hiding it from you?" Choji stepped forward and everyone's eyes grew. Choji Hinata whispered sadly. We didn't want him to think we couldn't protect her, Kin admitted, after all didn't want to break our promise. I can understand, but if I knew sooner, we may have found her. Choji admitted with Inoichi nodding and adding, so did you report it in? They didn't care, Shikamaru said angrily. What? Choji and Inoichi called out angrily. Do we even have suspects? Inoichi changed the subject, but his anger didn't evaporate. Karen, Kabuto announced aloud as everyone stared at him. Karen? Kin asked for clarification. It was her blood, Kabuto nodded. I found her address on my father's computer. Are you sure it is right? Tenten asked. Yes, he works for the government after all, Kabuto smirked. It says she lives with a man named Shin Yukazu. Well, let's go find her, Sai said as everyone headed out the door. Ino ran through doors after doors just to find a way out of the warehouse compound. It took all the strength in her to keep going. When ran through a door that took her outside, she breathed in the cool air as the rain continued to pour. She forced herself to continue running until she couldn't run anymore. The gang reached the door of Karen and Shin's house. This looks like a warehouse, Tenten said a bit scared. Let's continue, Inoichi announced as he bang opened the door to find a hallway leading to more doors. Let's split, Shikamaru spoke up, but before he could continue his formations, a voice spoke through. Took you long enough, the female voice spoke from the other side of the closed door. Karen, Kabuto spoke cautiously, we know what you did. Give Ino back to us. Too bad, Karen spoke loud and clear as she opened the door, she's gone. Their eyes grew wide realizing the blood dripping from her arms, legs, stomach and everywhere else. What? But before Choji could finish, the body of Karen's fell to the floor hard with a loud thud. Naruto was heading back from his lonely walk to his apartment when he noticed something out of the ordinary. He turned to the side but saw no one. He just shook his head slightly and continued walking. As he turned the corner, he felt the wind knock off him. He was about to yell at whoever it was, but the wet blonde hair stopped him. Ino? Ino cried and cried as she ran under the rain staring at blurs. She didn't know who it was. The only thing she knows is to run and run to Shino's place, knowing that it was the closest place. Who are you? She whispered as she backed up. It's okay Ino-chan, it's me, Naruto. Naruto tried to reach out to her. Naruto? She asked softly as she just stared at whoever it was. Yes, it's me. Naruto was confused at what Ino looked like, but her arms wrapped itself around him, and his thoughts faded. Yes officer, Shikamaru bowed and headed out. They still don't know where Ino is, but at least they know she escaped, which means she is still alive. As he headed to his place, the sandy blonde's house faced him as if to tell him to come. He sighed out and headed up her street. It was time he told her before time is too late. Hinata arrived home relieved and exhausted. A knock on her door was heard and she complied. Niji, Hinata said as she sat up on her bed. Did you find her? He asked, unsure of his loyalty to his blonde friend. No, Hinata admitted, looking down, but looked up quickly with a small smile. She escaped. Ino sat on the couch staring at the television. It wasn't on, but she felt like she was watching a horror show and she was in it. Does those clothes fit? Naruto asked, placing a cup of hot tea for her on the coffee table. She really didn't want to ask why she had cuffs around her ankles and hands, but he knew she was terrified. He had to cut them out, and it took hours to do so. He sat down beside Ino, who stared at the cup for a few minutes before reaching shakingly to it. Naruto watched and wondered what happened to the female he had fallen in love with. She looked so broken, he thought as she slowly took a sip of tea. Naruto, she spoke softly, reaching up to touch his cheeks. Did I? She pulled her hand back and looked down. You mean the scars? He said as his fingers automatically rubbed the scars. It's okay Ino-chan, he said softly, reaching for her hands, only to have her pull it away. I'm fine, see? Please don't avoid me, he whispered the last part sadly. Ino started off shaky as she looked toward her counterpart. I'm sorry. I love you, Naruto replied back with a soft smile, causing Ino to blush. I think I should call my dad, Ino announced, placing her tea on the table. Whatever happened to you, I'm glad you're okay, Naruto said honestly, and Ino couldn't help but smile. Inoichi was still worried and anxious, wondering where his beloved princess was. He couldn't fight the urge to pick up the telephone every second, though no one called. He kept shifting on his seat, looking up at the clock every second. My princess, Inoichi spoke out sadly as he turned to look at a picture of her from 3rd grade. Ring ring. Inoichi jumped at the noise and reached for the telephone on his first ring. Hello? He said rather loudly, waiting for the other person to speak. Daddy? Ino? My princess? He asked into the receiver to hear giggles. His heart relaxed and it felt like a huge boulder just left his shoulders. Where are you? A smile is easy to produce when around others, and harder when alone. A heart is easily given away, and easier to break. Trust is easily given, and easier to be mistreated. A lie is easy to create, but hard to stop. Love is easy to give away, but harder to be replaced, the blue-eyed female said as she read the small book aloud. She stopped and looked to her side to see spiky blonde hair before blue eyes that holds the ocean. Would you stop? He asked, confused, staring at her. His mouth, a small pout, and his cheeks graced with scars. She touched his face. with her soft hand and smiled at him. He smiled in return and leaned in for a kiss that she gave in. Do you think this is true? She asked softly as she leaned onto his shoulder. She could hear the soft rumble of his chuckle before he spoke. Yeah, I do, he said with a smile as she did the same as well. He bent his head down and placed a soft kiss on her forehead before brushing off strands of her blonde golden hair. No one can replace my love for you, he said softly, leaning in for a passionate kiss. No one. That's good to know, Ino breathed out with a smile as she stared into his deep blue eyes. I'm sorry, she admitted, looking away, for hurting you. I'm the ones who caused those scars on your cheeks. How many times do I have to say that it is okay, Ino-chan? Naruto said with a smile as he leaned against her. At least I'll have something to remind me of you. When Naruto's smile turned into a frown, knowing what was going to happen. Leave. Naruto, Ino said sadly as she reached for his face. I will always write to you, okay? You can't call me? He asked, nuzzling into her collarbone. No phones allowed, Ino sighed, rubbing her cheek against his head. She let out a sigh before closing her eyes, waiting for the time to freeze. Joji couldn't help the smile as he looked at the shocked blonde female. She was still as beautiful as ever, and she was still so emotional. Hey, he said casually with a small chuckle. That's all you have to say? Ino laughed along as she embraced him into a long hug. I miss you, she said as she backed out of the hug. I miss you too, he admitted, chuckling to himself. So you knew? She asked as she sat beside her father. You're glad you're okay, he said as he sat down beside her. Ino said with a smile and looked toward her father. Me too. Ino? Everyone screamed at once before Tenten and Hinata glommed her. It hurts, Ino tried breathing out. Sorry. Hinata apologized while Tenten just admits how much she missed her. I miss you all too, Ino said with a bright smile before her smile thinned into a small frown. What's wrong, Yamanaka? Kabuto asked before he quickly adds, Ino. I'm moving, she announced to see shocked eyes and heard along with anger. Why? As her father drives off, she couldn't fight the tears falling down her orbs, but she knew it was the best. She already spoke her heart to everyone close to her, and she felt relieved and happy all at once. She turned to her father to see concern etched on his face. Ino smiled at him reassuringly before looking through the window before her. I miss them, she told herself as she took a deep breath before closing her watery blue eyes, hiding them from the world's grace. Okay, so that is all. I know, not really an Narino forever fic, but I will be writing a sequel or a continuation to this. But Narino. Till death do us part is officially over. It's kinda sad, but it was bound to occur. Remember, I will, and I mean I will be writing another one. So since Ino is moving, I believe the continuation would be letters written to each other. It will show more romance and passion, I think, lol. But if you are disappointed, I must apologize. Did you think I ended it too fast? I felt like I did, but to be totally honest, I don't know. Thank you all for being such wonderful reviewers and lovely readers. To those who constantly reviews, I love you all so much, words just will not do. So thank you to everyone, and I'd like to hear from you all next time. Love. KIWI4ME. PS. I will be writing a Jinmeno soon as well as another Narino, unrelated.